similar tit-for-tat actions taken against the UK, Poland, Romania and other nations. Google has blocked Russia's state-owned media outlet RT from receiving money for ads on its websites, apps and on YouTube. It follows a similar move from Facebook's parent company Meta, which also blocked RT from monetising ads on its platforms following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Russian state ballet company performances have been cancelled at several theatres in the UK, including the Wolverhampton Grand Theatre, the Derngate in Northampton and the New Theatre in Peterborough. It follows London's Royal Opera House cancelling the summer tour by the Moscow-based Bolshoi Ballet. And Elon Musk has said his satellite internet service Starlink is now active in Ukraine following a request for help from the country's Deputy Prime Minister. Starlink is a system of satellites developed by his company SpaceX to bring the internet to underserved areas of the world. Ukraine's internet provision has been badly interrupted during Russia's invasion. Now, it's a big day for Chelsea fans. Today, they're taking on Liverpool in the final of the Carabao Cup at Wembley. Events off the field, though, likely to be the main focus after the club's long-standing owner, the Russian billionaire Roman Abramovich, announced he was handing over control to trustees. Well, joining us now is Sky Sports News chief reporter Kiev Solikol. Hi, good to see you today. So a highly significant move, obviously connected to developments in Russia and Ukraine. And let's not forget, Roman Abramovich has been there years, nearly 20 years, hasn't he?
Yes, I mean, he's been there for 19 years. He's put something like £1.5 billion of loans into the club. And since he's owned Chelsea, Chelsea have been the most successful club in England. They've won 19 trophies. At the moment, they're the European champions and reigning club world champions as well. But we had this statement from Roman Abramovich. He hardly ever says anything in public, but we had a statement last night just before 7 o'clock on the Chelsea official club website. And it was only 110 words long. And it made no mention of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and it made no mention of the Russian President Vladimir Putin. It did say, though, that he was going to be stepping back from the running of the club and handing over day-to-day control of the club to Chelsea's club community charity, the 6 trustees who run that charity. Now, one thing that was not on the statement that I just mentioned was any reference to the invasion of Ukraine. I think Chelsea have tried to address that because just in the last few minutes, we've had a new statement from Chelsea on their club website, and that says simply, the situation in Ukraine is horrific and devastating. Chelsea Football Club's thoughts are with everyone in Ukraine. So I think they've released this new statement because of the criticism they've received for not mentioning Ukraine in the statement last night.
But he's still going to be involved, isn't he, Abramovich, just handing over really day-to-day control?
Look, that is it. He is the owner of Chelsea. Nothing is ultimately going to change. He has simply said that because of the attention that is focused on him at the moment, he feels it is best to step away from the club. He doesn't want the club to be associated with the stories and the speculation and the scrutiny that he is under. Of course, this comes from the fact that, for instance, on Thursday in the House of Commons, we had the Labour MP Chris Bryant using parliamentary privilege to urge the government to seize some of Roman Abramovich's UK assets. So I think in response to that, Chelsea feel that now is the time for there to be some sort of division between them and their owner. But ultimately, he owns Chelsea Football Club. Nothing has changed. And in fact, if you look at the structure of the board that runs the club at the moment, the football club board, the chairman is Bruce Buck. He's also the chairman of the Chelsea Foundation trustees. So there is that as well to consider. But I think the future for Chelsea is looking very, very uncertain. We're being assured that at the moment, the club is not for sale. Roman Abramovich will not be calling in his loans. He will be not asking for his £1.5 billion back. But who knows what is going to happen. If he is sanctioned And we've heard today from the Foreign Secretary saying that the government are planning on sanctioning anyone who's close to Vladimir Putin. If Roman Abramovich was to be sanctioned, then what would happen to Chelsea? Would he hand over ownership of the club to the trustees? Would he try and sell the club? Would he be able to sell the club if his assets are frozen? For the time being, we're being told that he is still committed to Chelsea, he's the Chelsea owner, and the club is not for sale.
And just very briefly, what do you think the fans are going to make of this? We've got the cup final this afternoon, just a few hours away.
Chelsea fans are very, very concerned. I know some of them have mixed feelings. Most of them, I think at the moment, are focused on what is happening in Ukraine. There are lots of things that are much, much more important than football. We heard from the Chelsea manager on Friday himself, Thomas Tuchel, said, look, football is secondary compared to what is happening in Ukraine. But obviously, a lot of Chelsea fans are going to be worried about what is going to happen to their club in the future.
All right, Kyiv, great to see you. Thank you. I've just got some breaking lines to bring you from the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, who has been speaking in the past few minutes. Let me tell you what he has had to say. Let us face it, Vladimir Putin will not change course overnight. In fact, Germany has changed course, really. It's pledged to send a number of weapons to the Ukrainians. It's also come on board with joining the mechanism to eject Russia from the SWIFT system here, this global interbank messaging system that helps facilitate payments around the world. You can see the German Chancellor there. He says the sanctions package against Russia is unprecedented. This is him, as you can see, speaking there. And he says, Olaf Scholz, we reserve the right to further sanctions, in his words, without any taboos, pledging to defend every square metre of NATO territory. So there he is. You can see him speaking there, and that's obviously where these news lines have come out. So we will monitor what he's continuing to say, the German Chancellor there, and bring you more when we can. Now, in fact, we have just received some pictures of the Russian President Vladimir Putin speaking this morning.
Уважаемые товарищи, поздравляю вас с профессиональным
on the professional holiday, Special Forces Units Day. You have proven many times that you are prepared in most complex situations to act very effectively and resolve the most difficult and responsible tasks. And you always carry out your military duty with honor for the benefit of our country and our citizens in order to ensure our national interests. Heroic traditions of Spetsnaz began in the many century of our army's history, and they were strengthened during the Second World War, and they were strengthened in Afghanistan and many other hot points on the planet, on the northern Caucasus, in Syria. You know how dynamic the nature of the modern conflict is. The commanders of the Special Forces units need to constantly improve their military skills and hone their skills of handling the latest equipment. And of course, they have to apply the latest developments, the latest achievements in the military skills in order to handle any potential enemy. We know that you are undergoing this comprehensive and intensive training, a real military school. Please use the best examples of honor in your military history and bring up the new generations of defenders. Pass on your experience to the younger servicemen. I would like to thank the commanders and the servicemen and the veterans of the Special Forces for an impeccable service for the benefit of Russia and our people. I'm especially grateful to those who are heroically carrying out their duty in the course of the special operation to assist Donbas and Lugansk republics. I wish you luck, success, and all the best to you and to your close ones.
There's some words just in there from the Russian leader. Let me just tell you that every day next week we'll have a special programme twice a day on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We'll bring you the latest news from right across the country, as well as hearing from our correspondents in Washington, Westminster and across Europe. That is Ukraine Invasion, 1 p.m. and 7 o'clock every evening, every day from tomorrow. Let me just tell you, actually, I was mentioning Olaf Scholz, the German Chancellor. He is addressing a special sitting of the German Parliament. That's where those lines have come out. And we're also hearing that Liz Truss, the Foreign Secretary, says she will meet G7 counterparts later today and press for tougher sanctions against Russia. Now, coming up in a few minutes, we'll be speaking to a Ukrainian journalist in Kiev about the latest situation there. Stay with us.
They say they can't go back to Myanmar yet. If they do, they fear they'll be killed. We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world. If there is a bigger explosion, this area would be in the danger zone. These traffic jams snake for hours up and down this hillside. It means precious aid can't access those in need. You can see the depth of the water. If you have a look in front of us, there are people wading through it. I think experiencing the 2 million person march in Hong Kong, that was a moment.
I don't like the Chinese government. It's cruel.
It was real people power in action.
Police have been firing tear gas and rubber bullets.
See fires all around us here, and just one of them is the size of around 31,000 football pitches. Siobhan Robbins, Sky News, Bangkok. That sheet of flame, and it's moving this way.
And over there is Dover.
We track the changes happening to our world right now.
I think it's a procession of the Taliban. There they are, right here.
Would you, as Prime Minister, be able to look them in the face?
Let's have a look at both of those two things.
I just want to say thank you for having the courage to speak to us.
We do genuinely believe in what we do, to show the truth.
I thought there was an astonishing story there.
Hello again. Ukraine's president has been leading from the front since his country came under attack. Dressed in khaki, appealing in Ukrainian and Russian for help for his country and setting out its defiance. It is a long way from television comedy, which is where Volodymyr Zelensky made his living before being elected 3 years ago. Our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes, has this.
Face tired, but the message still tough.
Ніяку зброю ми не складемо. Будемо захищати нашу державу.
This former comic actor cast in a new role of wartime commander-in-chief. Speaking on the eve of the war, one minister said he'd rise to the challenge and his past media career would help.
He already a president for around 3 years and he learned a lot. And especially in the crisis, people who worked in our business used to be under the pressure for a whole period of time.
That pressure exploded hours later when the first missiles struck. Here, seemingly from his phone, the moment the president announced Russia had invaded. Hard to believe this was him just a few years ago, playing the role of a politician who becomes a leader. Now handling the gravest security crisis in Europe for real. On the deserted streets of Kyiv, there's new support for their TV star turned statesman.
I think our president became a real leader since last 48 hours, because before I was not quite happy about him.
Я думаю, что он достойный лидер, несмотря на то, что я голосовал не за него, но я не против.
того, что президент Зеленский у нас.
The president knows regime change is Vladimir Putin's ultimate goal. But if that threat scares him, he's not letting it show. In fact, when the US offered to evacuate him from the capital for his own safety, he apparently responded, "I need ammunition, not a ride."
Nice to see you. How are you?
It's a stark change from almost up until the bombs started dropping, when he played down the threat to the bemusement of Western allies. Here on a recent holiday, as Russian troops massed at the border. Yet when that optimism was shattered, the president didn't shy away. Instead, playing to his strengths, using social media posts to rally his people. A very different approach from his arch-enemy, who's distant from even his closest ministers. The smears hurled at Zelensky all the more insulting, given he's Jewish.
Чем с этой шайкой наркоманов и неонацистов, которая засела в Киеве и взяла в заложники весь украинский народ.
No hostages here, just a president holding his nerve. Deborah Haynes, Sky News, Kyiv.
Right, let's have a look at the weather back home.
Look forward to brighter skies. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Most places will be fine today, but western parts will see rain and coastal gales later. It will be mild, but with quite a chilly wind. Most parts will be dry and sunny this afternoon. But Northern Ireland, Eastern Ireland and northwestern Scotland will be cloudier for a time, with the chance of a little rain. Western Wales and Western England may catch a few spots later, while Western Ireland will turn wet and windy. The far west can expect severe coastal gales by the evening.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Coming up for you on Sky News, the Foreign Secretary Liz Truss tells us the Ukraine conflict could last a number of years. More of her assessment of the invasion in a couple of minutes. Hello, welcome back. Let's get you more on the Ukraine situation and the Russian advance into its territory. Kharkiv in the east is the focus of fighting today, Ukraine's second biggest city. A gas pipeline was hit by missiles in the early hours, and one British intelligence assessment says there has been an intensive exchange of rocket artillery. Meanwhile, thousands of people are trying to leave the country. We're joined now by Thomas Jones, a British national. He's at the Polish border near a small town called Rushiv. Hi there, good to see you today. What's the situation there where you are at the moment? Is there a big attempt to get out?
There is. We're in a small town called Rushiv, which is in the Lviv region. Another town closer is called Yavoriv. I've been here since 1 o'clock yesterday, and now it's coming up to 12 o'clock midday here. So I've been about 23 hours. We've moved, I think, 3 kilometers in that time. And we've got another 2.5 to get to the border crossing.
So a long process for you and so many.
Yeah, there's a lot of people here. I mean, tailbacks are incredible. People walking around. The local people have been. Last night, I noticed young boys were giving water to people who had their children in cars, offering to warm milk up. We could, charge batteries at the local shop and things like that. So it's pretty busy and quite saddening, I'd have to say. A lot of people are bringing their wives to the border post to drop them off. As you may know, that men aged from 18 to 60 are not allowed to leave the country. So you're seeing a lot of people come in with children and then men walking out, looking really sad.
And what does that do to you when you see that?
It hits home regarding war. I mean, it's a part of war. We think tanks, guns, bombs, but then there's this other part, which is on the human part. And these people are scared. Their husbands are scared for them. The children really don't know what's going on. It's a mess. It's heart-wrenchingly horrible.
Could you have foreseen yourself in this position a few days ago? So many people wanting to stay put where they were, of course.
I didn't foresee myself being in this situation for reasons I spoke to you the other time. But right now, excuse me, the car's moving because we've got to kind of move ahead of the queue. I could never have foreseen myself in such a situation, and I wouldn't wish this on anyone. It really hits home when you're in this kind of situation.
What's it been like living in Ukraine, and how's the situation changed?
Okay, well, I've been living here now. This is my 7th year, and I love this country. I feel bad even about leaving. I have to take my wife to safety. I have to think of my family. Luckily for me, I can come and go as I please. This is where I feel bad because I see so many guys here that can't, and that is really hard. I have some very solid Ukrainian friendships, and I just feel guilty right now about this. Of course, I have to think about myself and about my family, but the guilt is there.
And how has it changed in recent weeks?
In the last week, it's just changed. It's come from night and day. Kiev is completely changed. I know people on the ground in Kiev that have joined their local, volunteer forces, and things are ugly down there. There are a lot of people that are taking arms that are very inexperienced, but they have heart. They don't want this. So, I think it's going to be very messy on both sides, but exceptionally for people that have no experience.
What do you feel about the resistance? Obviously, Russian troops are closing in on Kiev, but they're not there yet, and that is down to the aggression, the resistance shown by Ukrainians and others.
They're strong. They are strong, and I think in the last 6-7 years, the military has become much better. They perform well. They do their duties well. They're very good tactically, I've seen. They've had training from NATO troops, Canada, England, America. So they're prepared this time round. But, for what's against them, they're doing very well.
And what does it mean to you just turning your back on a country that you where you've lived for many years and love?
Okay, I wouldn't say I'm turning my back on the country. I can't do anything. I can't take up arms. If I could, I would consider it. But I think I can do a lot more for Ukraine via the media, via the press, helping get donations, charity organizations, things like this, which I'm quite good at doing. So, everybody has their part to play. It's a shame I can't stay here. It's dangerous. If things de-escalate, of course, I'll be back as soon as I can.
What kind of reception, finally, do you think you'll get in Poland? Let's face it, that's where most people are trying to go, isn't it? There are several neighbouring countries, but huge influx, a majority of people heading west.
Okay, well, I'm not in the category of a Ukrainian fleeing from Ukraine. So I think that the Ukrainians on the whole will get a very good reception. There are things in place, food, medication, accommodation, and care. Ukraine and Poland have a very strong bond. And Poland, I think, was the first country to say that it would accept refugees. So I think they'll get a very good reception. And I think they'll be taken well care of.
All right, well, we wish you all the best. Thank you for joining us, Thomas Jones, on Sky News.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Well, now, as Russian troops reached Ukraine's second city, Kharkiv, this morning, we were told that the authorities in Moscow ordered our journalistic colleagues there not to refer to what has taken place in Ukraine as an invasion. So, does an independent Ukraine still exist this morning? And if it does, for how long can it hold out against the invasion? Well, Sky's Trevor Phillips has been speaking to Britain's Foreign Secretary, Liz Truss.
Where is the military balance this morning?
Well, what we're seeing that the Ukrainian forces are continuing to resist Russian advances. We haven't seen overnight significant changes in what is happening on the ground, but we are seeing, I think, unexpected by the Russians, very, very strong and brave Ukrainian resistance. And it's our role as key supporters of Ukraine to continue to supply them with defensive weapons, continue to supply them with economic support to help them resist this egregious invasion.
To what extent do you think that Mr. Putin has failed to object his first, 3-day objectives?
Well, we said before this invasion took place that Vladimir Putin would be making a massive strategic mistake. First of all, because the Ukrainians would fight. And we're seeing them fight. We're seeing the incredibly brave leadership of President Zelensky. But also because they would be hit by severe Western sanctions. And last night, the G7 agreed that we would cut access for Russia to the SWIFT banking system, that we would target the Russian central bank, that we'll be putting more sanctions on oligarchs and companies. And you can see the reaction in the international markets. You can see the damage already to the Russian economy. But I fear, Trevor, that this will be a long haul. Well, what I'm saying, though, is that the United Kingdom absolutely stands by Ukraine through this very long and difficult conflict.
By the way, when you talked about long haul, it's reported this morning, you said that this could be 10 years.
This could be a number of years. Because what we do know is Russia have strong forces, but we know that the Ukrainians are brave, that they're determined to stand up for their sovereignty and territorial integrity, and they're determined to fight. And the sanctions that we are putting in place, and they are very, very tough sanctions, cutting the Russian economy at its knees, cutting access to the Western system. We've banned Aeroflot from flying into the United Kingdom. We're targeting key oligarchs. We've got a hit list of oligarchs. But these will take time to have an effect and debilitate the Russian economy. We need to wean Europe off Russian oil and gas. This will take time. So this is not going to be, I fear, over quickly, but we need to be prepared for a very long haul.
There are reports that the Belarusians have tried to open some conversation with the Ukrainians today. What do we know of that, and what do you think this means?
Well, what we know is throughout the diplomatic discussions we've been having, the Russians have lied. When I was in Moscow, I was assured by Sergei Lavrov there would be no invasion of Ukraine. That was not true. President Putin said there would be no invasion of Ukraine. That is not true. So what we know is that the Russians weren't and aren't serious about diplomacy. This is why our efforts should be focused on supporting the Ukrainians fight in Ukraine to defend their country and cutting off the Russian economy from the international system and degrading the Russian economy. Now, if the Russians are serious about negotiations, they need to remove their troops from Ukraine. They cannot negotiate with a gun to the head of the Ukrainians. They need to remove their troops, which is what they call for. They need to de-escalate this conflict. And I see absolutely no signs of that. We're continuing to see a Russian offensive in Ukraine. So frankly, I don't trust these so-called efforts of negotiation.
So no talks until there's a complete withdrawal?
Absolutely.
For us to make a difference, our people are going to have to face some suffering, some consequences. Are you going to level with the British people that in order to force change in Moscow, people in Manchester and Maidstone and Merthyr Tydfil, anywhere else begins with M, are going to make sacrifices in this country as for what Neville Chamberlain once described as a quarrel in a faraway country between people of which we know nothing? Are you going to be clear with Britain that if we're going to fight this long battle, they are going to have to sacrifice?
Well, first of all, the sacrifices that we are going to have to undertake in Britain are nothing like the sacrifices that people in Ukraine are suffering now. You know, they are having to arm themselves. They are having to fight on the streets due to a completely unprovoked invasion by the Russians. And my thoughts are with the people of Ukraine and the difficult struggle that they have ahead of them. But we're not just fighting for the people of Ukraine and the sovereignty and self-determination of Ukraine. This long-running conflict is about freedom and democracy in Europe. Because if we don't stop Putin in Ukraine, we are going to see others under threat. The Baltics, Poland, Moldova, and it could end up in a conflict with NATO. We do not want to go there. That is why it's so important that we make the sacrifices now. And yes, there will be an economic cost here in Britain. There will be a cost in terms of access to oil and gas markets. We don't import much here, but there are a lot of imports into continental Europe from Russian gas, so inevitably there will be impacts. But we have to, and I firmly believe the British public understand the price we would pay if we don't stand up to Putin now. The price we would pay is much greater in the long term. And frankly, over the past 15 years, we haven't done enough to stand up to Putin. We're now facing the reality of what that means. And that is why we are taking a much tougher stand now.
Liz Truss, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're watching Sky News. Coming up, we meet the civilians taking up the fight for Ukraine.
Well, it's a unique piece, and basically it was a bit of a surprise for my 21st birthday. My dad bought me this notebook for the simple reason I was in Hollyoaks at the time, and I played the character Jude Cunningham. And my dad was at home in Wigan, and I was on a night shoot in Liverpool. And for some reason, he ended up on the phone to Sotheby's, and I think he was 2 bottles of wine in when he started bidding against an American. And he thought, I'll be damned if that goes to the USA, it's got to stay in Liverpool. And he ended up winning the bid and called me up when I was on set to say, guess what, you own the Hey Jude lyrics. And I'm like, what? That's a bit overwhelming for a 20-year-old. But after 20 odd years, we've decided to put it on public display at the Beatles Museum here in Liverpool, and it's their 30th anniversary. And I thought, you know what? It can't be under lock and key anymore. It can't, you know, these people really need to see it. The fans need to get back into Liverpool and understand this like amazing piece of rock and roll memorabilia. I've never touched it. You've got to wear white gloves and everything. It's completely secure. It's like, I mean, it's priceless, really. So, no, I am too clumsy to touch it. I've obviously seen it, but the guys at the museum said, do you want to hold it? I'm like, no, don't give it to me. I'll break it. It's kind of like it's a family heirloom, I guess. I've got 4 boys, the Fab 4, and number 4 is actually called Jude. But I mean, I don't think we'll ever sell it. You know, to be honest, my dad bought it for him. He just used it as an excuse to buy it for me, let's face it. But no, hopefully it'll stay in the family. But I just wanted to make sure that everybody in the world could benefit from it and understand it. And obviously, Sir Paul's playing at Glastonbury this year. So that, I mean, loads more fans will start coming in, and next generation will appreciate the brilliance that was the Beatles. I don't know any wedding, funeral, black tie-do that does not play Hey Jude. Everyone stands up and everyone sings to it. It's like a universal anthem. And I think one of my sons said to me yesterday, he says, it's a really famous song, Mummy. And I said, I think Hey Jude and Happy Birthday are the world's most famous songs, yeah.
A lot of action going on. I'm Alex Crawford and I'm Sky's special correspondent based in Istanbul.
This is what makes the job so fantastic.
Hello again. Ukraine's president has called for friends of Ukraine abroad to come and join its fight today. The country's military could also gain hundreds of civilian fighters if evidence we saw in one city in the east is anything to go by. Queues of men and some women were volunteering to join up. Others were sitting making Molotov cocktails. Well, they were in the city of Dnipro, from where our correspondent John Sparks sent this.
Within the confines of this community centre, the people of Dnipro rally to the cause, the defence of their city, the defence of their homes. The building was a blur of frenetic energy, of civic activism and patriotism as they prepare for war.
At first, we were scared, really scared. But now we are ready to fight. And fight like hell. So.
Some brought bed rests and blankets for the army. Others brought in medicine for the internally displaced. And new recruits for the military streamed through the door, although some seem less certain about it than others.
Изготавливаю алюминиевые окна, алюминиевые конструкции для больших домов. Ну, сейчас мне надо будет воевать.
You're ready to fight, you're ready to use a gun.
Уже готов. Раньше, может быть, у меня были какие-то сомнения, но теперь я готов точно. Это война.
Katerina Kozy is a bank manager with 2 daughters aged 11 and 4. And she's going to fight. Are you prepared to use a weapon?
Я гадаю, що так, але я стріляла тільки в тирі. Насправді, у мене не дуже там багато досвіду, але я швидко вчусь.
These budding recruits will hand over their details and wait for the call. Citizen fighters in a nation which is rapidly mobilizing. And the army has hundreds of thousands to draw on. This is an extraordinary thing. A spontaneous army forms in the middle of the city, although many here have little or no military experience. But it doesn't seem to matter. The Russians have a very strong military.
Моя думка, що один український воїн вартий як щонайменше 7 росіян.
Ukraine above all, they cry. National pride fuels donations and possible recruits, and it provides people who are ready to make arms. Round the back of the centre, residents got together to make Molotov cocktails. They're messy and they're fiddly. They take time to make, but their efforts are approved by the Ministry of Defence. I worry that a lot of people can lose their lives.
Мы не боимся умереть за нашу украинскую землю.
We're not afraid to die for our Ukrainian land, they said. The reality of war draws in on this city, a crucial transport hub in the east. And the people who live here know they may need to fight and die for it. John Sparks, Sky News in Dnipro.
Let me just update you with the situation in the city of Kharkiv. It is, of course, Ukraine's second biggest city. We know that there has been fighting underway, fierce battles there. Russian troops said to have entered the city of Kharkiv. Well, in the past few minutes, we've had a statement through the Reuters news agency quoting the city's governor, who says that Ukraine is in full control of Kharkiv. So that's the latest development from there. This, of course, as Ukrainian forces have slowed Russian troops despite nearing the capital, Kiev. The latest developments for you in a couple of minutes. Hello, this is Sky News. I'm Nick Qureshi. Here are the headlines at 11. Russian troops on the streets of Ukraine's second city, the battle for control of Kyiv. Ukraine's president says it has been a brutal night for his country, as the Foreign Secretary here warns the fighting could go on and on.
Last night in Ukraine was harsh. There was shelling again and bombardment of residential areas and civil infrastructure. There is no single object in the country which occupiers won't consider as a valid target.
The Ukraine president's message comes as Russia presses on, with Vladimir Putin congratulating his special forces fighting in eastern Ukraine. This is what Britain has had to say.
This could be a number of years, because what we do know is Russia have...
Hello, welcome. You're watching RT International. Now, peace talks between Russia and Ukrainian officials do appear to have once again reached a dead end as Moscow's delegation arrives in Belarus for the negotiations. Kiev says the location isn't appropriate. So let's get more on this now and go to RT's Don Corte. Joins us. Don, we know that these two sides have been struggling to get some sort of talks off the ground. And again, there is disappointment, it seems.
That's right, Andy. Well, Moscow has been ready to negotiate for days now, actually, and it just reiterated that. It sent a Russian delegation to Belarus to a location of Kiev's choosing, actually, according to the Kremlin spokesperson. This delegation has guaranteed the safety of any Ukrainians that are going to come to negotiate, but it said that it will leave after an hour if nobody shows up by that time. Let's take a listen to what Russian officials are saying about the potential for negotiations.
If you are concerned about Ukraine's fate, you need to come. You need to start the negotiations today. We can discuss a position that will really lead the parties to a common position. It can't be any other way because people's lives are at stake.
Now, at the same time, Zelensky earlier said he was ready for negotiations. At that time, Russia halted its military offensive to work out the details. Then he backtracked, saying that he wasn't ready for negotiations, and the offensive continued. Today, again, he said he was ready to sit down at the negotiating table, but then backtracked again. He said that Russia gave Ukraine an ultimatum that they had to put down their weapons and surrender at the last minute, so they've refused at this point. But let's take a listen to a little bit of what Zelensky said in his recent speech.
Now there is a lot of news about possible negotiations between Ukraine and Russia that can end this war and return peace to all of us. And Minsk is often mentioned as a platform for these negotiations, a platform that was not chosen by us. Now we are saying not Minsk. I sincerely hope that Belarus becomes as kind and safe again as everyone saw it not so long ago.
Now, Zelensky also said, as you heard there, he wasn't happy about the venue. He said he didn't want to negotiate in a country that was allowing Russia to attack Ukraine from its territory. But we also heard comment from the president of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko. He said that actually Zelensky is lying about this, that Belarus is not letting any war being waged against Ukraine from its own territory. And actually, it's actually come to... We're actually seeing Alexander Lukashenko potentially becoming a mediator in these potential negotiations. Let's take a listen.
Everyone is in Gomel and waiting. When they arrive, there will be negotiations. If they don't come, as the president of Russia told me yesterday, it's their choice. So for the last time I call for them to get a grip on common sense and make a decision. One's life is the most valuable.
Now, as I said before, the first time Zelensky said he was ready to negotiate, the Russian government halted its offensive. But it's important to note that this time Russia has said it's not going to halt its offensive, waiting for negotiations.
And Don, just bring us up to date then on the latest on events on the ground, because there are reports, aren't there, that Russian forces have recently entered the city of Kharkov in the east of the country.
That's right. The Russian military has entered the city of Kharkov. It's located in a region that borders both Donbass and the Russian Federation. Over the past several hours, we've been hearing reports that planes have been flying over that area. We've heard gunfire from that area, large bombs going off. And according to the Ministry of Defense, actually hundreds of Ukrainian soldiers surrendered after the Russian military entered Kharkov. And the reason for a lot of those sounds of explosions is that they've been saying that the Russian military has been destroying Ukrainian army depots in the area.
And also, we know, Don, there is fierce fighting, isn't there? The Russian Defense Ministry has told us in the city of Mariupol. What's the latest?
That's right. According to the Russian Defense Ministry, these neo-fascist armed groups are using tactics from the Syrian terrorist playbook. They're using so-called Bandera cars. These are off-road vehicles that are equipped with light artillery, and they've been rolling up to civilian installations and bombing them indiscriminately. Let's take a listen to what the Ministry of Defense had to say.
On February 26 from 4 p.m. to 4:20 p.m., Ukrainian nationalists from the Azov Battalion used Grad rocket launchers to attack residential areas in the suburbs of Mariupol and a school in the city of Mariupol. This resulted in the destruction of residential buildings and deaths among the civilian population. Russia's defense ministry had warned that Ukrainian nationalists were preparing to conduct such provocations.
OK, to Kharkov, Mariupol, at the centre of fighting at the moment, too. Don, just bring us up to date with other developments across the country.
Well, the Russian armed forces have recently blown up a dam that was built by the Ukrainians in 2014 after Crimea had declared that it wanted to become part of Russia. The purpose of this dam was to block clean water from making its way into Crimea. And that's actually over the years created a lot of severe shortages of clean water. But now that that dam's gone, the Ministry of Defense says water supplies are going to return to normal. It's also important to note that in the Chernobyl exclusion zone, this was taken by Russian forces 2 days ago. And after that happened, Ukrainian forces that were stationed there had agreed to jointly defend the area with the Russian military. This means that staff are still working there and radiation is at acceptable levels. And there hasn't been any fighting there since then. So that's basically the main takeaways from the fighting closer to the Russian border.
OK, well, thank you for the update there, Don. That was RT's Don Quarter, and we can speak now to journalist and geopolitical analyst Javid Rana about these latest developments, and thank you for your time this afternoon. Let's start with the attempts at formulating formulating some sort of peace talks between the two sides. Again, it seems to have reached a dead end. What are your hopes that the two sides can sit down and talk?
Well, I think common sense, I hope, prevails at the end of the day, because if there are no talks, if there are no peace talks, that means more violence in the Ukraine. And now, as the situation exists on the ground, it seems that the Russian forces will take over the entire Ukraine, and it may be in a matter of days and weeks. So I think it is an option with the Ukrainian government now to directly speak with the Russian government and hold negotiations and get concessions. And if the situation persists, I think that really does not bode well for the Ukrainian government, because already more than 150,000 people, they are internally displaced, and over 50 to 60,000 people, they are migrating to the European destinations. So that means more problems for the Europe as well. But I think there is unfortunately, it seems, a bigger game plan which is being played upon the Ukraine, and that is the West, perhaps it has been influenced by the military industrial complex. They want their weapons to be sold now in the Ukraine, and I think that may be a part of the problem, because it was well known to everybody that there is no match to the Russian military, and nonetheless, the Ukraine is not opting for the negotiations. That means that perhaps West wants more war in that part of the world.
OK, but of course they would argue that they're sending weapons in to defend Ukraine against the Russian military operation, as it's called by President Putin. But just stay on these peace talks, because is there hope in the sense that alternative locations for these peace talks are now being discussed, or at least put out there? Does that suggest there is a will, at least, to try and move forward here?
I think if the Ukraine doesn't agree upon any destination in Belarus, that means Turkey could possibly be another destination. But I think for that to happen, the Ukraine needs to have a will to negotiate. But they still believe that they can resist, and the Ukraine is being acted upon by the Western countries, and I think that is a part of the problem. If this conflict continues, if it persists, that means more humanitarian crisis. That means more selling of the weapons to the Western government, and then they are sending those weapons to the Ukrainian government. As a matter of fact, let me explain that West thinks that it may be another Afghanistan. This Ukraine is not Afghanistan. Already a significant portion of Ukraine population, they have the Russian origin. Russia has a support base inside Ukraine, and the ethnic composition and the religious composition of the Ukraine is as such that it would not resist to the Russian attacks. Unlike Afghanistan, it's a very different scenario. Let's hope the peace prevails, but my understanding of the situation is that as long as the Russian troops, they move forward, they take over more cities, the Ukraine probably would not be agreed to hold negotiations. Destination should not be a problem. I think Turkey may serve as an excellent destination for negotiations, because by and large, Turkey has stayed neutral in this conflict.
How concerned are you about the accusations that human shields are being used in this conflict? I know President Putin has made that claim against the Ukrainian military. We've heard the Ukrainian military make that claim about forces that are in the Donbass region at the moment.
I think that has been the typical tactics which have been used, the militants across the region. When a military cannot face a bigger military, then obviously they will shield themselves into the population centers. That means that they are creating conditions where the Russian military could possibly conduct airstrikes on the population center, and then the Western media will make a lot of hue and cry, and they will say the Russians are killing innocent citizens. The fact that the Ukrainian military, they cannot face the Russian military power, and that is why they have sought shelter inside the population centers. But that would be at the cost of the innocent civilians. But let me give you a bigger picture. Unfortunately, there has been a lot of hue and cry about what is happening inside the Ukraine. One wonders to understand that the Americans have been bombing Iraq, have been bombing Libya and other Middle Eastern countries, and particularly I would refer here about Iraq on a very false pretext of a presence of weapons of mass destructions. Now they say it was intelligence failure. They took over, they destroyed the entire country, and directly and indirectly, more than 1 million people have died there, and it has become a hotbed of the militancy. And now they are talking about similar things in Ukraine. They are making a hue and cry. Yes, unfortunately, there is a humanitarian crisis in Ukraine, but there was a far bigger crisis in Afghanistan. The Americans killed over 200,000 people there, and similarly, they have been killing tens of thousands in Libya and other countries. But again, it is a pure geostrategic game which is being played in that part of the world. Now I say that it smacks of the hypocrisy on the part of the Western medias when they talk about only one aspect of the humanitarian crisis in Ukraine, and they're forgetting of what they have been reporting and analyzing when it comes to the Muslim countries.
longer than many would have liked to get to this agreement between Canada, the US, the UK and European leaders, because many of these Western countries will also be impacted by the exclusion of some Russian banks from SWIFT. We don't yet know which banks or how many, but if you import luxury goods to Russia, for example, or have to buy your oil and gas from Russia, you rely on them being in SWIFT to process those payments. So this is why it has taken so long to reach. And it underscores the problem here, which is even while sanctions are being implemented against Russia, many countries in the West, certainly in Western Europe, still rely heavily on Russian energy products, oil and gas, and still pay Russia for their energy products, their oil and gas. So it undermines the sanctions somewhat. So will this work? We don't know. Certainly it's significant. The Russians do have their own system which can work around that somewhat. Certainly it can process domestic payments to non-Western countries, but it is significant. It's also not the only set of sanctions announced by that group today. They're also sanctioning the Russian central bank, limiting their access to the foreign currency reserves that they hold, this war chest they've built up of foreign currencies such as the dollar. Now, the idea there is, of course, it further isolates Russia financially, but it could devalue the ruble if they can't access foreign currencies as well. That pushes up domestic inflation at home. We all know how that can bite on sort of ordinary people in the country. It pushes domestic inflation up, and it will limit people's access to currencies in the country, putting further pressure on those banks. So it might really start to impact a lot of everyday Russians as well, not just the oligarchs so far that we've heard have been targeted by these sanctions. Whether it works, or whether this package of sanctions is enough to really dissuade President Putin from the actions he started, we'll have to wait and see, but they are significant.
All right, Madeleine, for now, many thanks indeed. Let's tell you about some other developments this morning. And North Korea has fired a suspected ballistic missile towards the sea off its east coast in what would be the first test in a month. Japan has warned the nuclear-armed country is quickly developing its missile technology. In response, South Korea said the launch was regrettable as the world tries to resolve the crisis in Ukraine. Russia is closing its airspace to planes from Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia and Slovenia in a retaliatory move for the four countries closing their airspace to Russian planes. It follows similar tit-for-tat actions taken against the UK, Poland, Romania and other nations. Google has blocked Russia's state-owned media outlet RT from receiving money for ads on its websites, apps and on YouTube. It follows a similar move from Facebook's parent company Meta, which also blocked RT from monetising ads on its platforms following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Russian state ballet company performances have been cancelled at several theatres in the UK, including the Wolverhampton Grand Theatre, the Derngate in Northampton and the New Theatre Peterborough. It follows London's Royal Opera House cancelling the summer tour by the Moscow-based Bolshoi Ballet. And Elon Musk has said his satellite internet service Starlink is now active in Ukraine following a request for help from the country's Deputy Prime Minister. Starlink is a system of satellites developed by his company SpaceX to bring the internet to underserved areas of the world. Ukraine's internet provision has been badly interrupted during Russia's invasion. Good to see you on Sky News. Coming up, ramping up economic pressure on Russia. We'll be talking about how likely the West's sanctions are to work in a few minutes.
Look at that sheet of flame, and it's moving this way.
And over there is Dover.
We track the changes happening to our world right now.
I think it's a procession of the Taliban. There they are, right here.
Would you, as Prime Minister, be able to look them in the face?
Let's have a look at both of those two things.
I just want to say thank you for having the courage to speak to us.
We do genuinely believe in what we do, to show the truth.
I thought there was an astonishing story there.
They say they can't go back to Myanmar yet. If they do, they fear they'll be killed.
We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world.
if there is a bigger explosion, this area would be in the danger zone.
These traffic jams snake for hours up and down this hillside. It means pressures aid can't access those in need.
You can see the depth of the water. If you have a look in front of us, there are people wading through it.
I think experiencing the 2 million person march in Hong Kong, that was a moment.
I don't like the Chinese government. It's cruel.
It was real people power in action.
Police have been firing tear gas and rubber bullets.
See fires all around us here, and just one of them is the size of around 31,000 football pitches.
Siobhan Robbins, Sky News, Bangkok.
Look at that sheet of flame, and it's moving this way.
And over there is Dover.
We track the changes happening to our world right now.
I think it's a procession of the Taliban. There they are, right here.
Would you, as Prime Minister, be able to look them in the face?
Let's have a look at both of those two things.
I just want to say thank you for having the courage to speak to us.
We do genuinely believe in what we do, to show the truth.
I thought there was an astonishing story there.
Let's bring you a breaking line on Ukraine. Some words from the Pope, in fact, this morning. In his words, Pope Francis saying there is an urgent need to open humanitarian corridors for Ukrainian refugees and to welcome them. In fact, this has come as Hungary, as said the foreign minister there, has disclosed that Hungary will help receive Ukrainian people who have arrived at the border, a number of several thousand people trying to flee Ukraine, most of them going to Poland, it has to be said, but some figures from various other nations, Hungary saying it will accept a number of refugees as the crisis tends to escalate there. But another word from the Pope, another sentence, he says, those who make war forget humanity, trust in the diabolic and perverse logic of weapons. So some strong words out of the Vatican this morning. These are people at one of the borders trying to get out of Ukraine. This is the Polish border as people try to head west. We were speaking, weren't we, to a British national, Thomas Jones, who said he's very, very sad to leave Ukraine and leave people behind, but feels he has no choice. The UNHCR said it estimated 120,000 had already left Ukraine, and the United Nations warning 4 million or so could try to flee if the war escalates. So that's the latest situation. The Pope says his heart, we're getting some various lines coming out of the Vatican now. Another sentence from the Pope, Pope Francis saying his heart is broken by the war in Ukraine. God is with peacemakers, not with those who use violence. OK, then, well, let's talk more, shall we, about the financial restrictions that are being imposed on Russia to try to put pressure on the government there. I'm joined now by Victoria Starich-Samelin, who's a co-founder of the international policy think tank, the Council on Geostrategy. Good to see you. Thank you for your time today. Plenty of countries attempting to ratchet up sanctions. Many have been criticised for being too slow. But we've got now Germany, haven't we, buying into this, trying to keep Russia out of this SWIFT system. Maybe you can explain the significance of that and whether that will have much effect.
Good morning, Nick. Yes, you're absolutely right. There's been a massive change, a shift in Germany's approach towards this crisis and also towards its dealings with Russia. And well, Germany eventually joined now the international effort of other countries, which has been led for a long time by the United Kingdom, to impose swift sanctions on Russia in response to this unprovoked war, which is being waged by authoritarian regime of Russia against Ukraine. But that's not the only change. Actually, this morning, the Chancellor of Germany, Olaf Scholz, also announced a significant change in defense policy of the country. And he mentioned the permanent increase in defense spending, as well as, well, we know that yesterday Germany eventually decided to provide some military support to support Ukrainian armed forces in this conflict. So Germany is one of the most influential countries in Europe, in the EU, also a very important ally of ours. And in the recent years, the policy the country took was slightly different from the policy in the United States or here in the UK. And it was certainly less robust, less realistic, and certainly more friendly towards Russia. However, as we see over the course of the past couple of days, the events we are witnessing in Ukraine, they eventually changed the course of Germany's foreign policy and defense policy too.
Yeah, let's talk specifically about Germany. That is one nation that has been heavily criticised for acting, and yet all these statements have come out the past 24 hours or so saying they are ratcheting up sanctions and doing what they can. That's quite interesting, many would see.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. So it's a very significant step because, well, when the war broke out a couple of days ago, Germany was hesitant to impose swift sanctions. There was also a position from other countries in the European Union following Germany's stance. And, well, we faced a problem of the lack of unity and decisiveness within the EU and also within NATO alliance, how to respond to Russia, how to show that actually this time things are different. It's not 2008 when Russia went into Georgia. It's not 2014. When Russia illegally annexed Crimea and started the war in the eastern parts of the country. It's different this time, and this is the message which is currently being sent towards to Russia and to Kremlin.
Can you just outline for us, we understand that the Foreign Secretary Liz Truss is going to hold talks with her G7 counterparts today to discuss additional sanctions on the Russian regime. What could they be and might they work?
Sanctions are part of the solution and an important part, really. So other potential sanctions might target the energy sector. This is a very delicate question because we know how dependent the European continent is on Russian energy supplies. However, this would be potentially the next step. Also further curbs on exports, further targeted sanctions, which will target the closest people to the Kremlin regime, oligarchs and businesses, potentially expanding further swift sanctions as well. However, we need to understand that sanctions is not the only solution, and we also must provide Ukraine with military support in the form of sending additional military weaponry and also providing diplomatic support and being united and decisive in our actions. The longer Ukrainians are able to defend themselves, to fight for their territorial integrity, for their sovereignty, for their independence, the longer they can show to the world that they want to have their country free and be able to choose its future, the harder it will become for Putin and his regime to wage this war against them.
Indeed, something that the Ukrainian president has called for, asking people to come and fight. All right, we'll leave it there for now. Many thanks indeed for your time today, Victoria Starrett-Samadine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, it is a big day for Chelsea fans. They take on Liverpool in the Carabao Cup final a little later at Wembley. Events, though, off the field likely to be the main focus. This after the club's long-standing owner, the Russian billionaire Roman Abramovich, announced he was handing over control to trustees. Well, joining us now is Sky Sports chief reporter Kave Solikol. So this announcement came out last night, and it has to be said, what Chelsea had to say has been rather slow in coming.
Yes, I mean, the announcement last night came out of the blue. Chelsea released a statement. The statement was only 110 words long, and it made no mention of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and it made no mention of Vladimir Putin. It did, though, say that Roman Abramovich was handing over stewardship and care of the club to basically Chelsea's community charity, the trustees who run that charity. Now, Chelsea were criticised for the fact that their statement last night did not mention Ukraine and Russia and what is happening at the moment. So this morning, I think they've tried to address that criticism and they released another statement. I'll read the statement out to you quickly. It just says, the situation in Ukraine is horrific and devastating. Chelsea's thoughts are with everyone in Ukraine. Again, a lot of people have noticed that even in this second statement, there is no mention of Russia. And also, it doesn't mention Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It just says the situation in Ukraine. So obviously, Chelsea are in a very difficult position because of the man who owns the club.
Now, what does this mean, in effect? Handing over control, but he's still going to be there, isn't he, really?
Look, he is the owner. Legally, he is the owner of Chelsea. He's somebody who bought the club 19 years ago. Since he bought the club, they've won 19 trophies. At the moment, they're European and world champions. And he's pumped in a phenomenal amount of money into the club, something like £1.5 billion. The message we're getting at the moment is that as far as the day-to-day running of the club is concerned, nothing is going to change. The same people who run the club yesterday are going to be running the club tomorrow. Also, funding of the club is not going to change. The club will be operating on the same kinds of budgets. But obviously, going forward, there are big questions. Chelsea supporters are thinking what is going to happen in the future, especially if Roman Abramovich is sanctioned by the UK government. If that was to happen, then obviously there would be big question marks over whether he could continue to own Chelsea Football Club.
Just briefly, what do you think fans are going to make of this? We've got the big League Cup final this afternoon.
I mean, a lot of Chelsea fans are very worried about what's going to happen to their club. But obviously, they know that what's happening in Ukraine at the moment is much more important. And we even heard from the Chelsea manager, Thomas Tuchel, on Friday, who made that exact point. Football is just a game. What is happening in Europe at the moment is much more serious and important.
All right, Kathy, great to see you. Thank you. Right, let's see what the weather's up to.
Look forward to brighter skies. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Most places will be fine today, but western parts will see rain and coastal gales later on. It will be mild, but with quite a chilly wind. Most parts will be dry and sunny this afternoon, but Northern Ireland, Eastern Ireland and northwestern Scotland will be cloudier for a time with a chance of a little rain. Western Wales and Western England may catch a few spots later, while Western Ireland will turn wet and windy. The far west can expect severe coastal gales by evening. Northern Ireland, Ireland and Scotland will see rain pushing across overnight with clearer skies and a scattering of showers following to most parts. Coastal gales will become confined to the northwest. Elsewhere, Western Wales and Western England will see rain later, while central and eastern England will be mainly dry. It will be mostly frost-free. Now, England and Wales are going to turn wet tomorrow, although the southeast will stay dry into the evening. Elsewhere, most parts will have sunshine and showers, but southern Scotland and the southeast of Ireland will see more general rain.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Now, coming up in a few minutes on Sky News, the Foreign Secretary Liz Truss tells us the Ukraine conflict could last a number of years. We'll have more of her assessments on the invasion in a couple of minutes. Hello, welcome back. The top stories for you here on Sky News. Ukraine's Interior Ministry has confirmed that Russian troops have entered Kyiv, Ukraine's second largest city, but the Ukrainians say they are still in control. The Foreign Secretary has told Sky News the conflict could last a number of years and the UK needs to be prepared for a very long haul of fighting Russian aggression. And Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has said residential areas and infrastructure were shelled by Russian forces in a brutal night. Let's hear a little more from the Foreign Secretary who spoke to Sky's Trevor Phillips earlier about the state of the military operation by Russia in Ukraine and the invasion and those moves taken by the UK and others to try to isolate Vladimir Putin.
Where is the military balance this morning?
Well, what we're seeing that the Ukrainian forces are continuing to resist Russian advances. We haven't seen overnight significant changes in what is happening on the ground, but we are seeing, I think, unexpected by the Russians, very, very strong and brave Ukrainian resistance. And it's our role as key supporters of Ukraine to continue to supply them with defensive weapons, continue to supply them with economic support to help them resist this egregious invasion.
To what extent do you think that Mr. Putin has failed to object his first, 3-day objectives?
Well, we said before this invasion took place that Vladimir Putin would be making a massive strategic mistake. First of all, because the Ukrainians would fight. And we're seeing them fight. We're seeing the incredibly brave leadership of President Zelensky. But also because they would be hit by severe Western sanctions. And last night, the G7 agreed that we would cut access for Russia to the SWIFT banking system, that we would target the Russian central bank, that we'll be putting more sanctions on oligarchs and companies. And you can see the reaction in the international markets. You can see the damage already to the Russian economy. But I fear, Trevor, that this will be a long haul. What I'm saying, though, is that the United Kingdom absolutely stands by Ukraine through this very long and difficult conflict.
By the way, when you talked about long haul, it's reported this morning you said that this could be 10 years.
This could be a number of years. Because what we do know is Russia have strong forces, but we know that the Ukrainians are brave, that they're determined to stand up for their sovereignty and territorial integrity, and they're determined to fight. And the sanctions that we are putting in place, and they are very, very tough sanctions, cutting the Russian economy at its knees, cutting access to the Western system. We've banned Aeroflot from flying into the United Kingdom. We're targeting key oligarchs. We've got a hit list of oligarchs. But these will take time to have an effect and debilitate the Russian economy. We need to wean Europe off Russian oil and gas. This will take time. So this is not going to be, I fear, over quickly, but we need to be prepared for a very long haul.
There are reports that the Belarusians have tried to open some conversation with the Ukrainians today. What do we know of that, and what do you think this means?
Well, what we know is throughout the diplomatic discussions we've been having, the Russians have lied. When I was in Moscow, I was assured by Sergei Lavrov there would be no invasion of Ukraine. That was not true. President Putin said there would be no invasion of Ukraine. That is not true. So what we know is that the Russians weren't and aren't serious about diplomacy. This is why our efforts should be focused on supporting the Ukrainians fight in Ukraine to defend their country and cutting off the Russian economy from the international system and degrading the Russian economy. Now, if the Russians are serious about negotiations, they need to remove their troops from Ukraine. They cannot negotiate with a gun to the head of the Ukrainians. They need to remove their troops, which is what they call for. They need to de-escalate this conflict. And I see absolutely no signs of that. We're continuing to see a Russian offensive in Ukraine. So, frankly, I don't trust these so-called efforts of negotiation.
So no talks until there's a complete withdrawal?
Absolutely.
For us to make a difference, our people are going to have to face some suffering, some consequences. Are you going to level with the British people that in order to force change in Moscow, people in Manchester and Maidstone and Merthyr Tydfil, anywhere else begins with M, are going to make sacrifices in this country as for what Neville Chamberlain once described as a quarrel in a faraway country between people of which we know nothing? Are you going to be clear with Britain that if we're going to fight this long battle, they are going to have to sacrifice?
Well, first of all, the sacrifices that we are going to have to undertake in Britain are nothing like the sacrifices that people in Ukraine are suffering now. You know, they are having to arm themselves, they are having to fight on the streets due to a completely unprovoked invasion by the Russians. And my thoughts are with the people of Ukraine and the difficult struggle that they have ahead of them. But we're not just fighting for the people of Ukraine and the sovereignty and self-determination of Ukraine. This long-running conflict is about freedom and democracy in Europe. Because if we don't stop Putin in Ukraine, we are going to see others under threat. The Baltics, Poland, Moldova, and it could end up in a conflict with NATO. We do not want to go there. That is why it's so important that we make the sacrifices now. And yes, there will be an economic cost here in Britain. There will be a cost in terms of access to oil and gas markets. We don't import much here, but there are a lot of imports into continental Europe from Russian gas, so inevitably there will be impacts. But we have to, and I firmly believe the British public understand the price we would pay if we don't stand up to Putin now. The price we would pay is much greater in the long term. And frankly, over the past 15 years, we haven't done enough to stand up to Putin. We're now facing the reality of what that means. And that is why we are taking a much tougher stand now.
The Foreign Secretary there speaking to Trevor Phillips. Well, Ukraine's president has been leading from the front since his country came under attack a few days ago, dressed in khaki, appealing in Ukrainian and in Russian for help for his country and setting out its defiance. It's a long way from television comedy, which is where Volodymyr Zelensky made his living before being elected president 3 years ago. More from our security and defence editor, Deborah Hayes.
Face tired, but the message still tough.
Я тут. Ніяку зброю ми не складемо. Будемо захищати нашу державу.
This former comic actor cast in a new role of wartime commander-in-chief. Speaking on the eve of the war, one minister said he'd rise to the challenge and his past media career would help.
He already a president for around 3 years, and he learned a lot. And especially in the crisis, people who worked in our business used to be under the pressure for a whole period of time.
That pressure exploded hours later when the first missiles struck. Here, seemingly from his phone, the moment the president announced Russia had invaded. Hard to believe this was him just a few years ago, playing the role of a politician who becomes a leader, now handling the gravest security crisis in Europe for real. On the deserted streets of Kyiv, there's new support for their TV star turned statesman.
I think our president became a real leader since the last 48 hours, because before I was not quite happy about him.
Я думаю, что он достойный лидер, несмотря на то, что я голосовал не за него, но я не против того, что президент Зеленский у нас.
The president knows regime change is Vladimir Putin's ultimate goal, but if that threat scares him, he's not letting it show. In fact, when the US offered to evacuate him from the capital for his own safety, he apparently responded, "I need ammunition, not a ride."
Nice to see you. How are you?
It's a stark change from almost up until the bomb started dropping, when he'd played down the threat to the bemusement of Western allies. Here on a recent holiday, as Russian troops massed at the border. Yet when that optimism was shattered, the president didn't shy away.
Всім добрий вечір.
Instead, playing to his strengths, using social media posts to rally his people. A very different approach from his arch-enemy, who's distant from even his closest ministers. The smears hurled at Zelensky, all the more insulting, given he's Jewish.
Чем с этой шайкой наркоманов и неонацистов, которая засела в Киеве и взяла в заложники весь украинский народ.
No hostages here, just a president holding his nerve. Deborah Haynes, Sky News, Kyiv.
Well, we'll talk about the refugee situation in a few minutes. The United Nations saying today that 368,000 people have left Ukraine for Poland and other neighbouring states. You can see people there desperate to get out of Ukraine. Live on the Polish border, we'll be joining Adam Parsons in a few minutes.
Well, it's a unique piece, and basically it was a bit of a surprise for my 21st birthday. My dad bought me this notebook for the simple reason I was in Hollyoaks at the time, and I played the character Jude Cunningham, and my dad was at home in Wigan, and I was on a night shoot in Liverpool, and for some reason he ended up on the phone to Sotheby's, and I think he was 2 bottles of wine in when he started bidding against an American, and he thought, I'll be damned if that goes to the USA, it's got to stay in Liverpool. And he ended up winning the bid and called me up when I was on set to say, guess what, you own the Hey Jude lyrics. And I'm like, what? That's a bit overwhelming for a 20-year-old. But after 20 odd years, we've decided to put it on public display at the Beatles Museum here in Liverpool, and it's their 30th anniversary. And I thought, you know what? It can't be under lock and key anymore. It can't, you know, these people really need to see it. The fans need to get back into Liverpool and understand this like amazing piece of rock and roll memorabilia. I've never touched it. You've got to wear white gloves and everything. It's completely secure. It's like, I mean, it's priceless, really. So, no, I am too clumsy to touch it. I've obviously seen it, but the guys at the museum said, do you want to hold it? I'm like, no, don't give it to me. I'll break it. It's kind of like it's a family heirloom, I guess. I've got 4 boys, the Fab 4, and number 4 is actually called Jude. But I mean, I don't think we'll ever sell it. You know, to be honest, my dad bought it for him. He just used it as an excuse to buy it for me. Let's face it. But no, hopefully it'll stay in the family. But I just wanted to make sure that everybody in the world could benefit from it and understand it, and obviously Paul's playing at Glastonbury this year, so that, I mean, loads more fans will start coming in, and next generation will appreciate the brilliance that was the Beatles. I don't know any wedding, funeral, black tie-do that does not play Hey Jude. Everyone stands up and everyone sings to it. It's like a universal anthem. And I think one of my sons said to me yesterday, he says, it's a really famous song, Mummy. And I said, I think Hey Jude and Happy Birthday are the world's most famous songs, yeah.
A lot of action going on. I'm Alex Crawford and I'm Sky's special correspondent based in Istanbul.
This is what makes the job so fantastic.
Hello again. Thousands of people, mainly the elderly, women and children, are crossing over into neighbouring countries as they try to escape Ukraine. The United Nations, in fact, has said more than 368,000 have left for Poland and other neighbouring states. Well, Sky's Adam Parsons joins us at a temporary holding centre for refugees near the Polish-Ukraine border, or should I say on the border. Adam, what's the situation there? People desperate to get out, clearly.
Yeah, this is Moynish. This is a place where they bring you when you've just come from the border. The border's just up there, a crossing called Krakowec. We were there, and we came down on a bus with dozens and dozens of people who had just arrived from Ukraine into Poland, and this is where they are brought. If we just walk around, I can show you this collection here. You will see of people holding signs. This is what greets you when you get off the bus, are all of these signs. Now, what they're offering is accommodation, they're offering transport, they're offering journeys to neighbouring towns, sometimes actually some of the big cities. We've seen a sign offering to take people to Krakow. That's a fair 2.5-hour journey. Even the Jehovah's Witnesses over there offering support. And we travelled here, I have to say, with people who ranged in emotions from either jubilant, pleased to get out of their country, or absolutely exhausted, crestfallen, devastated. I was standing on the bus looking at this young woman who must have been in her early 20s. I'm not sure I've ever seen somebody look quite so distraught, quite so hollowed and tired. In fact, if we show you here, just as another bus arriving here, we'll move on, and they will be greeted, I think, by all of this wave of goodwill and attention. Now, a lot of these people who come off will actually have families or support with them, people who have come to greet them. And these are not just Ukrainians. When I was here a few moments ago, I was chatting to a group of Africans. There was some from Angola, from Nigeria, from Tanzania. They were studying, they'd been in Kiev, one in Kyiv, a couple in Odessa, and had found themselves suddenly caught up in this war and looking for a way out, and had been met by embassy staff here who will take them away. Now, the overwhelming sense you have is that Poland is doing everything it can to make people welcome. The normal rules around border crossings have been taken away. Look at this lady coming through here. Let's give her some space with her child. Seeing a lot of children. And we should remind ourselves that almost all of these people, almost all of the Ukrainians who are coming out of here are women and children. Men between 18 and 60 have been told to stay in Ukraine and to fight for their country. And that is what you see, is the vast majority of visitors of arrivals, I should say, are women and children. These buses come regularly. This isn't a kind of once of an hour thing. And they are running 24 hours a day. And one of the reasons for that is that on the other side, which is a couple of miles from us, on the Ukraine side of the border, the queues are vast. We have car queues that now go back 25 miles, maybe 30 miles, and the predictions of how long you will be in that queue keep going up. It was a day. Yesterday we reported it as having gone from 2 days, maybe 2.5 days. I'm told today it's 3 days, and those queues are simply getting longer. We've seen film also of people trying to get on the train in Lviv in Ukraine to come here to Poland, which is the first stop inside the EU. And again, those platforms are absolutely packed. Another bus arriving here, and I can see a very, very small child sitting right at the front of that bus. And it is this continuous wave of humanity that I think strikes you as completely shocking. And we have to pinch ourselves and remind ourselves, this is Europe. I'm in the European Union right now. This isn't some distant conflict that is more difficult to understand. This is the European Union. There is war raging miles away over there in Ukraine, the biggest country in Europe other than Russia. And the European Union is having to pick up the pieces. And yesterday, the EU made a couple of important decisions. One, Germany allowing weapons to be brought in to be supplied to Ukraine. We've seen military vehicles, a large military convoy heading to the border so far, and also these decisions about curtailing Russia's access to finance. Those are all the political decisions, but this is the real-world effect.
Adam, many thanks indeed. And in fact, the Pope has said there is an urgent need to open humanitarian corridors for Ukrainian refugees. Live with Mark Austin in Ukraine next.
This is Sky News. It's noon in the UK, 2 o'clock here in Kiev. These are the headlines. Russian troops on the streets of Ukraine's second city, the battle for control of Kharkiv. Ukraine remains in control there, says the city's governor, after the country's president says Russian forces are fighting everyone and everything alive.
Last night in Ukraine was harsh. There was shelling again and bombardment of residential areas and civil infrastructure. There is no single object in the country which occupiers won't consider as a valid target.
President Putin appears on TV to congratulate his special forces, while Britain warns the conflict is unlikely to be over quickly.
This could be a number of years, because what we do know is Russia have strong forces, but we know that the Ukrainians are brave, that they're determined to stand up.
Tense night and another tense day here in the Ukrainian capital, but there's no sign yet of a major Russian assault. The exodus of people from Ukraine, the United Nations estimates there are more than 350,000 refugees. And the fallout from concerns over Russian money. Roman Abramovich, the billionaire owner, hands over control of Chelsea Football Club. Good afternoon from Kiev. A Ukrainian city of nearly 1.5 million people is the focus of fighting in the country today. Kharkiv is close to the Russian border in the east of Ukraine. A gas pipeline was hit by missiles in the early hours of this morning, and a British intelligence assessment says there has been an intensive exchange of rocket artillery. The city's governor said this lunchtime that Ukraine is still fully controlling the area. These are the key developments so far today. Ukraine's Interior Ministry has confirmed that Russian troops have entered Kharkiv, Ukraine's second largest city. President Volodymyr Zelensky has submitted an application to the International Court of Justice in The Hague requesting an urgent ceasefire. As the international backlash continues, Finland, Italy and the Netherlands have joined a growing list of countries closing their airspace to Russian planes. And the United Nations says more than 368,000 people have now fled Ukraine, with the number expected to rise. Our correspondent Hannah Thomas-Peter reports on the situation on day 4 of this invasion.
Street fighting in Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv. These are believed to be Ukrainian soldiers trying to repel Russia's advance. These appear to be abandoned Russian vehicles, evidence of an invasion that is now reaching its 4th day.
Last night in Ukraine was harsh. There was shelling again and bombardment of residential areas and civil infrastructure. There is no single object in the country which occupiers won't consider as a valid target. They are fighting against everyone and everything alive, against kindergartens, against residential buildings and ambulances. They are using rocket artillery, missiles, against entire cities' districts, which never had and don't have now any military infrastructure.
The Russians are facing fierce resistance, but the damage has been extensive. This is an oil and gas terminal burning outside the capital, Kiev. And as people move underground to protect themselves, Western powers are trying to ramp up the pressure on Russia's President Vladimir Putin.
All of the warnings about the severe cost of this conflict in terms of humanitarian cost, in terms of cost for the Russian state. I mean, this could well be the beginning of the end for Putin. And I fear that he is determined to use the most unsavoury means in this war. But he should be aware that the International Criminal Court is already looking at what is happening in Ukraine, and there will be serious consequences for him personally.
But President Putin, whose troops seem to be advancing through the streets of a previously peaceful democracy, apparently cares little for consequence.
I would like to thank the commanders and the servicemen and the veterans of the special forces for an impeccable service for the benefit of Russia and our people. I'm especially grateful to those who are heroically carrying out their duty in the course of the special operation to assist Donbas and Lugansk republics. I wish you luck, success, and all the best.
There are many who are determined to stop Russian aggression, including these Ukrainian truck drivers returning from Poland to fight.
I'm going to war. I'm going to war. My brother will stay with my mother, my grandfather, and I will go to war with my father.
For the moment, there is no prospect of peace talks, and so in Ukraine's capital, Kiev, they make Molotov cocktails to defend themselves, preparing for violence they know will come. Hannah Thomas-Peter, Sky News.
Well, this is the situation across Ukraine as we understand it as I speak. Over the past 24 hours, there have been reports of heavy fighting right across the country. Ukrainian officials say Russian troops have entered Kyiv, that is the country's second largest city. Officials also reported fighting and explosions on the outskirts of the capital here, Kyiv, and of Sumy and Odessa. Meanwhile, Russia's defense ministry claim they have completely blocked the strategic ports of Kherson and Berdyansk. In Kyiv, Ukrainian local officials say street fighting has broken out in multiple areas of that city. A Ukrainian presidential aide claims half of Russian transporter vehicles have been destroyed, with civilians urged to stay inside after a nearby gas pipeline was blown up. And in Kiev, Zelensky's office reported an explosion at the Zhytomyr airport. Flames billowed into the sky after an oil depot near an airbase at Vasilkiv was bombed amidst intense fighting. Well, Security and Defence Editor Deborah Haynes is with me here. And Deborah, I mean, the fighting in Kyiv is interesting. It seems to have, been changing hands in a night of intense firefights.
It's so extraordinary what's happening. We're in day 4 now, and we've been told by Ukrainian and Western officials that the position that Russia finds itself in is absolutely not the position it had planned for. I think it had imagined that it would be able to have at least taken some cities by this point, but instead they're still battling for territory. And what we're seeing on the ground from pictures that are emerging from Kyiv in particular today is an intense firefight between the two sides. It seems, like you said, it's going back and forth. It's a battle right now, but it's incredibly important because up until now, the Ukrainian military has, you had the Foreign Secretary this morning saying that unexpected, or you can hear there's been a few booms here in Kiev as well as just now, that she said that she thought that the Russians would found the Ukrainian resistance a surprise, like the level of resistance. And of course, they're being buoyed by the fact that the Western world has rallied once again to give ammunition and weapons to the country. So this is not going in the direction that Russia wanted it to. And the worry is that they will then escalate the violence and there will be more indiscriminate fire as they try to achieve success in a mission that President Putin has effectively bet his presidency on.
We were broadcasting, a week or so ago from Kyiv, and it's so close to the Russian border, and it's crucial for Putin if he wants to, carve out another chunk of eastern Ukraine.
Yes, and also it's a Russian-speaking, majority Russian-speaking city, and I wonder if he really genuinely did imagine that his troops would be welcomed with open arms by Russian-speaking Ukrainians. If that is the case, he's clearly now had a rude surprise that absolutely has not been the reality on the ground. you know, hopefully it's a reality check. The information, the disinformation coming from Moscow in terms of justifying this whole operation. You talked about how the Ukrainian president had gone to the International Court of Justice and specifically talking about how Russia manipulated the term genocide to justify the actions in this country. And the reality on the ground is people here, it's an independent sovereign nation. Regardless of politics, people don't want invading troops tearing up their cities, which is what's happening now, including here in Kiev, where we're under curfew.
Just a quick word about here. There is this curfew. It's a long curfew, and it's designed to enable them to kind of root out these Russian infiltrators that they're convinced are here.
Yeah, it's really interesting. So we've been told that the sort of two-pronged approach. You've got the overt military action with the tanks and the troops and the planes and the bombs, and then covertly you have irregular Russian forces. They could perhaps, for example, be wearing Ukrainian uniforms, but they've managed to get into the city in small groups. Obviously, understandably, very hard to detect. And we've been told that the reason for this curfew is designed to enable the Ukrainian security forces to find these people and presumably detain them.
And there was an incident around a car. I think there were arrests, and I think we've got pictures of that.
Yeah, so just outside where we're broadcasting from, a car was stopped and 2 individuals taken away. We obviously don't know why or what they were doing. It could potentially be that they regard them as suspects, or that they are just as an example of them enforcing this strict curfew. Like, nobody is allowed out other than to go to bomb shelters. You can't even go out for food.
But I mean, the tension, just an example right there, isn't it, of the tension?
Yeah, absolutely.
In this city.
And it is, I mean, you can imagine like paranoia sinking in too, which is the danger, where people innocently are being challenged and detained. But for the security services, it's an extraordinarily difficult challenge to try to prevent infiltration from within. It's what we saw back in 2014, wasn't it?
Yeah.
When you had those groups massing and taking control of government buildings.
Yeah,
Clearly
absolutely.
they're trying to stop that.
Absolutely. And these pictures just below us a short time ago this morning. Well, as I was saying, now day 4 of Russia's invasion, and still here in the centre of the Ukrainian capital. There's no sign of Russian troops on the ground. Very different situation, as we've heard, in the second biggest city, Kyiv. The former senior soldier and a co-chair of Universal Defence and Security Solutions, General Sir Richard Barrons, is in Sky News Centre now. Richard, just bring us up to date with where we are.
Thank you very much, Mark. So the big changing news overnight has been what we believe to be the Russian 4th Tank Army, instead of bypassing the city of Kharkiv, is now assaulting into it with light forces so far. So let's take a look at a little more detail at Kharkiv. It's a city of about 1.4 million people, roughly the same size as Newcastle. So a modern European-style city which is now being fought over. But what we've seen so far has been the application really of Russian light forces rather than the heavier forces, and that's an easier proposition for the Ukrainian defenders. But let's be clear, the main effort today, the centre of gravity for politics and the military war, is Kiev. So let's look at a map of Kiev. So we know that during the course of yesterday, Russian forces have advanced certainly from the northwest, and we think clearly too from the northeast, and are now on the outskirts of Kyiv. What we haven't seen so far is more than the commitment of Russian light forces. And as has just been described, we know that in the middle of Kyiv, they are hunting down Russian irregular forces, special forces, that kind of thing. And that has caused a general alarm in the city and a curfew which continues throughout to today. However, we need to be clear that this is still just the opening rounds of the battle for Kiev, because we need to understand the capability the Russians can bring to bear. Having said that, the Russian forces have not been as successful so far as was intended. And why is that? Well, a combination of inexperience, logistic shortfalls, the need to revise their plans as they've driven down the roads toward Kyiv, and of course, stiff opposition. And it's day 4, so everyone's forces will now be pretty tired. But let's look at some of the capability that we need to take into account. On this picture here, you can see the armoured forces that the Russians are looking to produce. Well, clearly not. Yes, there we are. So what we have in the top left-hand corner are very high capability Russian military aircraft capable of dropping bombs and firing precision missiles. In the top right corner here, heavy artillery with a range of about 24 kilometres, an indiscriminate weapon in a built-up civilian area. On the left here, the BMP-3, that's an armoured vehicle that carries infantry in the back and has a gun and a missile launcher on the top. And on the right here, the T-72 tank with a range of its gun of about 2 miles. However, although these weapons are closing up to Kiev now, we know that somewhere in the background, not yet seen deployed around these cities, are much heavier weapons. So let's start with this one. It's a thing called the 2S7. It's the heaviest artillery gun in the world. Its caliber is 203 millimeters. It fires a shell that weighs 110 kilograms to a distance of about 37 kilometers. So this could reach anywhere in Kyiv. And worse than that is this thing called the TOS-1. It's a rocket launcher. It fires 30 of these rockets at once with a range of about 6,000 meters. It delivers essentially a wall of flame capable of destroying a city block at a time. We saw this used, for example, in Chechnya. If this sort of weapon is deployed against Kiev, we'll be looking at the use of conventional weapons that have the effect of weapons of mass destruction. So the key issue for the day is, as the Russian forces close up to Kiev, are they going to apply this sort of overwhelming firepower to destroy the city that they think they're trying to liberate? So let's look at the overall military situation again. And what we've seen so far is successful Russian incursions, something like this. And we need to bear in mind that so far the Russians have used about half of the forces that they had assembled on the borders of Ukraine. And the key issue for the Ukrainian defenders is, in dealing with these incursions, they're beginning to be encircled, and they will have to decide during the course of the next few days or so whether they fall back towards Kiev or whether they allow themselves to be encircled and fight it out. And when it comes to that, on this last map, this is the thing that underpins this entire campaign and the outcome of this war. So this shows the language distribution in Ukraine, and you can see towards the east of the country a predominance of Russian speakers. The further west you go, it's more and more Ukrainian speakers. So what President Putin is discovering is that he is trying to occupy by force the second largest country in Europe with a population of about 41 million people. At least 35 million of them resent, resist, and reject the Russian occupation. And with a force even of 200,000 soldiers, there is no way that you can occupy a country against their will of 35 million people and control it, unless you are prepared to deploy so much force that very quickly the word genocide will be on our lips. Back to you, Mark.
Well, Richard, if you can hear me, Richard, it's very interesting what you're saying there, and clearly we hope that very little of what you've just been describing comes about. My question would be, are you surprised at how hard the Russians are finding it here?
I'm not as surprised as President Putin is, because we knew that the Ukrainians were going to resist the Russian invasion. And I think what President Putin and his inner circle have underestimated is just how effective the Ukrainian people were going to mobilize not just their military, but their entire civil society against this Russian invasion. He probably thought that they would be welcomed, and that's clearly not happening. And then I think he will also be surprised at just how poorly, in some ways, his armed forces have operated, and that's because they are very inexperienced at war of this scale, and I would imagine many of them are surprised to be finding they've been invited to kill their neighbours.
Yeah, OK. Well, General, thank you very much indeed. And we're certainly finding here that the strength of the resistance of ordinary people is quite extraordinary. Now, the Foreign Secretary Liz Truss said today that Russia had lied about its intentions towards Ukraine, as she warned that the conflict could get very bloody. She was speaking after the UK joined the European Union and America in agreeing to eject some Russian banks from the international banking system SWIFT. Our People and Politics correspondent, Nick Martin, is in Westminster this lunchtime, and the moves against Russia announced over the past 12 hours would appear to be very damaging to Russia's economy.
Yes, Mark, and it's fascinating just hearing that assessment of how problematic this military assault might be for Russia. But just consider the impact that these financial sanctions will have on their ability to pay for this and to keep their own economy running. Now, it's taken a few days for Western nations to sort of get all on the same page on this, but now it does appear that Europe, UK, US, Canada are prepared to put a growing number of selected Russian banks on the list, banning them from this SWIFT system. That's the financial messaging system that sort of facilitates big transfers of money from country to country. That effectively is going to cut off many of Russia's big banks from the rest of the financial world. Now, that is significant, and the Western nations have released a statement today saying we stand with the Ukrainian government and the Ukrainian people in the heroic efforts to resist the Russian invasion, have said that these sanctions on selected Russian banks are in direct response to this invasion. Now, Labour have largely agreed with this. The Shadow Foreign Secretary David Lammy, though, says that more banks should be put on this list. Here's what he said.
We are saying that we think there should be more banks listed. We can't understand why it's still the case that there are major banks that are not subject to Russian banks that are not subject to sanctions. We've raised issues about the sectors including. Insurance should be included. It should not be possible for Vladimir Putin to effectively de-risk his war escapade in Ukraine. We're concerned about family members of some of those oligarchs.
Now, there are further sanctions which we believe will be coming in the next few days. The Russian central bank will be prevented from effectively deploying its international reserves elsewhere, i.e. taking them out of Russia and putting them in other banks around the world to protect them. There'll also be sanctions against people and entities that support the regime of Vladimir Putin. And there'll also be money and sanctions waged against a disinformation war. Now, last night, the Prime Minister here in the UK, Boris Johnson, called the ratcheting up of economic sanctions akin to tightening the ligature on the Russian economy. Mark.
Nick, thank you very much indeed. Well, thousands of people, mainly the elderly, women and children, are crossing over into neighbouring countries as they try to escape Ukraine. The United Nations says more than 368,000 people have left for Poland and other Eastern European states. Sky's Adam Parsons is at a temporary holding centre for refugees at Moylna in Poland, near the Ukraine border. And Adam, as the Russians sort of push towards these cities, it's quite likely that many thousands more will be heading your way.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely inevitable, Mark. In fact, what we're seeing is a day-on-day huge increase, probably double yesterday, the number of people coming into Poland as the day before. And there is, well, I was going to say, there's no sign of that slowing, absolutely the reverse. In fact, the reports are that the queues on the Ukrainian side of this border are just getting longer and longer. I think when we arrived in Poland, it was probably about a day wait. We're now being told that people are waiting for 3 days to get across the border. We spoke to somebody just a little earlier who had spent 4 days travelling out of Ukraine to get here. Now, this centre is where you are brought. We came here on a bus about an hour ago with a group, dozens of people who had just crossed the border from Ukraine, came here into Poland. And amidst them, well, you see around us here, this sort of range of emotions. You get some people who are happy, they're pleased to be here, they're relieved, they feel that this is their sort of chance of a new start. And I saw other people on that bus who were absolutely drained, who were in tears, and who had that look in their eyes of complete bewilderment. We don't know, but these people have left behind families, loved ones, and in many cases they've left behind a husband or a partner, boyfriend, because the people who are mainly coming here are women and children. Those are the Ukrainians, because Ukrainian men aged between 18 and 60 are thought to stay in their country and to fight for Ukraine. But you also see a lot who are not Ukrainians, who are students. I spoke a little earlier to Angolans, to Tanzanians, to Nigerians who had been studying, who one of them told me they had been to hell in part of their journey. I think you're also seeing this woman has got her pet. The Polish authorities have said very clearly, you can come here, even if you don't have the right ID, even if you don't have a COVID test, don't worry. Come here and we will process you. We will give you home. We will look after you. But it takes time. This is the EU's border. They have to do checks. Right, look at this bus here. This is just pulling in. This bus will be full of dozens of people who have just crossed into Poland from the Ukrainian side. And I should say, these buses are being driven. The reason you're seeing so many firefighters here, this is a voluntary project by Polish firefighters. They are looking after people. They're driving 24 hours a day. And these firefighters aren't local. Some of these have come from the westernmost extreme of Poland. They have crossed this huge country. And now you see people touching down and these emotional reunions that we are seeing again and again. These are people who've come from the biggest country in Europe, which is being battered by Russia, and they've entered the European Union. For them, this is a kind of sense of salvation. We do have to remember, this is Europe 2022, and this is the result of war.
Yeah, I mean, these are just moving pictures. These are families being torn apart, Adam, and you are seeing, I mean, right behind you now, there are people relieved to arrive there, and there are many men, I can tell you, this side, who are in despair, but believe they do have to fight for their country, and that is what is happening. And so you have children and women like that you are seeing there, safe now, separated from their men who have been banned from leaving, if they're fighting age, Ukraine, and this is the result. Pictures there from Adam Parsons. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, well, this is Sky News, a very loud, sharp sound of gunfire here, but mercifully brief. After we come back, we'll be talking about Roman Abramovich. He's stepping back from the club he owns, Chelsea, just before their team play in the latest Wembley final. We will be there live.
Look at that sheet of flame, and it's moving this way.
And over there is Dover.
We track the changes happening to our world right now.
I think it's a procession of the Taliban. There they are, right here.
Would you, as Prime Minister, be able to look them in the face?
Let's have a look at both of those two things.
I just want to say thank you for having the courage to speak to us.
We do genuinely believe in what we do, to show the truth.
I thought there was an astonishing story there.
Welcome back. This is Sky News live from Ukraine. Our top stories so far. Ukraine's Interior Ministry has confirmed that Russian troops have entered Kyiv, Ukraine's second largest city. The Foreign Secretary has told Sky News the conflict could last a number of years and the UK needs to be prepared for a very long haul of fighting Russian aggression. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has said residential areas and infrastructure were shelled by Russian forces during a brutal night. Well, joining me now here in Kiev is Kira Rudik, who is a Ukrainian MP, opposition MP, leader of the pro-European political party, who we spoke to the day before yesterday. And it's very good to talk to you again, Kira. And I'm sure that you've been all morning hearing the sounds that we've been hearing, feeling as if the Russians are closing in slowly on this city.
Hello, it's good to be talking to you as well. Well, I'm actually in a very good mood right now. And for 4 days, we've been told that Kyiv will fall, but we haven't fallen and we are resisting. And I think we are showing quite and we are surprising both the world and Putin with Ukraine's resistance. Yes, the shelling is hard, and tonight it was probably the hardest night because of the fires and because of the amount of times we've got the sirens to go to the bomb shelter. However, it has also been time when we know more and more about Russian plans and about the things that they, like the entrance to the city that they can use. As of right now, we are patrolling the streets, even though there is a curfew. There are still the resistance groups that are patrolling the streets and making sure that the situation is under control. I think that we are doing pretty good right now, and I'm very, very optimistic in terms of what's going to happen to Kyiv within the next couple of days. We are getting our resistance troops out to the north to keep the Russian soldiers away, and to the south to make sure that the entrances to the city will not be closed.
And are you hearing much about what is happening in Kharkiv? There's serious fighting going on there. It seems that the city, the second biggest city in Ukraine, is changing hands all night and certainly this morning. What are you hearing?
Well, of course, Putin doesn't have any victory within the 4 days. So he would basically raise the stakes. And one of the things he's trying to do is to take at least Kharkiv. From what I know right now from my friends there and the leaders of the resistance there, they are fighting very hard and they definitely wouldn't be giving it away. The information regarding that Kharkiv has been taken off, it is not confirmed. And I have the information that is still under Ukrainian control and will be. So there are forces from Ukrainian side that are moving in there to help to protect it, but we also have to move forces to the south of the country, because we heard that there is a additional strategy now being made that they will try to cut us off the Black Sea.
And what do you make, Kira, of the protests that have been going on in Russia, across the world? There is more protests going on today. I think in Berlin, there's a big protest going on this morning. What do you make of the protests that are taking place?
Well, it makes my heart sing when I see how much support we are getting from people all over the world. And I hope that the governments of those countries hear and see this support and this will allow us to get more and more military support that we need right now, because Ukrainians are not running, we are resisting. And what we need right now, continuously need, is first of all, the no-fly zone from the NATO country, countries. And then we need military support. We need additional sanctions, not only on certain Russian banks, but on the whole Russian financial system, because this is what makes Putin worry not about Ukraine, but about the existence of Russia itself. And if you ask me how I think we could win this war, given that this is a little bit of David versus Goliath situation, I see it as a united effort of all democratic countries versus Putin, where Ukrainians are fighting with their arms and the world is fighting with the support, the sanctions, and actually making Russia weaker. And what we have seen so far, it's been working very well. There are demonstrations throughout Russia where people are saying, why should we suffer? Because our leader is a crazy person. There has been demonstrations throughout the world where people are saying to our governments, look, Ukrainians are fighting, maybe we should support them better. So I think this...
Yeah, well, I can tell you, Kira, I can tell you that you won't be able to see, but on the screen now, right alongside you, are pictures live from Berlin. And there are thousands of people out, with many of them with Ukrainian flags. But it is quite a scene in Berlin, and it has been a scene repeated in many countries. But that is a very big demonstration we are seeing live now on our screens from Berlin. And it does seem over the last day or two, Germany really making an effort in terms of supplying weapons and then increasing defence spending. But there is the people of Berlin out there now, Kira. And I just wanted to ask you one question. I was reading yesterday that you had a way of helping children deal with the sound of the bombing that is repeatedly taking place here. Just talk to me a little about that.
So I read it somewhere on the internet, and we've been using it to deal with the children who are very afraid on the sounds of sirens and what to do. So we are calling it a game of turtle. So when you hear the siren about Air Force attack, you need to get on the ground. You need to open your mouth and put your palms over your ears if you can get to the bomb shelter. And this means you're not resisting an attack. You're playing a turtle. So it's we had to play turtles quite a few times during the last couple of days. But this is a good way to keep children from trauma, just making it look like it's all just a game.
Well, Kira, look, it's very good to talk to you. Thank you very much for being with us again. And maybe we'll check in with you maybe in the next couple of days. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Now, it's a big day for Chelsea fans as they take on Liverpool in the final of the Carabao Cup at Wembley. But events off the field are likely to be a big focus after the club's long-standing owner, the Russian billionaire Roman Abramovich, announced he was handing over control to trustees. Sky's Shinji Mariuki is at Wembley, and I just wonder what the fans there make of it, particularly Chelsea fans, because there hasn't really been a statement condemning the invasion, has there?
No, like you say, Mark, that statement from Mr. Abramovich yesterday cast an extremely long shadow over that cup final tie against Liverpool here at Wembley. And in that statement, he said that he still saw himself as the custodian of Chelsea, but that he was handing over control to the club's charitable foundation. The words he used there were stewardship and care of Chelsea FC. I think it's quite important to remember that Mr. Abramovich is one of the first major billionaire foreign owners in the Premier League. He's led Chelsea to unprecedented success. They've won 5 league titles and 2 Champions Leagues. But over the course of the last couple of weeks, that ownership and his ties with the Russian President Vladimir Putin have been called into question. Just this week, the Labour MP Chris Bryant stood up in the Commons and he said that he wanted the government to seize Mr. Abramovich's assets, including Chelsea FC. And it seems that that statement, that announcement yesterday, is his response to that. I think it's quite important to note, though, that it doesn't changed the day-to-day complexion or the running of Chelsea FC, that from signings to who hires and fires managers belongs to the director as well as the technical director of the club. And of course, Mr. Abramovich still owns Chelsea. Chelsea is not up for sale. And you mentioned there about what fans were feeling about what is happening, what is taking place in Ukraine. And there was, interestingly, a statement out this morning on behalf of the club, which is at odds with Mr. Abramovich's statement, which doesn't say anything about the Ukraine crisis. And in it, Chelsea FC say that they were praying for people in Ukraine, that their thoughts are with everyone in the country. And there have also been a number of other statements from people involved in the Premier League, a number of players and managers, and now people at Mr. Abramovich's club. And I think that begs the question, how long can Mr. Abramovich continue to have such close ties with one of the biggest teams in English football as this crisis rumbles on, as this invasion continues?
Yeah, Shinji, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's get a little more now on the situation facing Ukrainian civilians who are now living under curfew here in Kiev, but also living under siege. I'm joined now by Valeria, who is a Ukrainian national living in London, and her family are in Ukraine. Hi, Valeria. We spoke to you yesterday, I think it was, and you were talking about your family and your friends who are still here. Have you been able to make contact in the last few hours with any family or friends?
Yes, I have. I'm not going to update you on all of the contacts that I have made. One of the most devastating news I heard from my friends was the shelling of Ahmadid Children's Hospital. So it's the central hospital in Kiev that was attacked by the Russians, who are saying they aren't fighting civilians. So one child there died and a few were wounded. And I have been to that hospital. I know my friends have been to that hospital, have taken their kids there, and this is hard to believe. My friends, like, for example, one of my best friends, former Minister of Finance of Ukraine, Alexander Daniluk, who is now a civilian and he is in the territorial defense unit. I was in touch with him yesterday. They were on the run somewhere doing something. They're not able to talk. So I don't contact them anymore, and I don't contact people in Kiev asking them how they are, because it's just a stupid question. However, there has been a change in the situation of my family in Poltava region. There are tanks right next to the house of my in-laws, and the whole column of Russian tanks has landed and has taken the base and the forest next to them. They're living on the border with the Sumy region, and they're in the forest where myself and my husband were having picnics when we were dating. And there is a car of civilians that was it's full of civilians because they were shot by the Russian soldiers, parked right next to my in-laws' house on the crossroads.
Well, look.
So the Russian soldiers are walking around the village asking for food, and they're saying, we're not going to shoot civilians. And the civilians asked them, so what's this car? And they said, oh, this was an accident. So the civilians are fighting back. The civilians are fighting back. They're preparing Molotov cocktails. They are cutting down trees to block roads for them. In some villages, they're going out bare hands and just blocking the road. The whole village just blocks the road, and the Russian tanks are scared of them because they now know that all of us are armed and are prepared to kill for our families and our friends and our homes. And they turn around and go. In some, they shoot civilians because they're scared. This is what is happening everywhere. And despite the world saying that Ukraine is about to fall, every fucking day I hear that Ukraine is about to fall. It's not. What you need to do, though, military equipment.
Valeria, look, let's
urgently,
talk.
And now.
Yeah, look, first of all.
Ukrainian fighters are fighting. And every day, the world, the Western world, the democratic world is trading with Russia in oil, gas, and agricultural goods on 800 million per day. And this is financing of the war. So we all in the Western world are effectively financing the war, and this must stop.
Okay. Valeria, thank you. Look, we've got to go to Mr. Klitschko, the mayor of Kiev. So we're going to have a listen to him.
We can talk about Russian position right now. This the war back and forth. That many people died. It's many civilian people died. It's horrible, especially for civilian women, children, our soldier. And Russians explain they came to change the government because the government is bad. I'm sorry, every Ukrainian support the decision to be the part of European family is a main priority for us, and Putin not agree with that. We don't want to live in Russian Empire. It's the main reason why is Russian soldiers coming here. Every Ukrainian support this war. This war against the Russians, because we are not aggressive wars to anyone. But if some army coming to us, we will be fight. We fight for our independence, for our family, for our future, for our values. It's main point.
And can you give me a sense of how far away the Russians are now from the center of the...
The Russians army stay in the border of Kyiv, and it's not so far. It's from here, I guess, it's 20 kilometers, maybe less.
And how prepared is Kiev to deal with invasion of Russian troops?
Actually, it's what did Russians? They destroyed the economy of our country. I expect right now the huge humanitarian catastrophe in our country. Huge humanitarian catastrophe because our economy destroyed, our infrastructure is destroyed. The people doesn't have a job, people doesn't have money, people doesn't have homes right now. Millions of people move from his houses, and what they do they destroy the country. And one point, the life of the millions of the people for our independence already paid 1,000 Ukrainian with his huge price, his life. But what is the next? What is the next? Russians have just expectation of rebuild empire. We don't want to Russian empire. We want to fight for our independence. Is the main message.
We were just told that the head of the Russian delegation is waiting for a Ukrainian delegation to come to Gomel. Can you confirm this?
I have information.
Are you able to comment on this?
I have information, but I'm not involved to make a negotiation. Which negotiation? The question, which negotiations is one priority? Move away from our country.
Mm-hmm. But you can't comment on whether a Ukrainian delegation is coming to Gomel right now?
No.
Okay. Are you able to comment on what the fighting has been like within Kiev? Because for us reporting on it, it's been really hard to follow and to know exactly what's going on. Sometimes there's reports of shooting in Podil and then on the outskirts of Kiev. Can you give us a sense of what's been happening?
The Russians sent some troops, small troops, which actually with some time, as civilian, with weapons, snipers, and shootings everywhere, and they want to make terror attack and to bring the panic to our city. It's a goal. It's a goal. We hunting of them, and we take this some people, Russians, who come into our city.
And how, yesterday there were reports that the Ukrainian forces were seeking out these Russians within Kiev. How successful has that operation been?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question exactly.
So yesterday there were reports that the Ukrainian forces were looking for groups of separate Russian forces within the city. How successful has that operation been?
It's a group make a diversion.
Right.
Yeah, it's some successful, but they hunting. They sit some way snipers right now. We make right now announcement. Nobody allowed to go from houses. First of all, we care about the life of the people from one point, from another point. We try to hunting these people. It will be much more easy if nobody in the street.
Okay, so but you can't comment on how successful it was last night. Were you able to find these groups? What exactly happened last night?
We kill some people. I guess 6 people in last night.
Okay. So you just said that the Russian forces are roughly 20 kilometers away from the center of Kiev. How long do you think that you can actually hold off the Russian army?
So long how we can.
Okay.
We will be fight so long how we can.
So that the resistance of Ukrainians, would you be able to?
I listened about the plans. In 2 days, the Russians have to be here. It's not happens. You know why? Because we have will. We have a good character. Because we fight for our houses, for our country. We in the home. And big demoralization by Russian forces, by Russian soldiers, because they understand, they feel in our country very uncomfortable, because every Ukrainian hated Russians. And the message, go back to home from our country, away, soon as possible.
There has been a decision to hand out weapons to Ukrainians who want to defend the city and who want to defend the country. We've seen long lines of young men.
It's civilian defense.
Right.
Civilian defense. There's many people ready to fight for our country, and they asking for the weapons, and that's why many of them people have military background. And that's why we build right now civilian defense, and every citizens, man or woman, who proud of the country can take the weapons and defend our houses, our families, our children.
But how controlled is this? Do you know who is actually getting these weapons? Is there
to be honest, we doesn't have 100% control, but because we build this territorial defense in very short period of time, but it's patriotic. These people is patriotic. We make a group and study them immediately.
And what happens if these weapons get into the wrong hands? Let's say criminals or people who are maybe against the city?
You know what? Right now, the question much more important to defend our country.
Okay.
Right now, it's priority for us. Defend the country.
Do you have any numbers of how many civilians have been killed in Kiev?
One second, because
Sure.
Because
that is the mayor of Kiev there, Vitaly Klitschko. He was saying that the people of this city are fighting for their independence, for their families and for the world. To Russian troops, he said, go away from our country, just leave now. He said, the people of Ukraine are picking up arms to fight you, and we will fight you. And he also mentioned that Russian troops are 20 kilometers from Kiev. And we should just leave you, I think, with what is going on in Berlin, because there are some quite extraordinary scenes in Berlin. Thousands of people are protesting on the streets of Berlin against what is happening here. Much more at the top of the hour.
Hello, you're watching Sky News. I'm Nick Qureshi. Here are the headlines at 1 o'clock. Russian troops on the streets of Ukraine's second city, the battle for control of Kharkiv. Ukraine remains in control there, says the city's governor. The country's president says Russian forces are fighting everyone and everything alive.
Last night in Ukraine was harsh. There was shelling again and bombardment of residential areas and civil infrastructure. There is no single object in the country which occupiers won't consider as a valid target.
President Putin appears to congratulate his special forces, while Britain warns the conflict is unlikely to be over quickly.
This could be a number of years, because what we do know is Russia have strong forces, but we know that the Ukrainians are brave, that they're determined to stand up.
It's another tense day in the Ukrainian capital, but there is no sign yet of a Russian assault. The exodus of people from Ukraine. The United Nations estimates there are more than 360,000 refugees. We are live on the Polish border. Good afternoon. A Ukrainian city of nearly 1.5 million people is the focus of fighting in the country today. Kharkiv is close to the Russian border in the east of Ukraine. A gas pipeline was hit by missiles in the early hours. And a British intelligence assessment says there has been an intensive exchange of rocket artillery. Well, the city's governor said this lunchtime that Ukraine is still fully controlling the area. These are the key developments then so far. Today, Ukraine's Interior Ministry has confirmed that Russian troops have entered Kharkiv, Ukraine's second largest city. President Volodymyr Zelensky has submitted an application to the International Court of Justice in The Hague, requesting an urgent ceasefire. As the international backlash continues, France, Italy and Finland have joined a growing list of countries closing their airspace to Russian planes. And the United Nations says more than 368,000 people have now fled Ukraine, with the number expected to rise. Our correspondent Hannah Thomas-Peter reports now on the latest situation on day 4 of the Russian invasion.
Street fighting in Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv. These are believed to be Ukrainian soldiers trying to repel Russia's advance. These appear to be abandoned Russian vehicles, evidence of an invasion that is now reaching its 4th day. The threat has forced a children's hospital underground into a bomb shelter. The most vulnerable suffering in the dark, mothers providing what little comfort they can.
Last night in Ukraine was harsh. There was shelling again and bombardment of residential areas and civil infrastructure. There is no single object in the country which occupiers won't consider as a valid target. They are fighting against everyone and everything alive, against kindergartens, against residential buildings and ambulances. They are using rocket artillery, missiles, against entire cities' districts, which never had and don't have now any military infrastructure.
The Russians are facing fierce resistance, but the damage has been extensive. This is an oil and gas terminal burning outside the capital, Kiev. And as people move underground to protect themselves, Western powers are trying to ramp up the pressure on Russia's President Vladimir Putin.
All of the warnings about the severe cost of this conflict in terms of humanitarian cost, in terms of cost for the Russian state. I mean, this could well be the beginning of the end for Putin. And I fear that he is determined to use the most unsavoury means in this war. But he should be aware that the International Criminal Court is already looking at what is happening in Ukraine, and there will be serious consequences for him personally.
But President Putin, whose troops seem to be advancing through the streets of a previously peaceful democracy, apparently cares little for consequence.
I would like to thank the commanders and the servicemen and the veterans of the special forces for an impeccable service for the benefit of Russia and our people. I'm especially grateful to those who are heroically carrying out their duty in the course of the special operation to assist Donbas and Lugansk republics. I wish you luck, success, and all the best.
There are many who are determined to stop Russian aggression, including these Ukrainian truck drivers returning from Poland to fight.
I'm going to war. I'm going to war. My brother will stay with my mother, my grandfather, and I will go to war with my father.
For the moment, there is no prospect of peace talks, and so in Ukraine's capital, Kiev, they make Molotov cocktails to defend themselves, preparing for violence they know will come. Hannah Thomas-Peter, Sky News.
Now, thousands of people, mainly the elderly, women and children, in fact, the vast majority, are crossing over into neighbouring countries as they try to get out of Ukraine. The United Nations says more than 368,000 people have left for Poland and other neighbouring states. Well, Sky's Adam Parsons joins us now from a temporary holding centre for refugees at Moylna in Poland, just over the border with Ukraine. Adam, we've seen some really heartbreaking images there today, and we know it's busy, and things, I guess, are only just going to get busier in the coming days.
Yeah, they're definitely going to get busier. You have what at the moment is almost an exponential growth in the number of people coming across the border. Ukraine is a couple of miles that way, and, well, let me just get out of the way and you can see this is what we are witnessing again and again, is families coming off these coaches and then heading off to, well, potentially a reunion with other family members, and sometimes heading off to hotels for temporary accommodation. And then if you can see over there, you see these people who've got these signs that they're holding up. They're offering help, they're offering accommodation and lift. And then you see these volunteers here. You're seeing a lot of people here. These are from the fire service, from the Polish fire service, and they are running this enormous voluntary operation. These firefighters have come from all over Poland, in some cases from the far western extreme of the country, and they are working in shifts 24 hours a day at the moment, shuttling people from the border to this camp, where they then get, as you can see, food, drink, goods that they need, and then assistance heading in another direction. And they come with, well, this gentleman here is clearly, he's got his suitcase, but sometimes you see people just turning up with a bag like that, sometimes just a plastic bag of possessions. Sometimes I've seen people turning up with nothing. About an hour or two ago, I was on one of these coaches. We're invited on to join the refugees, and that's what they are. These are refugees in Europe in 2022, coming from the border, and you saw this blend of some people who were thrilled to be here, having travelled days and days on end to reach here, and others who looked absolutely heartbroken. I looked at a woman in her early 20s who was crying silent tears and clearly was struggling to cope with what she'd seen and where she was. And a lot of these people coming in here are women and older people, lots of children, of course, as well, because the men between 18 and 60 have been told to stay in Ukraine and to fight for their country. But we are also seeing plenty of foreign nationals. I was just talking to a man called Genesis, who's Nigerian, was a student in Ukraine, student of engineering, one of a number of African nationals that I've seen here today, others from Tanzania and from Angola, who have been caught up in fighting. He said he spent 4 days getting to the border, in explosions. He'd had to sleep in his car all the way through. Another man we spoke to described it as a journey into hell. And now, as you can see, this bus will be moving out at any moment now, and it will be replaced just a couple of minutes later by another one. The flow of people coming through this centre has been almost non-stop. But this is the site, I think, that actually inspires people like this young man here, this firefighter. It's these family reunions, this sense that what they're doing is helping Ukraine, is helping Ukrainians, and is in a way helping to fuse an incredibly long-standing, sometimes really tempestuous relationship between Ukraine and Poland. I mean, at the end of the Second World War, relations between Ukraine and Poland were devastatingly awful. There are lots of generation of Poles who frankly hated Ukrainians. Now you are seeing a reconciliation of the two countries. And this isn't just about Ukraine and Poland. I want to show you, if you look over there, you can see a stand that has been set up by Belarusians in order to supply hot drinks and support. And you see plenty of people around here. But have a look at this. This is the Belarusian flag, but not the one you're used to. It's not red and green. This is the red, white, and white flag of effectively Belarusian resistance. This is the old Belarusian flag that was used before Belarus became a Soviet republic. And I'm guessing, so do you speak English?
I do, yes. How can I help you?
Well, just tell us, what are you doing here to support people?
So I live in Poland, I'm Polish. I'm here with my Belarusian friend who has lived here for 3 years now. This is why we have that flag. And we just thought we wanted to do something for the refugees that come here. So what we did, we did 100 sandwiches in the morning, and we brought some kettles and coffee and tea, and we're serving food and hot drinks to the people that.
And how long do you think this could go on for?
Until we run out of gas, which is 2 more hours.
And then you'll be back again?
Hopefully.
Thank you very much indeed for your time. By the way, what do you see here? You're seeing a lot of desperate people, a lot of tired, scared people.
Yes, I see a lot of people who are very similar to me. The only difference is that they were born across the border, and we were attacked and they were attacked. So it's our duty to help them, and we're really sorry for them.
Thank you. We'll let you get back. To that. I have to say that the sense of camaraderie between the Poles and the Ukrainians here is very, very striking. The Polish government has said that anybody should come to the border. That if you don't have identity documents, you don't have a passport, you don't have a COVID certificate, then still come. That they will process you. They will find space for you. The Polish Education Ministry said today every child who comes across would be given a place at a Polish school. They are going to extraordinary extent. And why? Well, because at the start of this, the Polish government said to us, confirmed to Sky News, which is yesterday, that they were making plans for potentially millions of people coming into this country, a sort of level of movement of people that we haven't seen in Europe for many, many years. Also, we have to say the queues on the other side, perhaps as a result of this demand by the Poles to accept people, are getting longer and longer, and we are told that if you join that queue now in a car, you could be waiting for 3 days, potentially longer. Clearly, this crisis is not going to ease anytime soon. You don't have to come to Poland. You can also go across border crossings to Hungary, Romania, to Slovakia. But this one will probably have the greatest gravitational strength because there are those historic links between these two countries. And one other thing to say is, away from the story of refugees, when we were up very near the border earlier today, what we also saw were military vehicles arriving, Polish military vehicles, and also serving American military up there, loading things into vehicles. We know yesterday Germany dropped its long-standing opposition to exporting weapons into a conflict zone. The Netherlands, Stinger missiles. Germany said it would do the same. We know the UK is prepared to supply more military hardware, so are other nations. And it's clear that border crossings like that offer the potential for those weapons to go from here in the EU across to Ukraine into what is clearly a very, very volatile situation.
And Adam, while you've been talking to us, we've seen some incredible pictures, moving pictures on the border of a little girl waving and just moments later hugging her father. Again, clear evidence of a family about to be separated while one presumes that the father will return to Ukraine to stand up and fight.
Yeah, this is a story of reconciliation in many places, and you have broken families because the men are largely staying in Ukraine. They're being told to stay and to fight, and so you have a lot of women and children and much older people who are coming across these border crossings. I mean, that does clearly begs the question at some point, what happens when all of those other people come across from Ukraine to Poland? How will these families be put back together? I think that is why, when you talk to people here, yes, they're relieved to be away from Ukraine, to be away from the bombs, away from the threat of horrific violence. But there's a lot of people here who are now dealing with broken families, who are dealing with leaving behind family members, and frankly, who didn't think this was going to happen. We have to pinch ourselves and remember this is the continent of Europe in 2022. We're in Poland, we're in the European Union here. You come from that border and you go past a big sign that says welcome to the European Union, and yet we are dealing with the seeds of what could turn into another horrendous refugee crisis. Let's just maybe wander over here and see about this. This is the latest bus that has just arrived. They're coming every couple of minutes. And on each one of these buses, you see the pictures, you see the stories of people emerging, looking tired, exhausted, weary, from journeys that are taking ever longer. As you can see there, being helped by these volunteer firefighters, and then being met by these signs offering help, offering them assistance. There's a little one there that says to Krakow, free, can take 4 people. Another one, Moroz. These are all signs offering locations, offering to take people there for free as an act of generosity. And as you can see, the people coming off here are youngsters, they are teenagers, looks like children, and mothers. And this is the tableau that I think is now facing Poland, is facing Ukraine. We'll move out of the way. We'll move out of the way now. This is the challenge that not just Poland faces, but quite clearly that the European Union, that the world faces. That this rush of people fleeing bombardment, fleeing violence, shows very little sign of slowing. In fact, this is clearly going to expand. And the more people come in, the infrastructure here is, I mean, we're in a small shopping complex with volunteers running bus services. This elastic will stretch at some point. And I know, I've spoken to senior EU diplomats over the past couple of days, and I know they are exasperated with what they're seeing, and they feel that they have not done enough so far. And the more they see images like this of frightened people fleeing an enormous European nation and having to rely on the comfort and the sympathy and the help of strangers, the more I suspect the pressure will grow on Europe to do more, not just on a political dimension, not just talking about sanctions, humanitarian aid. There will be clearly an impetus on Europe to do more to stop this conflict, to provide more weapons, and also to help people like this lady here.
Yeah, Adam, obviously the pictures speaking for themselves, largely women and children, very, very few men indeed crossing the border. Adam Parsons, for now, many thanks indeed. Well, let's get the situation, shall we, in the Ukrainian capital, Kiev, this afternoon. Our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes, is there for us. And Deborah, we know the real focus of the fighting today has been on Kharkiv, the second city of Ukraine. How's it looking where you are today?
Well, there's been sporadic gunfire that we could hear from where we are in the city. There's been a few sort of distant booms, but very much the city centre itself in Kyiv is quiet. There's been a mass curfew imposed here, specifically to enable the authorities to try to hunt down what are being described as irregular Russian forces that are believed to be operating in the city, the worry being that they're trying to create instability internally and sort of soften the resistance from within to make it easier for when the more overt military force that we know is around the city or outside the city when they move in. But as it stands, the resistance that the Ukrainian armed forces has been putting up to stop and slow that Russian advance on Kyiv has been pretty significant. They have blown up bridges. There's been this extraordinary battle for an airfield nearby. One of the intents of the Russian air bombardment that began on the first day of the invasion was to take out Ukraine's ability to knock Russian aircraft out of the sky, the air defence systems. And it does seem that has not been successful because the Ukrainians are still able to inflict damage, bring down aircraft, it seems. And as well with the weapons that have been given to the Ukrainians by the likes of the UK, anti-tank weapons, which are obviously for vehicles, but also these Stinger missiles, which are shoulder-launched missiles that can be used to, for example, take down a combat helicopter. So the battle for Kiev hasn't really moved too much, but like you said, a significant focus today has been on Ukraine's second city of Kharkiv, which is in the east of the country, very close to Russia's border, and was always seen as a potential key target in this Russian offensive. It's been that they've had Russian forces firing at the city for a number of days, and troops are now in the city, and there has been pretty intense fighting that has been, images of the fighting that has emerged on social media showing the Ukrainian forces again putting up a pretty strong resistance to Russian tanks, other armoured vehicles. We don't know yet the outcome of that battle, but it's clearly not a pushover. This move by Russia into Ukraine. It's unclear whether President Putin, maybe he was badly advised, but Western officials have said that they really think that the Russian plan had been to advance much further than they have so far within the first 4 days. And that's key because an invading force, it will only have limited supplies, limited logistics, and the longer it takes for them to advance, to achieve their objectives, the more likely the chances are for a greater intensity of indiscriminate fire to be used against their targets.
Deborah, many thanks indeed. Deborah Haynes there in the Ukrainian capital for us. Let me take you now to Berlin, where people are out in force, sizable contingent there. So many people out protesting in solidarity of people in Ukraine. You can see there lining the streets in huge numbers. And this after Germany really changed its tack and its approach to what is happening in the crisis in Ukraine. This morning, the Chancellor said Germany would sharply increase its spending on defence to more than 2% of its economic output in one of these policy shifts prompted by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Yesterday, of course, Germany had promised to send more weaponry to the Ukrainians. Just a few days ago, it also halted, of course, its Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline project. And last night, Germany came on board and backed the removal or the ejection of Russia from the SWIFT system, this global interbank messaging system that helps facilitate international payments. So that is the scene. Huge numbers there on the streets of Berlin in solidarity with the people of Ukraine. There are protests too in Moscow this afternoon. Let's go to Sky's Diana Magne, who's in the Russian capital. What's happening where you are, Diana?
Well, you described Berlin. That's what it is to live in a free city compared to here, where you come out onto the streets, and if police, particularly if you're standing alone, they'll just pick you up and take you off and arrest you. There are meant to be demonstrations in major cities across this country starting about half an hour ago, 4 o'clock our time, 1 o'clock your time. But the location is always given last minute, and we were told that it would be here, and when we arrived there was quite a heavy police presence, people mingling around, just taking people out of the crowds, as we've seen so many times before. At the Navalny rallies at the beginning of last year, 3 or 4 big days where they just ended up being crushed because so many demonstrators were taken away. There were big rallies across the country on the day of the invasion, and thousands, nearly 2,000 arrests on that day. There have been smaller demonstrations since, and the same pattern. So we have to see how long this anti-war movement really has in it, given the fact that the repercussions, the risks in what is essentially a security state waging a war on a brother nation of Ukraine goes on. But this is pretty small where we are at the moment. I think we have pictures from St. Petersburg where you have a slightly larger turnout. I do expect more people to be coming out over the next couple of hours here in Moscow too. But I just spoke to one person who came out today, and he said, you know, most of my friends are sitting at home depressed because there's just nothing that we can do, not even worth coming out because we can't change anything. I spoke to someone who came out the other day, and they said, you know, all I can do in my conscience is to come out onto the street. If my son asks me, what did you do when Russia invaded Ukraine, at least I can say I raised my voice. But people really do feel shame and incredible sadness at what is going on. But that is not the whole country. There are 2 countries in Russia, essentially. There is the internet nation, and there is the TV nation, the older generation who are fed the propaganda that comes on state TV. And bear in mind that on state TV, you're not allowed, or on any Russian news channel, you're not allowed to put on the channel anything other than is the official information. Per the media regulator, you can only...
you were talking about St. Petersburg. I'll just come in there. Let's show our viewers some pictures from St. Petersburg. Riot police seem to be moving in there. You said there was a bigger demonstration. It looks like that is the case, but being carefully staged, managed here by the authorities. I just want to have a look at these pictures. There do seem to be quite large numbers in St. Petersburg. Let's just have a listen in to some of the sounds from this protest. The police going in again now to quell these crowds. Let's return to Diana. People really, I suppose, very brave going onto the streets of these larger cities across Russia, Diana.
Absolutely, and you hear that chant, "Nie vojna," that means no to war. And I think there will be larger demonstrations here too. But as I was saying, essentially there are 2 nations in this country, the internet nation and the TV nation. Those people who are brave enough to come out onto the streets, normally younger, and risk detention. And once you've been detained twice, then your name is on a list. It becomes more difficult to get jobs. It becomes more difficult for you generally to live in this country. And I am sure that things are going to get tighter in any case. So it really is a risk to come out and say that you are against this war. And I think people also feel that there is very, very little that they can do about it. So incredibly sad for people here in Russia, especially as they realise that the sanctions that are coming thick and fast from the West will have an impact on their economic situation, their ability to travel, their ability to give their children the same opportunities as they'd hoped for from the 90s through the 2000s and 2010s. Better opportunity than it looks now if sanctions are imposed, which to a large extent will freeze Russia economically, and will mean that it looks the other way for a lot of people here.
Yeah, and while we're looking at these pictures from St. Petersburg, riot police firmly moving in now. We've seen one demonstrator on the ground. Looks like a woman being apprehended there. Things turning quite ugly, very, very noisy indeed. The Russians that you've spoken to, what do they make of what's going on? After all, it is one man and his desire to effectively take over his neighbour.
Well, you know, half the country are behind it. They think that this is just a limited operation. They aren't shown the pictures of Kiev being bombed. They aren't shown the pictures of Kharkiv being bombed. They're given a very specific view of this conflict, which is that it's humanitarian and that they needed to do it on behalf of the people of Donbass, who they are told Ukraine has essentially persecuted for a very long time. Then there's a big chunk of society who realise that there's very little they can do to change anything, so they're quite apolitical. And when you talk to them about it, they say, well, I don't really know, I'm not really into politics, because when you can't change anything in politics, why be political? And then there are the smaller proportion of people who are coming out onto the streets of cities like St. Petersburg, who are coming out here in Moscow, who are risking detentions, because it just, I mean, all you have to do is appear and you're detained. And they think it's worth it. They get their news on the internet, they get their news via Instagram, they see what's going on. I think a lot of people aren't sure what sources to trust. A lot of people in the middle who say I'm apolitical will also say to you, I'm told one thing and here it says another and I don't really know what to believe. Well, that is the nature of a state that has fed its people propaganda for so many decades, since Soviet times, that its people don't really know how to investigate or interrogate news sources. So I think that's the picture, it's not clear. And a lot of people, unfortunately, because of the propaganda that they're fed, believe that what Putin is doing is the right thing. And a lot of people think it's unconscionable because they have relatives and friends, and Ukraine is an incredibly close country, and they do see that he is moving in on the whole country rather than just a limited operation as he's pitched it.
Yeah, we sit on these pictures just for a moment, Diana, from St. Petersburg, as loads of riot police now there. There's some words coming out through Reuters, in fact. Let me just update our viewers to do with President Putin, who, it appears, according to these reports, has ordered the military command to put nuclear deterrence forces on high alert after what he has called aggressive statements by NATO countries. We can see the Russian president there briefing his generals. So that could be a sign of a potentially worrying escalation, these reports coming in. And we're waiting exactly for a translation to hear what he has to say, but it looks like he has ordered his military command, his generals, to put nuclear deterrence forces on high alert after what he calls various statements by NATO countries. So clearly to do with continuing tensions and increasing tensions, and if so, that would signal a dramatic and worrying escalation in the conflict with Ukraine. We'll monitor what the President of Russia is saying and bring you the latest as it develops. But here, 2 church services have been offering prayers for those fighting in Ukraine. Let's go to Sky's Aisha Zahid, who's in central London. Afternoon to you, Aisha. What's happening where you are?
Well, it's been an incredibly emotional mass this morning here. The Holy Family Cathedral is the largest gathering place for the Ukrainian community in the UK. And at the mass service this morning, there was the Ukrainian ambassador to the UK in attendance alongside other dignitaries as well. And in the sermon delivered by the Roman Catholic Archbishop of Southwark, he spoke about how everyone loses in war and the fact that war leads to the face of humanity becoming disfigured. So some powerful words. There was a lot of emotion, some people becoming visibly upset. Now I'm joined by one of the bishops at the church. Thank you very much for joining us today. So could I start by just asking your thoughts and your reflections on the current situation?
Well, of course, on Thursday morning, like everybody else, I woke up and heard the news and my heart broke. And over the last 2 days, it's continued to be devastating, and along with all of our Ukrainian Catholic community or Ukrainian community here in the United Kingdom, we're in constant contact with our family and friends in Ukraine, giving them our support, assuring them of our prayers, and feeling very much for them.
And you've touched on it there. Could you tell us about the impact this is having on the Ukrainian community in the UK?
Well, the Ukrainian community here in the UK has had to deal with a war that's been ongoing for 8 years already. And in some ways, you'd think that we became numb already because of this. But the magnitude of this escalation of this war is just so devastating and so unbelievable. And so the effect that it's having is, of course, is that we're coming together as a community, giving each other support, asking how our families and friends are in Ukraine, coming together to pray, to be able to be in prayer. We heard this morning that our patriarch, Sviatoslav, the head of the Ukrainian Catholic Church, told people that they had to stay home today and not be able to go to church because of martial law that they had to be in because of the bombing and things like that. So it was very important for us here in the United Kingdom to be in church for our brothers and sisters in Ukraine.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So as you heard there, Ukrainian community in the UK banding together. We spoke to a number of people as they left the service this morning, and many shared their heartbreaking stories, shared stories of what their family members are facing. So emotions right here.
Aisha, many thanks indeed, Aisha Zahid, for us there in central London. I want to take you back straight away to St Petersburg and warn you of some distressing images in what you are about to see. Riot police clearly rounding on protesters there. Let's just look at the extent of what's going on there. As Diana Magne was saying, people are taking to the streets of various cities in Russia. She expected more people in Moscow, but these are some dramatic scenes from St Petersburg, where people have braved, taken to the streets in bravery, really, against the Russian invasion of Ukraine, but riot police out in real force there, and you can see protesters on the ground, some being dragged away. Noisy demonstration, it has to be said, but clearly the authorities trying to keep control of the situation there, but people determined to make their voices heard. We'll continue to monitor what is going on there, and indeed other cities across Russia, and bring you the latest. Well, it is now, of course, day 4 of Russia's invasion, and in the centre of the Ukrainian capital, Kiev, still no sign of troops on the ground, but a very different situation, as we've been hearing, in Ukraine's second city. The former senior soldier and co-chair of Universal Defence and Security Solutions, General Sir Richard Barons, joins me now. So, Richard, quite a few things to talk about today. Let us start with the battle for Kharkiv, the second city. Where are we?
So, thank you, Nick. So Kharkiv in the north of Ukraine has been one of the major features of the fighting the last 24 hours. What we now know is that we believe that the Russian 4th Tank Army, which initially looked like it would bypass Kharkiv as a really stiff military objective, has tried to access the city. And we should look at what that really means on this next picture. So this is Kharkiv. It's a city about the same size as Newcastle, about 1.4 million people. And all we've seen so far are fairly light Russian forces supported by some rocket artillery trying to force their way in. And the Ukrainians are reporting that they've retained control and ejected them. But if it is the size of Newcastle, you can imagine that you need really large forces and probably quite a lot of firepower to fight your way in, and that's not happened.
Where are we in, as regards Kiev? Still Russian forces moving towards it, but still not there. And largely is that because of this resistance that the Russians really didn't expect?
So I think it's more complicated, but let's take a look at Kiev, which we should recognise remains the political and military heart of this challenge to Ukraine. What we have seen over the course of yesterday and today are Russian forces approaching from the northwest and from the northeast. Let's try that again. What surprised us was that those Russian forces have not yet started to attack the city en masse. And why might that be? Well, I think there are a number of reasons. The first thing is the Russian invasion has not gone as well as they expected, and that's because they're inexperienced. Their logistics have probably been harder than they thought. They may not have total control of the air, which will reduce the confidence about how fast they can move. They've probably had to revise their plans as they go because they have faced considerable and quite effective Ukrainian resistance to reach the edge of the city. But we should also realise that what we've seen in the battle for Kiev so far is just the opening encounter with the same sort of light forces that we have seen in Kharkov and some indications of the use of irregular forces in the city itself. But this battle hasn't really got started yet.
When we talk about weapons, what are the Russians using right now?
So the things we should expect to see today, tomorrow, during the course of this week, will be the heart of the Russian effort. So in the top left corner here, we'd expect to see much bigger use of Russian air power, firing precision missiles and dropping bombs. But the heart of the Russian military effort would consist of the sort of tank we see here in the bottom right, the T-72. The gun has a range of about 2 miles. The sort of armoured vehicle you see in the bottom left there, which carries perhaps 6 infantry soldiers, but on top of it has a gun and a missile launcher. And in top right, the use of quite a lot of artillery. And we should remember that most of this artillery is not a precision weapon. It's designed to fire at areas and is therefore pretty indiscriminate. Now, all of that is a very considerable challenge to the Ukrainian regular military, and would absolutely overface the sort of citizen army we're seeing armed with weapons. But it's not the sum of the problem, and we need to recognise there are some much bigger weapons in the Russian inventory that could be brought into play. And on this next picture, we've seen some indications of this. This is the largest artillery gun in the world. Its caliber is 203 millimeters. It fires a shell that weighs 110 kilograms to a range of about 37 kilometers. It is capable of firing a small nuclear shell, though absolutely no indication that is being thought of yet. And then, just as worrying, on this next picture, this weapon, it's called a TOS-1. It fires 30 rockets like that. Those rockets are a thermobaric weapon. They essentially create a wall of flame the size of a city block out to a range of at least 6,000 meters, 6 kilometers. These vehicles have been seen moving in Ukraine, so we know they're in the Russian inventory. And we need to think about what would happen if weapons like this were fired into Kiev, because the Russians would then be destroying the city they're claiming to liberate.
And just how much land have the Russians taken, or certainly claim to have taken right now?
The key question of the day on this next map is we should recognise that the Ukrainian armed forces and the Ukrainian people have done well, but Russian forces have certainly advanced something like this in that part of the country, something like this here in the east and in the south. Now, that battle has been much harder than the Russians intended to have, but it's not over. We should recognise that Russia has used about half of the forces that it had mustered on the border before the war started 4 days ago. So although these troops will be tired, There's a lot more that could come. The peril that we need to accept for the Ukrainian military is they've engaged in a tough battle. They are in danger, perhaps as these lines push out, of being encircled and cut off. So maybe they'll think about, rather than that happen, beginning to fall back probably in the direction of Kiev, particularly if the Russian forces get bigger and they start to deploy the sort of firepower I described.
I should just ask you, Richard, while you're here, potential talk, perhaps in what Vladimir Putin's been saying in the past few minutes, the word nuclear used, that's going to take this to a whole new level, isn't it? If indeed we do go there.
Yes, I think that's an extraordinary thing for him to say, given the nature of the battle that we've just been talking about, to threaten Armageddon, to deploy weapons of mass destruction capable of destroying the planet, would seem to be a mass overreaction to the thing we're seeing here. And maybe that's a sign of his deep concern and weakness and the realization this is going to fail. And as we look at this next map, you can see that we're all coming to terms with the reality of this campaign. So the area on the east of the map, you can see the population here, principally Russian-speaking, but not necessarily supporters of a Russian intervention. But Mr. Putin probably thought, at least here, his armed forces would get a better welcome. Not proven. In the rest of the country, Ukrainian-speaking democratic Ukrainians absolutely resist and object to the Russian invasion. The population of Ukraine, the second largest country in Europe, about 41 million people. So maybe 35 million people are viscerally opposed to this invasion. And if your force is even 200,000 strong, the only way that you can consider overcoming that popular resistance is to conceive of doing terrible things like ethnic cleansing or genocide. But 200,000 soldiers are never going to convince 35 million Ukrainians to submit. How that plays out, we'll soon find out.
Very worrying, isn't it? Thank you very much indeed, Richard, for your expertise. I want to bring you some breaking news right now. This from the office of President Zelensky of Ukraine. Alexander Lukashenko apparently called Mr. Zelensky, the president of Belarus. We know, of course, he is an ally of Vladimir Putin. Politicians, we are told, agreed that the Ukrainian delegation will meet the Russian delegation without preconditions on the Ukrainian-Belarusian border near the Pripyat River. You'll recall this morning that there had been widespread suggestions of talks taking place in Belarus, but the office of the Ukrainian president had rejected that. We are told that President Lukashenko of Belarus has taken responsibility, this from the Ukrainians, for ensuring that all planes, helicopters and missiles stationed on Belarusian territory remain on the ground during the Ukrainian delegation's travel, talks and return. So a breaking line there out of the Ukrainian president's office. Let us hear, we've been mentioning it, haven't we, for the past few minutes, of what the Russian president has said, a potential dramatic escalation in the war with Ukraine. Let us listen to what Vladimir Putin had to say in the last few minutes.
Dear colleagues, as you can see, Western countries are not only taking unfriendly economic steps against our country, I mean, the illegitimate sanctions everyone knows about, highest-ranking officials of the leading NATO countries are also allowing themselves to make aggressive statements in relation to our country. For this reason, I ordered the Minister of Defense and the Chief of General Staff to put deterrent forces of the Russian army on special combat standby duty.
Well, there's some words there from President Putin. European Union foreign ministers are going to meet today to decide what further sanctions to impose on Russia. Our correspondent Laura Bondock is in Brussels for us this lunchtime, and really many sides feeling they can impose more sanctions, including Britain. Laura.
Yeah, we've got two meetings taking place in Brussels today, one of interior ministers, and there are interior ministers arriving here at the moment, and then a little bit later on a virtual meeting of foreign affairs, foreign ministers. So lots of movement really coming from Europe. Certainly, I think most significantly movement from the Germans. The German Chancellor announcing this huge package, 100 billion euros of extra funding, a special fund for the military there. A big sum and a significant step, I think, and a real shift in German foreign and defence policy. There's been a lot of pressure on Germany in recent years from both the US and NATO to increase its spending on the military, and that's what we're seeing. And it follows this big move yesterday where Germany again took a U-turn on this policy of not supplying weapons to conflict areas. And what we've seen now, as I say, is a shift in that policy. So we know that the Germans now sending anti-tank weapons, anti-aircraft missiles, and also giving permission for other countries to use German-made weapons, notably so far the Dutch at the moment, within this conflict in Ukraine. The German Chancellor saying that the invasion by the Russians of Ukraine marked a turning point. That's how he described it. But this afternoon's meeting with interior ministers very much talking about humanitarian response. How is the EU going to deal with the situation for Ukrainians within Ukraine, and of course those who are now leaving, who are heading west? We know that thousands and thousands are expected to pass across borders from those neighbouring countries, the likes of Poland certainly receiving the lion's share, but other countries, Romania, Hungary, Slovakia, Moldova. What can be done to support them? What can be done at the borders there for the reception of the refugees? I think we're going to try and speak to the Irish Interior Minister now. Ms McKenzie, could we have a word on Sky News, please? Could we have a very quick word? We're on Sky News. Hello, just very briefly, tell me about the concern at the moment for the situation when it comes to refugees, those people fleeing Ukraine.
Well, obviously many people, many Ukrainians are in a very difficult situation, and we are already seeing displaced people both internally in Ukraine and also migrants traveling out. And we are now experiencing a war in Europe in our close areas. As a country in Europe, I think it's important that also Norway contributes to sharing these burdens.
And what can Norway do? What can Norway do?
Well, first and foremost, we will increase the help, the economic help, and also by sending a medical team to the close areas of Ukraine to help the situation. And I think it's also important that we have discussions from the beginning on how we can be prepared for migrants and sharing the burdens of where they are going.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. So that was the Norwegian Interior Minister there, joining the other delegates from the EU to discuss the Union's response to the influx of Ukrainians across borders.
All right, Laura, thank you very much indeed, Laura, in Brussels there. Let's talk about things in Russia and rejoin Diana Magnay, who is in Moscow for us this afternoon. So we've heard some words from Vladimir Putin, Diana. Russian defence or deterrence forces, we understand, including to do with nuclear forces, on high alert. They seem to be the words coming out of Vladimir Putin. And is that the first time that this notion of potential nuclear conflict has been raised?
I believe so. I think this is the first time that we've ever had a situation in Vladimir Putin's reign, at least, when he has put his nuclear forces ready, essentially, for combat duty on high alert. So it is an incredibly dramatic, escalatory, aggressive move from Vladimir Putin. He said because of NATO aggressive statements towards him. But, I mean, this is something that will really, really worry people. Of course, we had those nuclear drills announced at the very last minute that ran a Saturday ago, I think it was last Saturday, as world leaders were gathered in Munich for the Munich Security Conference, and 24 hours before, Vladimir Putin's staff alerted foreign governments, as they must, that they would be holding these nuclear drills, and then they held them. And now he has put them on high alert. And you have to ask yourself whether that is because the war isn't going quite as he anticipated in Ukraine, and he wants to show that he is one of the most powerful nuclear powers in the world. I think he has more nuclear warheads than any other country. He is a force to be reckoned with, but I don't think anyone is not aware that Russia is a force to be reckoned with. And I think it will also make people question whether Vladimir Putin really is making the decisions that even his top military would support him for. So an incredibly worrying development.
And we've also heard from the Ukrainians that Ukrainian and Russian delegation are going to meet, in their words, without preconditions on the Ukrainian-Belarus border. So that's a development there in itself.
Yes, so there has been a lot of talk today about the possibility, apparently Alexander Lukashenko, the Belarusian leader, called Volodymyr Zelensky, and the Russians were saying that they should have a meeting in the town of Gomel, which the Ukrainians said that they weren't prepared to do. Well, now, according to the Ukrainian presidential telegram account, they will hold talks on the Pripyat River, which is on the Belarusian border with Ukraine. We don't know who will take part in that delegation, but I suppose it is a step, at least, in the right direction that delegates from the Russian and Ukrainian sides are prepared to meet at a border position. We don't know where, but that is the latest. We also know that Naftali Bennett, the Israeli Prime Minister, had a call with Vladimir Putin earlier and offered to mediate in any Russian-Ukrainian talks. So there are baby steps being made in the direction of diplomatic progress, but we shall have to see how those pan out. I mean, really, for Ukraine to sit down with the Russians and believe anything they say would be difficult at this stage, I would imagine.
Diana, thank you. More from you next hour. I'll end this hour by showing you some pictures on the Ukrainian border with Poland. There, people trying to get out. Families, mainly women and children, as you can see, in some unsavoury weather conditions. Much more with Kimberly in a couple of minutes.
This is Sky News. It's 2 o'clock. These are the headlines. Ukraine's president says a Ukrainian and Russian delegation are to meet for peace talks on the border between the two countries. In the last hour, President Putin has ordered his military command to put nuclear deterrent forces on high alert. Ukraine says it is in control of the second city of Kyiv after Russian troops were seen on its streets earlier. The country's president says Russian forces are fighting everyone and everything alive. Hundreds of Russians brave the threat of arrest and turn out to protest against their government's actions. And the exodus of people from Ukraine, the United Nations estimates there are more than 350,000 refugees. Good afternoon. The Ukrainian president has said a Ukrainian and Russian delegation are to meet without preconditions for peace talks on the border between the two countries. Russia's President Putin has also ordered his military command to put nuclear deterrent forces on high alert. Straight to our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes, who's in Kiev. Deborah, two things to look at there. Let's start with these peace talks. What are they saying?
Yes, it's a significant move. And also, we had from the beginning of the day, Russia saying that it was sending officials to Belarus wanting to speak with the Ukrainian side. And Ukraine's president quickly coming out and saying, yes, that they were prepared to talk, but not in a country like Belarus, from where the Russian invasion was partially launched. So it seems as though there has been a bit of a concession on the Russian side to agree to the fact that this meeting is happening actually on the border. I don't know if I'm reading that too much into that or not. But the fact as well is that President Putin, is not going to be in this from a position of particular strength. Yes, his forces have invaded this country. It's day 4 now of that invasion, and they have bombarded cities across the nation. But they have also met, surprisingly for them, I think, stiff Ukrainian resistance on the ground, and then overwhelming resistance from the Western world internationally. I mean, just take Germany's stance in terms of cutting off this multi-billion-pound pipeline, sending in weapons, saying it's going to send in weapons to Ukraine, and today announcing that it's going to significantly increase its own defence budget. Also, lots of European nations shutting off their airspace to Russian planes and cutting Russian banks out of the international financial system. Significant body blows for the Russian president over his actions here. But these actions, he sent this country into crisis. Clearly, the Ukrainian president needs this war to end. But hopefully, if these negotiations are happening with the war in this current state, then he has a relatively strong hand to play.
OK, Deborah, talk us through this recent news that President Putin has ordered his military command to put nuclear deterrent forces on, quote, high alert. That sounds like he's upping the stakes with an extremely aggressive move.
Yeah, the word nuclear weapons makes everyone shudder, doesn't it? Which is not surprising. But it's important to note that in Russia's military doctrine, they actually use nuclear weapons, tactical nuclear weapons, not strategic ones that would cause, sort of Armageddon in another country, but like a smaller nuclear weapon as a way to de-escalate a conflict. It's actually literally part of their doctrine to win. But the fact that he is coming out and making this very aggressive move, it's clearly signalling to the West that he, reminding them, not that anyone needs reminding, that Russia is a nuclear power and is willing to use nuclear weapons. But I mean, the idea that he might actually take that step, I think we hopefully are a long way off from that. But the very fact it's even being raised, frankly, to me, does smack a bit of desperation on his part, given that the war down here on the ground doesn't seem to be going in his direction. And given the overwhelming, painful sanctions that he has been hit with by Western allies who have actually gone much further than people had initially thought, especially with regards to Germany and with regards to other EU countries that have traditionally got close ties, or closer than other European nations, ties with Russia, like Italy, for example.
OK, Deborah, thank you very much. Right, well, let's get the latest on the situation on the ground. Our correspondent Hannah Thomas-Peter reports on day 4 of the Russian invasion.
Street fighting in Ukraine's second-largest city, Kyiv. These are believed to be Ukrainian soldiers trying to repel Russia's advance. These appear to be abandoned Russian vehicles, evidence of an invasion that is now reaching its 4th day. The threat has forced a children's hospital underground into a bomb shelter. The most vulnerable suffering in the dark, mothers providing what little comfort they can.
Last night in Ukraine was harsh. There was shelling again and bombardment of residential areas and civil infrastructure. There is no single object in the country which occupiers won't consider as a valid target. They are fighting against everyone and everything alive, against kindergartens, against residential buildings and ambulances. They're using rocket artillery, missiles against entire cities' districts, which never had and don't have now any military infrastructure.
The Russians are facing fierce resistance, but the damage has been extensive. This is an oil and gas terminal burning outside the capital, Kiev. And this video shows a destroyed building in the northeastern town of Okhtyrka. Ukrainian state emergency services say at least 4 people died in shelling here. As the fighting intensifies, Western powers are trying to ramp up the pressure on Russia's President Vladimir Putin.
All of the warnings about the severe cost of this conflict in terms of humanitarian cost, in terms of cost for the Russian state. I mean, this could well be the beginning of the end for Putin. And I fear that he is determined to use the most unsavoury means in this war. But he should be aware that the International Criminal Court is already looking at what is happening in Ukraine. And there will be serious consequences for him personally.
The world is watching Putin. Huge crowds of protesters gathered in Berlin today, demanding he withdraw. But he is a man who seems to care little for consequence as his troops continue their advance through the streets of a once peaceful democracy.
I would like to thank the commanders and the servicemen and the veterans of the special forces for an impeccable service for the benefit of Russia and our people. I'm especially grateful to those who are heroically carrying out their duty in the course of the special operation to assist Donbas and Lugansk republics. I wish you luck, success, and all the best.
There are many who are determined to stop Russian aggression, including these Ukrainian truck drivers returning from Poland to fight.
I'm going to war. I'm going to war. My brother will stay with my mother, my grandfather, and I will go to war with my father.
Both sides have agreed to meet for negotiations, but in Ukraine's capital, Kiev, they make Molotov cocktails to defend themselves, preparing for violence they fear is coming soon. Hannah Thomas-Peter, Sky News.
Well, as we said earlier, there now appears to be the chance of peace talks after the Ukrainian president said a Ukrainian and Russian delegation are to meet without preconditions for discussions on the border between the two countries. I'm joined now by Yulia Osmolovska, who's a former Ukrainian diplomat and now the executive director of the Eastern Europe Security Institute. Yulia, thank you so much for talking to us. What do you make of this news that there is going to be a meeting on the border without preconditions?
I'm actually quite cautious about this sudden proposal and readiness of Russians to start and to negotiate with the Ukrainian side. And I would rather tend to assess this as a Russian trick to use some powers to build up more troops and to reconfigure what they've done in Ukraine and around it so far, because right now the situation is evolving not according to Putin's scenario. So I would warn all of the sides about these tricks that Russians are playing at the moment, and we should expect more severe aggression in the coming days or weeks. So for them, it's just a sort of good cover-up to continue preparing for further invasion. Why I'm so confident in that is that when Putin actually declared this war, one of his goals was, and he explicitly said it, to get rid of Ukrainian government. And they were aiming actually at doing this. So what's happened then that Putin suddenly changed his mind and ready to talk to Zelensky? So does he got a legitimization in his eyes? So this is the question and the big question mark. Then another one is that both sides are still stemming from their original positions, which are quite opposite. So Putin hasn't changed and hasn't withdrawn in his demands for Ukraine to get rid of NATO membership perspective, for Ukraine to actually recognize Crimea as a legal part of Russian territory, to recognize the so-called republics, and to get destroy all its military cooperation with NATO members. So, and Russia hasn't changed their position so far, Ukrainian side as well. And then for Putin himself, psychologically, it's very difficult to accept something of defeat or failure. And we've heard a lot of comments and assessment of what's going on right now with the Russian plan to invade Ukraine, that it's not according to Putin's scenario. So for him, it's not like raising a white flag and asking for negotiations with Zelensky. So I would definitely keep a close eye on this Russian strategic move.
Do you not think that perhaps the argument could be made that the Russians simply underestimated first how long this would take for them to invade and even get to Kiev, and that they found themselves as pariahs on the international stage and they're trying to find a way out of this?
I wouldn't admit any single idea or a possibility of this of Russians admitting that they were wrong, because we've tried to raise this issue at different international forums, asking, are they ready to admit that their parts to this conflict, and how would they get out of them? And in each similar situation, they just decline to answer this question. So they would never ever admit that they've done something wrong. They don't need this political face saving. They would probably, so my original assessment of what's happening right now, that they are desperately looking for some room for maneuver for them to gain some time to get more strength.
So do you think talks would take place? But sorry, Yulia, I was talking over you. Do you think that talks would actually take place? These two delegations would meet on the border, but nothing would actually come out of it?
This is my initial assessment, but let's see how the things will evolve. I don't see any signs for ripening of these negotiations for both sides. Ukrainian political leadership's always been standing for negotiating and trying to talk to Mr. Putin, finding the way out of this. But I have to remind to you that just in first hours of Russian aggression, or just immediately before that, our president was trying to call Putin, and they've got just silence from there. So Russians don't actually seek these negotiations for the purpose of having some settled agreement. As I mentioned, the positions of both sides, their red lines are completely opposite. So I don't see any room for Ukraine having some concessions on its relations with NATO, or recognizing Crimea as part of Russian territory. So it's completely impossible. So I don't think that actually there are some grounds for these negotiations. I would probably tend to assess at this initial stage, once they just declare this intention to.
Night sky. Marked in red and blue on this map are the two Donbass republics, according to the borders recently recognised by Russia. The Russian Defence Ministry has just announced too that Lugansk militia forces have retaken territory from the Ukrainian army 52 kilometres beyond the previous front line, while Donetsk forces have advanced by 12 kilometres. Meanwhile, Ukrainian military units are now said to be retreating from the borders of the Donetsk and Lugansk republics, and local authorities in both republics are claiming that several towns were targeted in missile attacks. Meanwhile, a huge blaze has erupted at a fuel depot in the Lugansk People's Republic. Local authorities say a Ukrainian missile attack caused that blast, with at least 200 tons of fuel catching fire. Several people have been reported injured. The exact numbers are so far unclear, but with more on the situation in the Donbass region, here's Roman Kosarev.
The Ukrainian army are retreating, but they are destroying everything on their way on this retreat. According to local officials, the Ukrainian army are targeting civilian infrastructure and people's home, and they're using so-called scorched earth policy against the civilians and not the military. Now, they added that Ukrainian military, the ones who are still fighting, are placing their positions in near civilians' homes and schools and kindergartens, and virtually turning civilians into human shields. Once again, that's according to local officials. And of course, we can hear artillery strikes here in Donetsk, where I am right now. On Saturday, massive artillery attack was heard throughout the city. They were 152 millimeter howitzer shells that landed about 5 kilometers away from where I'm standing right now. And one civilian was reportedly killed during those attacks. The city of Donetsk suspended public transportation. Many houses had been destroyed, apartment buildings, and here is one witness account from Saturday night.
What can you do? You just can't do anything about it. Thank God, at least I'm alive. God is looking out for me.
Now, the total number of civilians who were killed during the Ukrainian army's attacks now stands at 8 people. This only over the last 72 hours, and scores of people had been injured as well. Like I said before, civilian infrastructure had been targeted here in Donetsk, as thousands and thousands of people now have no access to water or electricity. Now, over in Lugansk People's Republic, an oil depot, a fuel depot, was struck by a ballistic missile, creating a huge fire. Apparently, the missile is called a Tochka U, or it's a NATO classification SS-21 Scarab, and it is capable of carrying a nuclear warhead. That wasn't the case in this instance. However, it weighs 2,000 kilograms and a very frightful weapon. Now, people's a militia reported that there had been no fatalities there in Lugansk. However, some people were wounded as a result of this ballistic missile attack. According to local officials and according to the Russian Defense Ministry, Donetsk and Lugansk people's militias are moving deeper and deeper into the territory formerly controlled by Ukraine, and both republics report that they have liberated several settlements in Lugansk and in Donetsk as well. They're also reporting that some Ukrainian soldiers are actually surrendering and switching sides, as they've been promised a safe passage back home and an amnesty from this war. Now, head of Donetsk People's Republic, Denis Pushilin, said that this operation will last for a few more days, but he said it will not stop until the rest of Donetsk People's Republic is liberated. And that statement is echoed by the soldiers on the ground as well.
In my personal opinion, we must get our territories back from these evil people, so there will be peace and everyone will sleep well.
The enemy is behaving in different ways. In most places they run, but sometimes they fight to the very end, but that's mainly those fighting for political reasons. Basically, everyone is running away and giving up.
It's been relatively quiet here in Donetsk this Sunday as the fighting is moving further away from the city. Some of the most fierce fighting is taking place in the south of the republic, near the city of Mariupol, which is currently encircled by the neo-Nazi Azov battalion, which has been linked to war crimes by the United Nations. And reportedly, they have placed their positions around civilians, using them as a human shield.
That's Roman Kostlerov there reporting from eastern Ukraine. Now, Anya Perimpol is of the Grey Zone independent news site, and she told us that Washington's influence is a major factor in the tensions and the situation in Ukraine.
It's been going on for 8 years. Ukraine's sovereignty was initially violated in 2014 when the United States supported openly a coup in Kiev, installed a puppet government, and then sparked off conflict in the country's east. The suffering of the people of Donbass, who have experienced shelling and artillery fire at the hands of the Ukrainian military over the past 8 years, leading to the deaths of nearly 15,000 people, their story has been completely erased in U.S. media. I think if you polled the average American individual, U.S. American individual, they wouldn't have even known that there was a war in Ukraine for these past 8 years. President Biden just approved $350 million in weapons to be released to Ukraine, to the Ukrainian government. I wonder where those weapons will go, considering Russia has all but wiped out Ukraine's main military capacity. It's disturbing because just in recent weeks in the United States, reports surfaced in media showing that, and this is according to U.S. officials, the United States has been covertly training Ukrainian forces in order to respond to a potential Russian entry into their country, creating the kind of pretext for a situation as we saw in Syria, where the U.S. isn't officially working with the government or the military, but training paramilitary groups in order to destabilize Ukraine and embroil Russia in a prolonged conflict. I think that is the worst case scenario we could see play out at this point.
Now, China has opposed the sanctions against Russia, saying that they won't resolve the Ukrainian crisis, and it also highlighted to previous conflicts involving the United States.
Among the 248 armed conflicts that occurred in 153 regions across the world from 1945 to 2001, 201 were initiated by the U.S., accounting for 81% of the total number.
The Chinese embassy in Russia has posted a list of the armed conflicts the US has been involved in since World War II, and you can see the names of the cities and the years where the armed conflicts took place, the overwhelming majority of which, the embassy added, were initiated by one country, the United States. The Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson suggested that Washington should ask itself who has been the main aggressor. Now, an international relations expert has warned that sanctions, too, against Russia could be destructive also for the West.
China believes that Ukraine has been very much used by the United States and Western countries in attempting to recruit Ukraine into NATO, which is very, very aggressive as far as Russia is concerned, very destabilizing of peace and stability in that part of the world. Such sanctions will be very mutually destructive, mainly because Russia is a very, very important country in the world, politically, militarily, in terms of energy, economic relations of all kinds. And Russia is such an important and indispensable energy supplier to so many countries in Europe. So by taking out Russia from the SWIFT settlement system, for example, as well as making it almost impossible to Russia to deal with other countries in Europe in terms of trade, export, energy, businesses, etc., is very hurtful to Russian interest, of course, on the one hand, but it's very hurtful of the European interest. Who benefits from all this? I think the United States has an agenda to benefit hugely because they want to sell LNG to Europe countries, and they do not want to have European countries buy more and more of oil and natural gas from Russia, which is cheaper and which is more sustainable.
Meanwhile, YouTube has blocked access to RT videos in Ukraine and disabled the monetisation of all RT channels after several European countries took our network's broadcasts off air. On Saturday, Australian TV service Foxtel said it would no longer distribute this channel due to the situation in Ukraine. We heard from RT's deputy editor-in-chief.
RT journalists tirelessly work to bring valuable facts and views to an audience of millions around the world. When an organization or government either call for or force RT to be taken off the air, it simply highlights the fallacy of media freedoms in the nations they represent. Just look at the Association of European Journalists, who, on the one hand, self-righteously declare themselves as defenders of journalistic rights, yet so readily turn their back on this very founding principle to support the suppression of news and journalists under political pressure. If ever there were a time to recognize the importance of all fact-gathering news and understanding of all views, it is now.
Well, Foxtel has sent a letter to RT saying it ended distribution over, quote, concern about the situation in Ukraine. It said it had the right to do so under the licence agreement with the network. Now, on Thursday, Poland made RT one of 5 Russian channels to be taken off air, and Britain's Culture Secretary asked regulator Ofcom to review
faces massive isolation. I thank all countries which have already severed ties and cut any engagement with Russia on international and bilateral level. Putin has effectively closed the window to Europe, opened 300 years ago by his predecessor, Peter I. This is a turning point in the history of Russia, which will certainly plunge ordinary Russians into poverty and isolation, as well as may lead to the collapse of the Russian political system as such. Belarus will face similar consequences as an accomplice of the crime of aggression against Ukraine if it continues to provide its territory and, God forbid, its human resources to the Russian aggression against Ukraine. Governments around the world have already imposed massive costs on the Russian economy, elite and ordinary people. Sanctions hit Russia's biggest banks, its weapons industry, its of access to financial and economic tools, banning all operations, stopping the issuing of visas to Russians, and many other actions. I also welcome the creation of a special group to research Russian assets abroad. The list of actions is too long to name all now. However, and what I'm going to say is extremely important, I want to warn every government that might think now that after imposing these sanctions they can rest. Sanctions and actions must be elevated. The pressure must be elevated until Russia and its accomplice Belarus stop killing Ukrainians and bombing our cities, our men, women, and children. Until Russia entirely withdraws its forces from Ukraine and deoccupies our territories. This is the end goal of the anti-Putin coalition in the world. Unfortunately, and to stop the war, Russia more, hit Russia harder, hit Russia now. It's a matter of hours and not days to do this important, to make these important decisions and to make these steps. We, Ukrainians, do it on the front line, sacrificing our lives. And we have only one request to you: back us up. I want also to say a few separate words to those few European governments which are now trying to water down the sanctions packages, including the banning of Russia from SWIFT. And I will be trying to leave some measures with their left hands and continue to trade with Russia with their right hands. Stop doing this now. Stop trading with the blood of Ukrainian men, women, and children. This is not a metaphor, but the reality of what you are doing. History will judge you. and your names will forever remain in history books as names of traitors of humanity who failed to oppose the aggressor in Europe at a crucial time. I'm confident you do not want to add your names after a comma. It is critically important that Russia is disconnected from SWIFT on the fullest possible extent. All possible banks. Don't play political games and stop earning money soaked in our blood. Let's stop Putin. Let's stop the war. Let's restore the world order and the European order. And only then will you be able to restore at least some. The second most fundamental issue right now is global and severe sanctioning of the Central Bank of Russia. Once again, we demand and we need immediate steps to impose a full financial isolation of Russia from all civilized systems, applying to all Russian banks, including its central bank. Some actions were already taken, and we are deeply grateful to our partners for them, but they are not enough. Peace needs more. It's not us, Ukrainians, who need it. It's peace in Europe, it's the world order that needs more actions. We also demand to impose a full oil and gas embargo on Russia. These oil and gas now also contain Ukrainian blood. Anyone buying it has to be ashamed of doing so. I welcome the first decisive steps by a number of European countries in this regard and urge all anti-Putin coalition allies to proceed without delay with the strongest possible measures. I would like to thank all partners who have already provided Ukraine with weapons to defend itself from your help. Never forget your help at this dark moment. I urge all countries to provide Ukraine with more weapons, ammunition, supplies, equipment and fuel. We need weapons to fight, to defend our country. We specifically need anti-tank, anti-air, anti-missile weapons. We need more air-to-air and ground-to-air missiles to counter invaders. We need more drones, machine guns, ammunition, everything that can help aimed at killing Ukrainians and destroying our country. It is obvious, I think everyone agrees now after this week, that the goal of Russia is to destroy Ukraine as a state, is to destroy Ukrainians as a nation. But we will not fall. We will not stop or get tired. This is people's war. It's not a war between one state and another. It's a war between President Putin and the people of Ukraine. We are determined to fight back fiercely as long as it is needed to defend our land and our people. We are determined to defeat Russia the same way as we defeated the previous monster in Europe 80 years ago. And I'm sure that we will prevail. Thank you for your attention. I stand ready to open your questions.
And the first question comes from Alexander Stashevsky, the Associated Press, who asks, it's reported that Russian delegation is waiting for Ukrainian delegation to arrive for talks in Belarus. Could you confirm that Ukraine will participate in these talks? What will be conditions for peace settlement that Ukraine is ready to accept?
Again, first, do not approach the talks from the perspective of what Ukraine is ready to accept. I would like to remind you that just a couple of days ago, when the war started, Russia was not interested in any talks at all. After they suffered losses and realized that their plan doesn't go as it was actually planned and designed, and the blitzkrieg failed, Russia started speaking with the language of ultimatums, saying that they are ready to talk Ukraine with preconditions that have to be met before talks begin. As Russia continued to suffer, as Russian army experienced one defeat after another, the demands, the preconditions, the ultimatums by Russia were put aside, and now they convey the message to us that they just want to talk. So I think that the fact that Russia is ready to hold talks without any preconditions, without any ultimatums, without any demands addressed to Ukraine is already a victory for Ukraine. Second, we, of course, as I said, we appreciate all the support that we received recently from friends from all across the globe. But it's us who are fighting. It's our people who are dying. It's our houses that are being destroyed. Today, we were as close as ever to the entry of Belarusian armed forces into the war. And this is why President Zelensky and President Lukashenko spoke today, because we have to defend our northern flank, and we have to minimize the threats coming from that. So we agreed to send a delegation to the location, to the venue on the Ukrainian city in Belarus, meet on the border, and we go there to listen to what Russia wants to say. We are going there without any previous talks, without preliminary agreement on what the outcome of these talks can be. We are going there to listen, and we are going there to say what we think of this war and Russia's actions. So, between now and the moment that the talks are wrapped up, President Lukashenko assured President Zelensky that no Belarusian military force will be used against Ukraine. And this is already an achievement, and we can only hope that Alexander Lukashenko will stick to his word. Between now and the moment when these talks wrap up, we will continue to fiercely defend our country, to defeat Russian forces if they try to continue their offensive operations. We will continue to defeat them in the territories that they have taken under their control. We will not stop until we defend our country entirely. So there is nothing bad in talking as such, and if the outcome of these talks will be peace and the end of war, that should be welcomed. But we will not, again, and I want to make it very clear, we will not give up a single inch of our territory.
Swiss magazine Schweizer Soldat, President Zelensky has announced friends of Ukraine who want to join the defense, come, we will give you a weapon. And the question is, does the president invite foreigners to serve in the Ukrainian army? If yes, how do you implement these measures? Do they receive a special visa?
President Zelensky issued National Legion as part of the territorial defense of Ukraine. Territorial defense is a special branch of the armed forces of Ukraine. It consists of people living in their villages and houses and towns, people who are ready to pick up arms to defend Ukraine. There are dozens, hundreds of examples when local residents are fighting the invaders by all means available to them. And this is again why what is happening is people's war. So, as a next step, in the last 3 days, virtually since the very beginning of the Russian aggression, we started to receive hundreds, many hundreds of requests from foreigners, including from Ukrainian diaspora, who were willing to come to Ukraine and help us defend our land. Some want to do so because they love Ukraine, because they want to defend it. Some understand that Putin attacked not only Ukraine, but the European security and the global order, as the world order as such, and they want to stand up to defend it. Some have unsettled accounts with Russia, and they want to fight specifically Russia, without any regard to specific Ukrainian interests. But all of these people, they now have a legal right and a legal framework to join our forces and to fight under the chain of command of the Ukrainian army. All of them are welcome, and every embassy of Ukraine, every consulate general of Ukraine is open to provide such people with all necessary information. Their access to Ukraine will be facilitated to the extent possible, to the maximum extent possible. The only big logistical problem that we have is that Russia conducts airstrikes. You cannot reach Ukraine by plane. You have to reach Ukraine by land. But we will be helping you come and fight, if you're willing to do so.
Salman Andari, Sky News Arabia. Putin has just ordered his strategic deterrence forces to a special mode. What does this mean to you, and do you expect this war to continue and things get more complicated?
As you noticed, this order by President Putin came shortly after the announcement was made about two delegations ready to meet. And we see this announcement, this order, as an attempt to raise stakes and to put additional pressure on the Ukrainian delegation. We, as I said earlier, we will approach these talks approach. We go there to listen what Russia has to say, and we will tell them what we think of all this. And what we are ready to discuss is how to stop the war and deoccupy our territories. Full stop. If Russia, if the decision of, if the order of President Putin to put on high alert his nuclear weapons is a direct threat to use these nuclear weapons against Ukraine, then I have a very simple message. It will be a catastrophe for the world, but it will not break us down.
Civil message to the Russian human rights and peace activists.
In the recent days, hundreds, if not thousands, of the Russians protested against the Putin's aggression against. People says President Putin, they are against this war because they understand the detrimental, the damaging, the devastating consequences of this conflict for Russia itself. So far, he refuses to listen to them. He went completely mad with his obsession to destroy Ukraine, to deprive us of the right to exist. And all these human rights activists, all ordinary Russians who went out to the streets, they are the voice of that must, in the end, it's them who will suffer the most from the devastating consequences of the war. So I can only call on the Russian government to finally listen to the voice of their own people and to start taking care of their problems, start resolving internal domestic problems of Russia, and it has many of them, instead of attacking neighbors instead of trying to destroy another nation.
Mohammed Mustafa, arms support, did they have an offer to do it?
We enjoy excellent relations with Turkey. Our cooperation in defense sector has evolved in a very sustainable way for months and years, and we bought some weapons from Turkey. There are many issues where Turkey supports us, and we appreciate that support. Unlike many other countries, Turkey was working on us on defense before others joined this cause. And frankly speaking, you know, yesterday Germany decided, just an example, yesterday Germany made a complete U-turn in its policy on supplying weapons to Ukraine. 5 days ago, German leadership was saying that Germany will not change its policy and will not be supplying weapons to Ukraine. Now they are doing it. This is appreciated. We appreciate this change of policy. But if they had done it before, months and years ago, we wouldn't have had this war. Ukrainians would not have paid with their lives, with their health, for the Russian aggression. Russian aggression is the result of many years of appeasement of Russia by many leaders, many European leaders. And now I'm happy that they opened eyes and they finally believed in what Ukraine has been telling them about Russia for the last 8 years. It's too late, but the change is welcome. We need now to receive all these weapons as soon as possible. Every hour counts. It's not a matter of our win or defeat. We will prevail. I'm absolutely confident in that because we stand for the right cause. It's a matter of how many lives will be saved. And we want to save as many of them as possible. Thank you.
That exhausts questions, so we can finish.
Thank you. I hope my briefing was helpful. We, the Foreign Ministry, stand ready to continue communicating with you through our press service and provide you with all relevant materials and background information. Please, one of the front line of this war is disinformation by Russia, is the attempt of Russia to disseminate various fakes about Ukraine, various arguments to legitimize, to find an excuse for its war against Ukraine. Let's be clear, what's happening here is an aggression. The most obvious case of the aggression. And I deeply appreciate the role of the international media in exposing Russia's lies, in telling the truth about the fight of the Ukrainian people against the aggressor.
Okay, so there we have a very emotive speech from the Ukrainian Foreign Minister, Dmytro Kuleba. And he began by just giving a Ukrainian account of what has happened in the last 4 days since Russia invaded his country. He also spoke of those peace talks that are meant to happen on the border with Belarus, saying that they will listen to what Russia has to say. He said that initially Russia didn't want any negotiations, and then when they saw how hard the battle was, they said they would talk, but with preconditions. And then as the battle has progressed, and harder, as many say, than what Russia thought it would be, those preconditions and demands have disappeared. And he says that the fact that Russia is ready to hold talks without any demands is already a victory for Ukraine. We are going there to listen and to tell them what we think of all this. So that is the Ukrainian Foreign Minister, Dmytro Kuleba, speaking a few moments ago. Well, it is now day 4 of Russia's invasion. And the former senior soldier and co-chair of Universal Defence and Security Solutions, General Sir Richard Barrons, is here with me now. General Sir Richard, thank you so much for talking us through this every day. Let's talk about Kharkiv. A lot going on there today. What exactly do we know?
Yes, Kimberly. So Kharkiv was the main story of this morning because we saw a change in the last 24 hours. We saw what we believe is the Russian 4th Tank Army initially intend to bypass rather than go into the city of Kharkiv, and then there was a change. And what we then saw were light forces trying to fight their way into the city and finding that they met very stiff Ukrainian opposition. So we now believe that Ukraine remains in control of Kharkiv, and that Russian attack has failed, and that will have added to the general sense of frustration Mr. Putin is clearly feeling.
OK, that's Kharkiv, the second largest city. What about Kiev, obviously the capital?
Yes, Kiev remains the military and the political heart of this, and we see on the next map what's beginning to unfold. And we saw yesterday Russian forces closing in on Kyiv from a couple of directions. And what we expected to see was Russian heavy forces, so that's tanks, artillery, infantry and armoured vehicles, beginning to fight their way into the city. Now, that hasn't happened. And why is that? Well, the first thing is the Russian advance over the last 4 days has not gone that well. It's been slower than they expected. They're clearly an inexperienced force, so they're learning as they go. The logistics haven't worked well. They don't appear to have full control of the air, so the support they would get from their air force has been reduced, I think. And they've probably had to revise their plans as they go. But above all of that, they've encountered really stiff opposition, not just from the Ukrainian military, but now from a mobilized Ukrainian civil society, and that will be giving them significant pause for thought. But the issue we're now facing is, do Russian forces intend to lay siege to Kiev, or are they going to apply all the firepower that they have to fight their way into the city? And if they do that, in the face of the opposition that we know is there, it will result in the destruction of a lot of the city and a lot of civilian casualties.
One of the lines coming out of the last hour is about the nuclear alert level that Putin has raised. Just talk us through what you think about that and what that brings to the table now.
So we should think about Russians' really heavy weapons, and we should think of them first in the context of what's in Ukraine. And on these photographs here, first up, this is a 203mm caliber artillery gun. It's the biggest artillery gun in the world. It fires a shell weighing 110 kilograms, about 37 kilometers, but it can fire a nuclear weapon with a yield of between 500 and 1,000 kilotons. So that's, I beg your pardon, that's the equivalent of up to 1,000 kilotons of high explosive to a range of about 18 kilometers. So we know this is likely to be in Ukraine, but we haven't seen any sign of its nuclear capability. But it's not just nuclear we should worry about in Ukraine. On this next photograph, this is a thing called a TOS-1. It fires 30 rockets at once in about 15 seconds.
30 rockets at once?
30 rockets in about 15 seconds.
OK.
To a range of only about 6 kilometers.
So you have to get them quite close, too?
You do. But with these rockets, you get a thermobaric weapon. So this produces essentially an extraordinary wall of flame, sufficient to devastate an entire city block. So it's not nuclear, but it is devastating. It's essentially a conventional weapon of mass destruction. This has been seen in Ukraine, but not fired yet, we believe. And on this next image, this is the Iskander missile. It's in and around Ukraine, but it's also in Kaliningrad, near the Baltic states. This can be nuclear. It has a range of about 500 kilometers. So if we were to ever consider the use of nuclear weapons in Ukraine, the capability exists. It's not really, I think, what President Putin is talking about. So he's begun to raise the nuclear stakes in a way that is way beyond Ukraine. And on this next picture, this is the sort of weapon that we're looking at. So this is an intercontinental range ballistic missile. It reaches from Russia to the US. The warhead that it carries can be maybe 300 kilotons, so 300,000 tons of high explosive, up to 800,000 tons of high explosive. And the Russian nuclear inventory is around 6,000 warheads. So on this map, if President
Let's
Putin,
bring up the map.
If President Putin is talking about these weapons, he's not talking about Ukraine. He's talking about how he is threatening to use nuclear weapons in a way that affects the whole world. And to put that in perspective, a 300 kiloton warhead devastates Washington or London. And if there are many thousands of these warheads, and both blocs have these, both the West and Russia, then in the context of a day where we're talking about Ukraine, suddenly we're talking about the end of civilization. And this is either a sign of madness or desperation, but it's clearly out of all proportion to the issues in Ukraine. But it shows how difficult a day, certainly, President Putin is having.
Mm-hmm. OK, General Sir Richard Barons, we're going to have to leave it there. We're coming to the end of the hour, but that's fascinating. Thank you so much for keeping us up to date with what is actually happening in Ukraine. This is a live shot of Kiev as we continue our coverage of the Russian invasion of Ukraine on day 4. We've just heard from the foreign minister who says that they will attend those peace talks between Russia and Ukraine. They will go and listen to what Russia has to say, and they will tell the Russians what they think of what is going on. Continued coverage here on Sky News. Good afternoon. Now on Sky News with the very latest on the Ukraine situation from the United States. This is Meet the Press from our colleagues at NBC News.
From NBC News in Washington, the longest-running show in television history, this is a special edition of Meet the Press with Chuck Todd.
Good Sunday morning. As the Russian invasion began, Ukraine's President Zelensky said what the world was hearing was the sound of the Iron Curtain falling down and closing Russia from the other civilized world. Vladimir Putin has made it clear he intends to reverse the fall of the Soviet Empire. So will he really stop in Ukraine? Overnight, the Russians continued their heavy bombing of Kyiv and other cities and have moved into Kharkiv, the country's second largest city. But they haven't taken over a city yet. The big story right now is the fierce resistance by Ukrainian fighters led by President Zelensky, who have bloodied the Russians' noses and slowed their advance. Military aid to Ukraine is now pouring in. And late yesterday, the United States and its allies finally moved to cut Russia mostly off from the critical SWIFT banking system. There is a carve-out for Italy and Germany for their energy transactions. There are so many unanswered questions. Will Putin move into former Soviet republics like Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, all of which are now members of NATO? Is NATO ready to confront Russia militarily if he makes that move? What effect, if any, will U.S. sanctions have on Putin's strategy? More importantly, what kind of advice is Putin getting? And is he acting rationally? Is he all there? And most importantly, is a Washington already divided against itself even able to tackle this crisis? In today's special edition of Meet the Press, we have it all covered, from the battlefield to the refugee crisis to Moscow and Washington. And I'm going to begin with our chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, who is in the outskirts of Kyiv. And Richard, clearly the story is this Ukrainian resistance and Russia's inability to, I think, to have a quick invasion and success here in Ukraine. What are you seeing?
We are seeing that the Ukrainians are not only putting up a heavy fight, they are pulling together. We are on the outskirts of Kiev right now, and as we've been driving through towns and villages, we are seeing Ukrainians coming out, manning checkpoints, taking their hunting rifles, shotguns, standing next to Ukrainian troops. People had thought that by now the Ukrainian army may have to go underground. We are seeing many, many Ukrainian armored vehicles, tanks on the road. They are operating openly. They are cutting down signs by the roadside in an attempt to confuse advancing Russian troops. And according to the numbers coming out from the Ukrainian military, they believe that they have destroyed over 700 Russian armored vehicles, 150 Russian tanks, about 50 aircraft, helicopters, and fixed wings, and inflicted about 4,000 Russian casualties, Russian fatalities. And there are numerous reports of Russian troops simply running out of fuel, breaking down by the roadside, and being detained, in some cases, by average Ukrainians who are handing them over to police, handing them over to authorities. So they are fighting back very hard.
And Richard, I'm just curious, we're seeing, while the Russian military is having success at cutting Ukraine off from ports and things like this, it's this fighting in the cities. They haven't gotten control of any city yet. It's clear in order to do this, they may have to get bloodier. Have you seen any evidence that more Russian troops are coming?
Well, what we've been hearing is that the Russians have so far mobilized about half of the troops that they had positioned around the edges of Ukraine. And just earlier today, some Russian elements pushed into the city of Kharkiv, which has about 1.5 million people in it. And the Russian troops did get out of their vehicles, which is one of the first times we've seen that, and tried to occupy part of the city. But they were pushed back, and there was heavy fighting. And according to Ukrainian officials and videos that we've been seeing, the Russian troops were repelled from the city. So they haven't captured the capital. They haven't captured even other smaller major cities. So yes, if they want to take the cities, they're going to have to get out of their cars. They're going to have to go house to house. And so far, they haven't even been able to establish and maintain a foothold in any major population center.
All right, Richard Engel on the ground for us just outside of Kyiv. Richard, thanks very much. Look, we're also seeing now a huge refugee crisis. Joining me now to talk about that is Kelly Kobayea. She is at a train station in Poland where a train carrying more than 1,000 Ukrainian refugees arrived this morning. And Kelly, we know many Ukrainians are taking up the fight and staying in Ukraine. You're seeing a lot of families, though, with young children. Tell us about it.
Yeah, that's right, Chuck. And we've seen that over the past 3 days. Scenes like what you see behind me here at this train station. Women and children, some of them very young children who have been traveling for hours from all parts of the country, not just from the west, but also from Kyiv, from the center of the country. We see these emotional reunions at border crossings in Hungary and Moldova, in Romania, and of course here in Poland, where they have opened their borders, opened their arms to as many Ukrainian refugees as will arrive. That, according to Polish leadership here. But the journey is getting more perilous. We spoke to a woman who was on this train, which arrived from Lviv, a city in the west, this morning. She said that this journey, which normally takes 2 hours, took 16 hours. They left yesterday. She said at one point they had to stop because there was fighting nearby. There were explosions, and they had to wait until it was safe to go. They also had to reroute around a bombed-out rail bridge. So it's getting more difficult, even for people in the west, to get out of the country. They're getting out by train, and they're also getting out by foot at border crossings, which, Chuck, I think we've been talking about over the past few days. The lines are incredibly long, and people are waiting out in the cold, in the elements, just to cross.
I know, miles and miles and miles. Kelly Kobaye in Poland for us. Kelly, thank you. And now let's turn to Moscow. That's where we find Keir Simmons. He's been covering this story. And Keir, I think the other fascinating reaction to this is the fact so many Russian people are finding a way to express their opposition to this action. Tell us about it.
Well, that's right, Chuck. These are early days, but there's no doubt that what's happening in Ukraine is shaking Russian society. The number of protesters arrested now up to 3,368. Hundreds of journalists signing a petition. The director of the Bolshoi Ballet signing a petition. Even the children of oligarchs and of Kremlin officials speaking out on social media against the war. And we're seeing, Chuck, economic unease as well from top to bottom. Lines at ATMs and oligarchs. Our hotel where we're staying, Chuck, asked us for forward payment on our rooms for fear that credit cards won't work in the days ahead. And I think we're seeing that anxiousness extend inside the walls of the Kremlin, Chuck. President Putin gave an address to the Russian people this morning where he praised the special operation to provide assistance to the people of Donbass. He did not mention the assault on Kyiv, suggesting even President Putin himself is concerned with how it may be going there. And in response, President Putin's allies are threatening both the Russian people and people in Ukraine. So the Interfax, a news agency, reporting that the Russian prosecutor is now saying that sending money to Ukraine, if Russians do that, that will be considered treason, and is threatening 20 years in prison for that. And those threats against Ukraine itself, well, President Putin's Chechen warlord is now calling on President Putin to change tactics and to start large-scale operations, Chuck. That a chilling call to unleash greater destruction, Chuck.
Keir Simmons in Moscow for us. Keir, thanks very much. And joining me now is the U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Linda Thomas Greenfield. Ambassador, welcome to Meet the Press.
Thank you. Delighted to be here.
Over the last 72 hours, we've seen almost a daily escalation in sanctions from the Western alliance, whether sometimes led by the United States. Obviously, Europeans have a lot to say about the SWIFT system. And I guess my first question is, why has it been sort of this daily escalation? Why couldn't we have gotten all of this done on Thursday? Why has it taken till yesterday? And even that, we only have a partial removal of the Russian banks from the SWIFT system.
Chuck, you know, we made clear from the beginning that we will escalate as the Russians escalate. And that's exactly what we have done. The president, in all of his announcements before, indicated that we will be prepared to put harsh sanctions on the Russians. They were aware that those sanctions were coming. And we have been consistent in applying those sanctions as we've seen the escalation by the Russians, in coordination, of course, with all of our European colleagues.
You know, when we were first announcing sanctions, we were told it was about deterrence. I want to play a few clips here from various officials.
The president believes that sanctions are intended to deter.
The purpose of the sanctions has always been and continues to be deterrence.
The sanctions are designed in the first instance to try to deter Russia from taking further aggression.
And then President Biden admitted this.
No one expected the sanctions to prevent anything from happening.
So I guess the question is, how does this end now? Meaning we've got the sanctions did not deter. We've put in pretty harsh sanctions. We've gone through how it could be slightly harsher. But can this end with sanctions alone?
Look, Chuck, we've been very clear-eyed on this from the beginning. As the president noted, we were going to apply harsh sanctions. And initially, they were an attempt to prevent Russia from taking this aggressive action. But it is Vladimir Putin's decision on whether he will stop what he's doing and listen to the voices of the world, the voices that have condemned him, or he will continue. And if he continues, we will continue to apply sanctions. But at the same time, we were preparing for just this action. And the president has approved moving more troops to support our NATO colleagues. We provided additional support to the Ukrainian government just over the past few days, close to $1 billion and billions since this all started. So we're clear-eyed. This has been a two-pronged approach. We hope that the Russians would listen to the pressure that we were putting them under, but they didn't. So they have to continue to feel additional sanctions and additional pressures on their economy, and they will feel the pain.
President Zelensky called on Russia to be removed from the United Nations. You and I were talking beforehand. We know there's a charter. That is not something that can just be done with a vote or anything like this. But it is sort of odd that Russia's currently in charge of the council right now. It's a rotation. I get how that works. And the world is trying to condemn Russia, and it looks like the UN is just sort of feckless at this. How can the UN play a critical role here?
I would absolutely disagree with your characterization that this is feckless. We have had 3 meetings in the Security Council, and just this week, on Friday alone, we put forward a resolution in which 81 countries co-sponsored with us. 44 of them stood at the podium with me. So we're not being feckless. Russia is hearing a very unified voice from the Security Council, and it has to be very uncomfortable for them. They are a member of the Security Council, and until Monday, they will be president of the Security Council. As you noted, it's rotational, but they can't prevent the Security Council from taking actions. And we have taken some very strong actions since this started.
Do you expect another vote to try to condemn what Russia's doing? I know there's been some talk of that. And if so, do you think this time India, UAE, some others will get on board?
Well, we're going to have a meeting, another emergency meeting of the Security Council today, in which we will make a decision to call for an emergency session of the General Assembly, which we plan to have on Monday. And then hopefully later in the week, we will have a vote, possibly as early as Wednesday, on a General Assembly resolution that the Russians cannot veto.
I go back to, is there any penalty, any mechanism at all to penalize the Russians' behavior at the United Nations? Is there anything?
We can isolate them. We can isolate them in the United Nations. We can isolate them in UN specialized agencies. They are feeling that isolation. There will be a meeting in Geneva at the UN Human Rights Council where they, again, will be called out and their aggressions will be brought to the attention of the world. So again, we have a number of tools to put pressure on the Russians, and we're using all of those tools.
All right. Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield, really appreciate you coming on, sharing the administration's perspective. Let's hope this works.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chuck.
And now we have the rare opportunity of having a Democratic and Republican senator join us together. Democrat Mark Warner, he's chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee. Republican Rob Portman, he sits on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. The two senators actually traveled together to Munich late last week. So, senators, welcome back to Meet the Press. Got a couple of pieces of news that have trickled out literally in the last few minutes. Senator Portman, let me start with the news that President Zelensky has agreed to send a delegation to meet with a Russian delegation on the border of Ukraine and Belarus. Obviously, we're always going to be pro-diplomacy if diplomacy can work here. Any advice to the Ukrainians on how to manage these negotiations?
I think Ukrainians know how to do it, and they also know to be distrustful of whatever the Russians say, since everything that Vladimir Putin has said and other Russian officials has been propaganda, disinformation. So they need to be careful. And by the way, Belarus is where the Russians wanted to have the meeting. Belarus is now under control of Russia, and Belarus is aiding and abetting the Russians' attack on their neighbor Ukraine. So it's outrageous. Let me say, Chuck, at the outset, our hearts go out to the Ukrainian people today. I mean, this is something where the American people are standing firmly with Ukraine. There are over 40 rallies around the country today in support of Ukraine. I'll be at one in Cleveland, Ohio this afternoon. But around the world you see this, including in Russia. The world's standing up in ways that, frankly, I haven't seen this kind of unity since 9/11. And I think that is something that will, in the end, be very helpful. But we've got to provide more military assistance. We've got to tighten up these sanctions further. By the way, in your conversation with the ambassador, you talked about how sanctions did not deter. That's because tough sanctions were not put in place. So we could have and should have done more. And many of us were calling for that. But we are where we are now, so we need to continue to tighten it up, including putting all Russian banks under this SWIFT ban.
Senator Warner, the other piece of news today is Vladimir Putin has, it's a bit of a saber rattle here, ordered his Russian nuclear deterrent forces on alert. How should the United States respond to that?
Well, first of all, the United States response has been stronger because we've actually brought all our European and other allies along with us. Rob and I were in Munich last week. The Europeans were believing, but and mostly in, but not fully in. But look at what's happened over the last few days. We've got Nord Stream 2 sanctions. We've personally sanctioned Putin. He now joins that group of, like, Gaddafi and Assad, of one of the few world leaders ever been personally sanctioned. We have the SWIFT actions, because if we'd sanctioned SWIFT, that's a European organization. The fact that SWIFT is acting in concert with us, kicking Russian banks out. And you're seeing even former Russian allies, like Kazakhstan, where Putin sent troops recently, refused to back Putin. I think Putin totally underestimated both the Ukrainians' fight, and I want to echo what Rob said, that we have great respect for Zelensky rallying the nation and this worldwide support for the Ukrainians. I think he underestimated Ukrainians' resolve. So far, thank God, he's not thrown everything. He's not thrown the cyber attacks the way we expected. But these are very dangerous days. And one last point, you know, remarkably, what he's also been able to do is unify the vast majority of us in the Senate, Democrats and Republicans alike.
Which has been quite difficult lately.
We're with the Ukrainian people, we're with NATO, and he's going to pay a high price.
I got to ask you about something that the ranking member in your Intel committee tweeted overnight. I tweeted on Friday night, Marco Rubio. He said this, Senator Warner: "I wish I could share more, but for now I can say it's pretty obvious to many that something is off with Putin. He has always been a killer, but his problem now is different and significant. It would be a mistake to assume that Putin would react the same way he would have 5 years ago." This is an open question. Is Putin a rational actor? What does our intelligence folks tell you?
Chuck, Chairman of the Intelligence Committee, I'm not going to comment on any specific intelligence. But what we do know is that over the last couple of years, Putin has been more and more isolated. He's not been in the Kremlin for the most part. He's been down at his place in Sochi or at his dacha outside of Moscow. And when you are an authoritarian leader and you have less and less inputs, and you're only hearing from people that want to say to the boss, hey, you're right, I think that leads to miscalculation. And I think that is what has happened in the case of his invasion in Ukraine.
Senator Portman, he went into Ukraine. He did not go into Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Those three are NATO countries. Ukraine was not. In hindsight, should we have brought Ukraine into the NATO alliance?
Yes, and I think that's a very important point to make. Even now, Chuck, we should be allowing Ukraine, and by the way, allowing other countries that may want to come forward. Georgia is one, I'm told that Finland and Sweden, maybe two others at some point, we should allow them to come into NATO. There's a process called the MAP process, which is basically a roadmap to get into NATO. Many of us have been calling for NATO to allow Ukraine to go down that path. We should have done it. If we had done it, I don't think that we would be in the situation we're in now. And I think, other people said the opposite. They said, well, if we allow them into NATO, this will make Russia mad. Well, you know what? Here they are with this atrocity in Ukraine, killing already hundreds of Ukrainians, wounding thousands of them. Unprecedented since World War II to have one country invade another country's borders. And if NATO were there, I don't think he'd be doing it. Assuming that NATO, would respond, which I'm seeing. I agree with what Mark just said, is that Putin miscalculated. He thought this would divide NATO. In fact, it has strengthened NATO and brought us together in ways we haven't seen in years.
In fact, was it a mistake for President Biden, Senator Warner, to rule out any troops in Ukraine for this reason? We've always had a policy of strategic ambiguity when it comes to Taiwan. Make China not sure what we're going to do. Should we have done the same?
I don't think the American public, or for that matter, our NATO allies, would have been wanting American or NATO troops on the ground in Ukraine. I do think I think the administration, I criticized them many times, but NATO a year ago was broken in the aftermath of President Trump. Even 4 months ago, NATO, other than us and the British, the rest of the NATO nations were not fully bought into this threat. They are fully bought in at this point, and I think you're going to see, I still worry about, for example, one of the things we talked about off air, if Putin launches his full cyber capabilities, shuts down the power in Ukraine, does that somehow shut down the power in eastern Poland as well? Because once you let malware out, could that shut off Polish hospitals?
How do you feel about this idea that Article 5 could be invoked on a cyber attack?
Cyber attack is, again, one of those areas where we've had so-called strategic ambiguity. But if you suddenly see American troops get hurt because the power's been shut off, or Polish citizens die because the hospitals go down, you're very rapidly approaching what I think is an Article 5 violation.
By the way, are you also open to NATO expansion?
I'm open to NATO expansion, but that
are you ready to put Ukraine in now at this point, or at least after this is over?
That actually has to be done in concert with all 30 NATO nations. There is a process, and I think the administration, and frankly, NATO was right by not, during Putin's pressure campaign, to somehow say we should take away that right of Ukraine to have that opportunity to join NATO.
All right. Senator Portman, I'm going to change the subject for one quick subject. There's a Supreme Court nominee. I don't think this is going to be a very contentious hearing, but I'm curious, what would it take for you to vote to confirm her?
Well, I'm going to look at her record and look at her qualifications, as I think people will. In this case, I don't think, Chuck, it will be as partisan we've seen in the past, as we did as an example with Judge Kavanaugh when he was nominated. As you know, she'll be replacing another liberal on the court, and Democrats have 50 votes, and +1 with the vice president. They have the ability to confirm, but I think the rest of us on the Republican side are going to be looking at her record, looking at her qualifications. We don't believe you ought to legislate from the bench. We think the Supreme Court focus ought to be on protecting our rights and following the Constitution, and that's what we'll be looking for.
All right. Senator Rob Portman, Republican from Ohio. Senator Warner, I didn't ask you about it. I assumed you're for her.
Listen, I think Judge Jackson's got great qualifications, but one thing we could do right now, back on the issue at hand.
Yes.
Rob Portman and I have a bill that would require, when cyber attacks take place, that the government be notified so we can share with the private sector. You want to make us stronger and safer? Let's get that piece of legislation done this week.
All right. Well, we'll take a look at that. Senators Portman and Warner, really appreciate you coming on together, especially at a time like this.
They say they can't go back to Myanmar, yet if they do, they fear they'll be killed.
We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world. If there is a bigger explosion, this area would be in the danger zone.
These traffic jams snake for hours up and down this hillside. It means precious aid can't access those in need.
You can see the depth of the water. If you have a look in front of us, there are people wading through it.
I think experiencing the 2 million person march in Hong Kong, that was a moment.
I don't like the Chinese government. It's cruel.
It was real people power in action.
Police have been firing tear gas and rubber bullets.
See fires all around us here, and just one of them is the size of around 31,000 football pitches. Siobhan Robbins, Sky News, Bangkok. Look at that sheet of flame, and it's moving this way.
And over there is Dover.
We track the changes happening to our world right now.
I think it's a procession of the Taliban. There they are, right here.
Would you, as Prime Minister, be able to look them in the face?
Let's have a look at both of those two things.
I just want to say thank you for having the courage to speak to us.
We do genuinely believe in what we do, to show the truth.
I thought there was an astonishing story there.
Welcome back. So what options does the United States have to help Ukraine beyond sanctions and sending military equipment? What happens if the war, by accident or design, spreads to NATO countries? How likely is it that Vladimir Putin's designs end with Ukraine? We brought together 3 experts to discuss the war and its implications. Corey Shockey, Senior Fellow and Director of Foreign and Defense Policy Studies at the American Enterprise Institute. Cyber expert Clint Watts, Distinguished Research Fellow at the Foreign Policy Research Institute. And from Stanford, the former U.S. Ambassador to Russia, Michael McFaul. Corey, let me start with you and this. First of all, we're sending all this military aid, we're sending all this equipment to a country in the middle of a war. Just logistically, is it realistic that we're going to be able to get all these arms to the Ukrainians?
Sure, the Ukrainians are in control of most of their own borders. And taking it up to the border and handing it over to Ukrainians willing and able to fight for their country is what's already going on. Several NATO countries are already convoying military equipment to the Ukrainians.
The next step here for us in the next week or two, should we expect more troops to be sent to NATO countries in the Eastern Europe?
Well, we're sending a lot of troops to NATO countries. The NATO reaction force has already been sent as well. These are good things, reminding the Russians that we're prepared to defend ourselves and defend our allies is a stabilizing message right now.
Clint, we brought you here. I think there's a lot of us, and I'm curious, that are surprised we haven't seen a cyber attack against the United States yet, or against the West. What are you seeing in your research?
It's an onion, right? If you look at the core, Ukrainians under cyber attack for 8 years, and it's been intense. There are some reports of some destructive malware. You might have seen DHS CISA put out some warnings about that, so we need to ratchet up. I think this really speaks to the point about what are we going to do for a cyber response. We have been delinquent on coming up with a solution on this for the last decade. And we've been talking about NATO. What is a cyber NATO? Attack on one, is it an attack on all? It's time to figure those things out so we have a unified response.
Earlier this week, there were some reports that President Biden has been given at least the options of potentially using offensive cyber capabilities against Russia. How likely is that going to happen, or was that probably designed to saber rattle Russia a little bit?
I think it's some of both. I mean, it's good to have these things in our pocket, but it's also time to set that deterrence. There are 2 aspects to this war, really 3, that Putin can use: nuclear, cyber, and disinformation, misinformation, to really put us on our heels and destabilize us. So if we can keep it limited, we can use it in scope, and we go off of specific targets. Maybe it's the military, maybe it's parts of Russia, maybe it's certain parts of the banking system to send a message. I think we need to figure out that there's something between absolute destruction of our cyberspace and not doing anything at all.
Ambassador McFaul, let's go to another way that this could end, and that is if Putin either recalculates, and maybe that's what these peace talks are about, or, as Admiral Stavridis said to me in my podcast, there's a Julius Caesar solution. What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor right now?
You know, Chuck, that word rational actor is a very elastic, right? To get kicked out of SWIFT, as it happened to Russia yesterday, and then to have the president of Russia get in front of his generals and say we need to prepare for a nuclear war, that doesn't sound very rational to me. I'm nervous that Mr. Putin has been believing his propaganda for decades. Remember, this guy's been in power for 22 years. He doesn't listen to his aides. Even when I was ambassador 8 years ago, he was very dismissive of anybody around him. He's out at his compound, doesn't come into town very much, and under COVID, he's been more isolated. And if you watch and listen to him, and I met him in 1991. I've been watching him since he was prime minister in 1999. I sat in the room with him for 5 years when I worked in the Obama administration. I speak Russian, I listen to him, and I know what he says. He's increasingly unhinged in the way that he talks about the regime. Just yesterday, talking about Zelensky being a neo-Nazi. Let's remind everybody watching, he's Jewish, and a drug addict. That doesn't sound like somebody that's going to sit down and negotiate a peaceful outcome.
So if that's the case, then how do you create policy if you know he's an irrational actor?
Well, one, deterrence, of course. We need to be vigilant. This nuclear threat especially, I think we need to respond to. I would hope that General Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, would be calling his counterpart today, Mr. Gerasimov, to clarify exactly what he meant by those statements. Number two, I think this is about the war. You know, yeah, the sanctions are great. I support them 100%, but they take months and years to have effect. Yeah. It's really about winning the war on the ground. We need to support the Ukrainians who are fighting. And three, if he succeeds in his ultimate objective, which is regime change, and force Zelensky out of power, arrest him, or kill him, we need to continue to support the resistance. I'm convinced, Chuck, there is no way that Ukrainians will submit to some kind of puppet regime from Russia. That is not going to happen. But to unravel that could take a long time.
Look, they've twice gotten rid of puppet regimes. Corey, it's been fascinating waking up every morning, seeing Zelensky alive and thriving. And you can see the Western alliance having the same feeling going, we should do more. We should have done more. I get the sense now there's a lot of regret in Europe.
Well, all of us should have done more for the protection and defense of Ukraine. But now, what Putin is trying to do, in part with this nuclear threat, is collapse Western solidarity. What he wanted was to end the post-Cold War order, and he's rejuvenated it.
NATO's never felt more relevant.
It's a delight to behold that Western countries are standing strong and squaring their shoulders together.
What do you expect our official response to be to this nuclear saber rattling by Putin?
I hope it will be the response that the French foreign minister gave, which is that we too have nuclear weapons, and we too are prepared to defend ourselves, our allies, and our interests.
Clint, should Americans expect that we're going to get attacked by the Russians? On cyber, cyber in some form?
I think so in some form, but I also think Americans need to learn that they can go without Netflix for an hour and we will be okay. We don't have resilience in this country around cyber, and I think the same part with the administration. We keep saying Putin is playing chess. He is not. He's playing poker. We need to call his bluff. If the Ukrainians can hold for another week, the supply lines are not there. He cannot stabilize his rear areas. We have a real chance to stop Putin in his tracks and give him a decisive loss.
We do. Wow. Go get him, President Zelensky. Hey, thank you, guys. Really appreciate it. Mike, Corey, Clint, very good stuff. Welcome back. Panelists here, NBC News Chief Washington correspondent Andrea Mitchell, Jeremy Bash, former Chief of Staff at the Defense Department and at the CIA, Danielle Pletka of the American Enterprise Institute, and NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker. Kristen, I'll let you kick things off here. The president overnight seemed to maybe get more European buy-in on the SWIFT after he said, he almost was dismissive of it before. What is really happening here, and is this White House disappointed that the Europeans haven't even gone further?
Well, I think that President Biden, and he said during that press conference that there were divisions among the Europeans. Behind the scenes, I'm told there was a lot of arm twisting trying to get everyone on board. And so what you saw yesterday is the Europeans come together and agree to kick certain Russian financial institutions out of the SWIFT banking institution. And I think that caught the Russians off guard, as have just about everything else that we've witnessed, the protests in the street in Russia, the fact that Zelensky has been so defiant, the fact that the Ukrainians have held them off night after night. So the question is, what does the administration do now? They are looking to Congress to get more funding and I think more military support.
But what they really have to make is a big decision about counterinsurgency. How involved are we going to get overtly or covertly inside Ukraine, or supporting training outside Ukraine? There is a dispute over that. But, you know, the SWIFT, what they did on SWIFT, there's still big holes. It's Swiss cheese, really, on SWIFT, because first they have to wait for the Belgian leaders, the board of directors, to approve it next week. They've got a big cutout for any banks that are involved in energy transactions. So that's to protect Germany and Italy and others. And which banks are those? They could be some of the worst oligarch-controlled banks. So let's wait to see exactly how it's implemented.
All right, but Putin, I think he looks on his heels. Do you agree?
He looks on his heels.
Can we keep him there?
No, we can't keep him there. This is a very, very serious country. They're not as serious as we are, but they've got a big military. They've got nuclear weapons. They've got enough personnel and enough firepower to eventually do what they want in Ukraine. The problem is at what cost? And eventually, what are we going to do? I mean, this is the question that Andrea raises. And, you know, I do think the sanctions are a big part of this. The fact that the sanctions have all of these loopholes is a big problem. What are we doing on the Russian central bank? What are we going to supply to the Ukrainians in order to support them? How are we going to backfill Poland and others that are depleting their own defensive stocks in order to support the Ukrainians? None of those questions have been answered.
Well, a senior official did say last night that they are disarming the Russian central bank and stopping it from being able to support the ruble. I'm not sure that's possible to do.
And by the way, sorry, Jeremy, but do you realize that the Treasury has done nothing? I went looking all over the Treasury site to see what the rules were. Nothing yet.
This is a huge miscalculation by Putin, and I think this is like the Soviets in Afghanistan, and I think this may be an opportunity for the United States and the West to actually deliver a very fatal blow to Russia's ambitions on the global stage. I think swallowing Ukraine, a country the size of Texas with 40 million people, is unprecedented since World War II. And if the United States can train and equip the Ukrainians and, I think, engage in a second Charlie Wilson's War, basically the sequel to the movie and the book, which is arming and training a determined force that will shoot Russian aircraft out of the sky, open up those tanks with can openers like the Javelins, and kill Russians, which is what our equipment's doing. I think there's a huge opportunity to hit Putin very hard.
Well, and I think that the Ukrainians' defiance has actually bought them a little bit more time and bought Washington a little bit more time to figure out exactly what they are going to do. And this is a rare moment. All of the loopholes you mentioned, Andrea, where you have Republicans and Democrats actually pretty united, saying we have to do more, looking at each other, pointing the finger and saying, let's get back to the table and
you're watching the Ukrainians fight.
Yes.
And
exactly.
Zelensky in his videos, you know, I mean, I think of him as sort of the Jon Stewart, you know, the politically active comedian, now president. And the question is, are they going to be crushed? Because Russia knows how to crush them if they want to. If Putin is crazy enough to take on the apartment buildings and the civilian populations and move in and move his people out of tanks. You saw the tank that went up and swallowed the car. The man, the passenger, the driver survived. But if he's crazy enough to do that, yes, there'll be reactions, but he'll crush the reactions. We look at these protests. Yeah. The protesters are going to be crushed.
Jeremy, what is our ability to gum up his... I mean, if we're concerned that Putin is crazy enough to try a tactical nuke, that's been my concern. That not full bore, but he'll try. That he might try something. do we have the ability to stop this?
We have tactical nuclear weapons in Europe, Chuck. We have national missile defenses to protect the homeland. But if he fires off a nuclear weapon in Europe, that's going to be a very obviously tragic situation. And the only way to stop him there is to deter him by saying, we're going to make you pay 10, 20, 50 times harder than anything you can hit us with.
Is it realistic? Is the Julius Caesar solution realistic, Danny?
The Julius Caesar solution being that someone stabs him in the rotunda? No.
I say this because if you squeeze the oligarchs hard enough, right? If you squeeze the rich elites around them, will they try to do something
on March 15th, perhaps?
The Ides of March are coming. No, I don't think it's realistic, as much as I think highly of Jim Stavridis, who suggested that to you.
Yeah.
Look, Bashar al-Assad is still in power. Putin is a much savvier, much more shrewd tyrant. He's not going to put anybody who might stab him in the rotunda anywhere near
He's
him.
only talking to 2 people, right now. That's one of the problems. He's so isolated. He's not talking to the Lavrovs and the others who have more Western experience.
Kristen, does the White House realize the State of the Union probably is only going to be remembered for whatever he says about Ukraine and Russia?
That right now is the key question inside the White House. I have asked if he has recast his entire speech. There are some who want him to make this State of the Union address a message that we are in a fight right now, democracies against autocracies. It's not clear that they are prepared to go that far. At this point in time, it seems the speech is still very focused on inflation.
It would be a little weird to hear the words "Build Back Better." I'll be honest.
Yes, but Chuck, here's the thing. This is a moment where foreign policy is intersecting with domestic politics. Everything that happens in Russia right now, every step that the U.S. takes impacts inflation. So the White House has to figure out how to really get that message across, that the president is listening, that he gets it, and that he's prepared to do something.
If you look at the
about
polls,
it.
I don't know if the public's listening to him right now. Whether
Well,
that's fair or unfair
this
to him,
is a
it's just
chance for
fact.
him to seize the mantle back, but the question is he going to do it?
All right, we're going to do a little more politics after the break here.
Well, it's a unique piece, and basically it was a bit of a surprise. For my 21st birthday, my dad bought me this notebook for the simple reason I was in Hollyoaks at the time, and I played the character Jude Cunningham, and my dad was at home in Wigan, and I was on a night shoot in Liverpool, and for some reason he ended up on the phone to Sotheby's, and I think he was 2 bottles of wine in when he started bidding against an American, and he thought, I'll be damned if that goes to the USA, it's got to stay in Liverpool. And he ended up winning the bid and called me up when I was on set to say, guess what, you own the Hey Jude lyrics. And I'm like, what? That's a bit overwhelming for a 20-year-old. But after 20 odd years, we've decided to put it on public display at the Beatles Museum here in Liverpool, and it's their 30th anniversary. And I thought, you know what? It can't be under lock and key anymore. It can't, these people really need to see it. The fans need to get back into Liverpool and understand this amazing piece of rock and roll memorabilia. I've never touched it. You've got to wear white gloves and everything. It's completely secure. It's it's priceless, really. So no, I am too clumsy to touch it. I've obviously seen it, but the guys at the museum said, do you want to hold it? I'm like, no, don't give it to me. I'll break it. It's kind of like it's a family heirloom, I guess. I've got 4 boys, the Fab Four, and number 4 is actually called Jude. But I mean, I don't think we'll ever sell it. To be honest, my dad bought it for him. He just used it as an excuse to buy it for me. Let's face it. But no, hopefully it'll stay in the family. But I just wanted to make sure that everybody in the world could benefit from it and understand it. And obviously Paul's playing at Glastonbury this year. So that, loads more fans will start coming in and next generation will appreciate the brilliance that was the Beatles. I don't know any wedding, funeral, black tie-do that does not play Hey Jude. Everyone stands up and everyone sings to it. It's like a universal anthem. And I think one of my sons said to me yesterday, he says, it's a really famous song, Mummy. And I said, I think Hey Jude and Happy Birthday are the world's most famous songs, yeah.
A lot of action going on. I'm Alex Crawford and I'm Sky's special correspondent based in Istanbul.
This is what makes the job so fantastic.
You're watching Sky News. Today's top story. Russia's President Vladimir Putin has ordered his military command to put nuclear deterrent forces on high alert. He claimed it was in response to what he called aggressive statements by NATO powers, while the US said the move was completely unacceptable. Meanwhile, the Ukrainian president has said a Ukrainian and Russian delegation are to meet without preconditions for peace talks on the border between the two countries. Here are today's main developments. Vladimir Putin has ordered Russia's nuclear deterrent to be placed on high alert, blaming, as I was saying there, aggressive statements by NATO leaders. President Volodymyr Zelensky's office has said it will send a delegation to meet with Russian officials on the Ukrainian-Belarusian border without any preconditions. The regional government of Kyiv, Ukraine's second largest city, says its forces are in control after Russian troops entered the city this morning. And as the international backlash continues, France, Italy, Finland, have joined a growing list of countries closing their airspace to Russian planes. Let's get the latest situation on the ground now. Our correspondent Hannah Thomas-Peter reports on day 4 of the Russian invasion.
Street fighting in Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv. These are believed to be Ukrainian soldiers trying to repel Russia's advance. These appear to be abandoned Russian vehicles, evidence of an invasion that is now reaching its 4th day. The threat has forced a children's hospital underground into a bomb shelter. The most vulnerable suffering in the dark, mothers providing what little comfort they can.
They are fighting against everyone and everything alive, against kindergartens, against residential buildings and ambulances. They're using rocket artillery, missiles against entire cities' districts, which never had and don't have now any military infrastructure.
The Russians are facing fierce resistance, but the damage has been extensive. This is an oil and gas terminal burning outside the capital, Kiev. And this video shows a destroyed building in the northeastern town of Okhtyrka. Ukrainian state emergency services say at least 4 people died in shelling here. As the fighting intensifies, Western powers are trying to ramp up the pressure on Russia's President Vladimir Putin.
I fear that he is determined to use the most unsavoury means in this war, but he should be aware that the International Criminal Court is already looking at what is happening in Ukraine, and there will be serious consequences for him personally.
The world is watching Putin. Huge crowds of protesters gathered in Berlin today, demanding he withdraw. And in St. Petersburg, Russian citizens braved arrest to demonstrate against a war in their name. But Putin is a man who seems to care little for consequence. As his troops continue their advance through the streets of a once peaceful democracy, he ordered his country's nuclear deterrence forces to high alert.
Dear colleagues, as you can see, Western countries are not only taking unfriendly economic steps against our country, I mean the illegitimate sanctions everyone knows about, highest-ranking officials of the leading NATO countries are also allowing themselves to make aggressive statements in relation to our country. For this reason, I order the Minister of Defense and the Chief of General Staff to put deterrent forces of the Russian army on special combat standby duty.
There are many who are determined to stop Russian aggression, including these Ukrainian truck drivers returning from Poland to fight.
I'm going to war. I'm going to war. My brother will stay with my mother, my grandfather, and I will go to war with my father.
Both sides have agreed to meet for negotiations, but in Ukraine's capital, Kiev, they make Molotov cocktails to defend themselves, preparing for violence they fear is coming soon. Hannah Thomas-Peter, Sky News.
Well, more protests against the invasion of Ukraine are taking place in a number of cities today, including in London. And Sky's Sadia Chowdhury has the latest now.
Well, there is a sea of blue and yellow here as hundreds of people have gathered to protest against the invasion of Ukraine. There are Ukrainians here, but also many non-Ukrainians. Now, most of the people I've spoken to have the majority of their family still in Ukraine. They're worried about them, much like Markian, who I'm going to go over now and speak to. Markian, thank you very much for speaking to us. What brings you here today?
I'm here just say for UK, for whole Europe, wake up please, because we need really help. Russian President Putin is really crazy man. So we're so scary. I'm actually from Western Ukraine, from Lviv. And my family stay there, they are so scary. I've got daughter 11 years old. They have to go to the basement every night because they have an alarm every night. So no word, to be honest. We have very bad situation in Ukraine.
And what will you do? Will you try to bring your family here? What's your plan?
To be honest, I tried them move to the Poland, yeah, and my family may be crazy, but they said they're not going anywhere. They want to stay at home. They not move from our land. That's it, yeah. And I don't know what to do. I want to go there, but I need help from here. Send the money, send the army, the stuff. You know what I mean? Because normally the civilian people, they have to go and fight with cocktail Molotov, with whatever they can have, they go and fight. We fight for our land. And what we need just now from whole Europe, from NATO, from wherever, and we need the help. Please help us. Please help us.
How worried are you for your family?
Say again, please.
How worried are you for your family?
I'm so worried. I can't sleep already 3 nights. I can't really eat, and I can't think about job. My mind in there. Yeah, we just have. What we do, we just community here with other peoples. We try help what we can from here, send to the Ukraine, and at the moment, just what I doing. Yeah, but I think I have to go there soon. I won't finish. I would like this going to be finished soon as possible.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. Appreciate it. It's a difficult
Welcome.
time. Thank you. Well, Markian's story isn't too uncommon. Everyone I've been speaking to here has got some connection to Ukraine. A lot of them have family in Western Ukraine who are now receiving refugees, they're saying, from other parts of Ukraine. There's a lot of worry here, and this protest is set to continue throughout this afternoon.
Arm Ukraine! Arm Ukraine! Arm Ukraine! Arm Ukraine!
Time for a quick look at the weather now.
Look forward to brighter skies. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
England and Wales will see prolonged rain taking over tomorrow, while the windy northwest will have some sunshine and some showers. Before then, there will be a mostly fine end to the afternoon, but Western Ireland, it's going to be wet and windy. There'll be severe coastal gales in the far west. Northern Ireland, and Scotland will see that rain pushing across overnight, with clearer skies and a scattering of showers following to most parts. Coastal gales will become confined to the northwest. Elsewhere, Western Wales and Western England, that's going to see rain later. Central and Eastern England is going to actually be mainly dry. It's also going to be mostly frost-free. Northern and Western England, Wales, southern Scotland and the southeast of Ireland will see prolonged rain tomorrow morning, while southeast and central England will be mostly fine. Elsewhere, most parts can expect sunny spells and a scattering of showers. It will be mild but breezy with gales near northwestern coasts. Central England will turn wet during the afternoon, while southern Scotland and the southeast of Ireland will slowly dry up.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
You're watching Sky News. Coming up, we will have all the latest on the conflict in Ukraine as President Putin orders the Russian military to put nuclear deterrence forces on high alert. This is Sky News, our top story. Russia's President Vladimir Putin orders his military command to put nuclear deterrent forces on high alert.
I ordered the Minister of Defense and the Chief of General Staff to put deterrent forces of the Russian army on special combat standby duty.
Ukraine's president says peace talks with Russia are to take place at the border with Belarus. The exodus of people from Ukraine goes on. The United Nations estimates there are more than 350,000 refugees. Hundreds of Russians brave the threat of arrest and turn out to protest against their government's actions. Thousands gather in central London to show solidarity with Ukraine. And it follows even bigger protests against the war in Berlin. Good afternoon. Russia's President Vladimir Putin has ordered his military command to put nuclear deterrent forces on high alert. He claimed it was in response to what he called aggressive statements by NATO powers. Well, the White House said the move was another escalatory and totally unnecessary step.
You have proven many times that you are prepared in most complex situations to act very effectively and resolve the most difficult and responsible tasks. And you always carry out your military duty with honor for the benefit of our country and our citizens in order to ensure our national interests. I'm especially grateful to those who are heroically carrying out their duty in the course of the special operation to assist Donbas and Lugansk republics. I wish you luck, success, and all the best to you and to your close ones.
So that's the main development today. Vladimir Putin ordering Russia's nuclear deterrent to be placed on high alert. Elsewhere, President Volodymyr Zelensky's office has said it will send a delegation to meet with Russian officials on the Ukrainian-Belarusian border without any preconditions. The regional government of Kyiv, meanwhile, Ukraine's second largest city, says its forces are in control after Russian troops entered the city this morning. And as the international backlash continues, France, Italy and Finland have joined a growing list of countries closing their airspace to Russian planes. Let's speak to our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes, who's in Kiev. And Deborah, just explain to us what exactly it means that Putin has ordered this nuclear deterrent to be placed on high alert.
Yes, it's a really sinister step by the president. He's calling it a deterrent move, but the White House has, or the US and other analysts have looked at it and said it's absolutely not a deterrent, it's a threat. And it fits into Russia's nuclear doctrine, which specifically allows the use of what's known as a tactical nuclear weapon. I mean, it sounds a bit ludicrous to call a nuclear weapon small, but a limited nuclear explosion to be deployed in a conventional conflict in a way to basically just inflict such scale of punishment on the opposition that they would then back down and that would achieve victory. It's known as escalate to de-escalate. Even the threat of putting his nuclear forces on high alert, or his nuclear armed forces rather, on high alert, that's all about signalling. It shows that he has the capability to do that. There is also doctrine that backs that up in terms of the theory behind it. But it's never been done before in terms of deploying a nuclear weapon on the battlefield. And of course, everyone will hope that it's not going to happen now, but just the very mention of the word nuclear weapons, not that he actually specifically said that word, but the mention of the forces that have that capability is an ominous move from Vladimir Putin, but also potentially a sign of stress on his end, given that the war so far doesn't seem to have gone anywhere near to plan. We're on day 4 now, and Russian forces have yet to capture any of their supposed key targets. They've been launching attacks from multiple angles, from the north, the east and the south. And they've managed to make movements forwards to advance. But there was a battle, heavy fighting today for the second city of Kyiv. Officials there saying they're still in control of that city. And then here in Kyiv as well, we've had, for the last 2 or 3 nights, there's been Russian forces moving in towards the city, but they haven't got into this city yet. The Ukrainian military have managed to blow up bridges, defend a very important airfield. And so potentially a sign that it's not going to plan on the ground. And so therefore, maybe from the Kremlin, escalating up to mentioning the fact that he has these so-called deterrent nuclear-armed forces is one possible conclusion you could draw. The other is, as you mentioned, these negotiations that are now going to be taking place between Russia and Ukraine on the Belarus-Ukraine border. The Ukrainian side also believing that President Putin is raising the spectre of this nuclear deterrent as a way to put pressure on the Ukrainians, who actually, frankly, sounded pretty upbeat. Yes, they are in this horrendous war and it's inflicting huge cost on the country and it was imposed on them by Russia. But their forces have inflicted heavy costs on the Russian side. You just have to look on social media at the images of Russian vehicles burnt out. We don't have official confirmed figures for the number of Russian fatalities, but the Ukrainian foreign minister said he believed about 4,300 Russian troops had been killed and wounded so far. So the Ukrainian side do think that the fact that Russia is agreeing to these talks, apparently without any preconditions or ultimatums, is viewed as a little victory. Also, they didn't have to have these talks in Belarus, which was where Russia had proposed them. Instead, they're taking place on the Belarus-Russia border, the Belarus-Ukraine border, and Ukraine saying that they will not surrender and they will not capitulate.
OK, Deborah, thank you very much, Deborah, there in Kiev. Let's bring in our US correspondent, Mark Stone, who's in Washington. And Mark, what have the White House said, if anything, in response to this announcement from Putin about the nuclear deterrent?
They have released a statement in the last hour or so, and I'll read it to you. This is from a senior administration spokesperson who says at every step of this conflict, Putin has manufactured threats to justify more aggressive actions. He was never under threat from Ukraine or from NATO, which is a defensive alliance that will not fight in Ukraine. The only reason his forces face a threat today is because they invaded a sovereign country and one without nuclear weapons. This is yet another escalatory and totally unnecessary step. So that the measured response to a really very frightening announcement by Russian President Vladimir Putin. I mean, it makes the point quite clearly that that NATO is not threatening the Russians. They are bolstering their numbers on the eastern flank of the alliance's area. Simply because they are worried about a Russian aggression, not the other way around. But how will what President Putin said go down in Russia, where many people are seeing a very different media, are seeing a very different side to what is actually happening on the ground? They will probably see this as the defense of the homeland by Vladimir Putin. I think we are at a very, very, very dangerous stage in this now. As Deborah was saying, on one hand, yes, there are talks, and that is encouraging. But on the other, President Putin is really, really raising the stakes here. I think it's also worth saying that it's absolutely the case, I am sure, although they've not announced it because they don't want to sound aggressive, that the Americans, the Brits and other nuclear powers will have let's say, dusted down all their plans so that they are prepared for anything that could come at them from Russia. I mean, that is the state that we are at now. Another bit of interesting news that I think will be something the Americans will want to look at and may well be looking at now. Who is talking to President Putin? How can they assess his state of mind? And we know this morning that the Israeli Prime Minister, Naftali Bennett, has spoken over the course of the past day to President Putin. Now, Israel is in a very interesting position here because Israel, of course, its closest ally is the United States, but Israel has very good diplomatic relations with the Russians as well. There are a lot of Jewish people who live in Ukraine, so it has interests everywhere. And I think the fact that Naftali Bennett has spoken to Putin and has incidentally offered to be some sort of peace negotiator, that may well be slightly far-fetched. But it's clear that from what the Israelis have told me, that Putin is willing to negotiate, which is, as we know, interesting. It may show signs that things are not going very well for him. But also, I imagine the Americans will now be talking to the Israelis to assess the state of mind of Vladimir Putin in that phone call with Naftali Bennett. So a lot of moving parts right now.
OK, Mark, thank you very much. Well, it is now day 4 of Russia's invasion, and still there's no sign of troops on the ground in the Ukrainian capital, Kiev. But it is a very different situation, as we've heard, in Ukraine's second city. Former very senior soldier and co-chair of Universal Defence and Security Solutions, General Sir Richard Barrons, is here with me now. So, General, let's talk about Kharkiv. Basically, the battle for the city is going on. That is not working. Let's just talk. Just talk me through Kharkiv, if you can.
When we woke this morning,
there we go.
We understood that Russian forces were fighting to get into Kharkiv. We know that the Russian 4th Tank Army had been in the area, and we initially saw that it was trying to bypass the city and avoid the fight to go into it. What we saw during the course of the early hours of this morning, and indeed from last night, were Russian forces trying to get into Kharkiv, but they were using only very light forces, essentially infantry and light armoured vehicles. And during the course of today, we've seen that that has been repulsed. So this is yet another indication that it is very difficult for light forces to penetrate Russian urban areas. And if you look on the next map,
it's coming, it's on its way.
It's on its way. So this is Kharkiv itself. Now, the important point is it's about the size of Newcastle, home to about 1.4 million people. So it's a very large built-up area. And the choice the Russians confronted this morning was, if they can't get in there with light forces, should they use much heavier weapons? And so far they elected not to, either because they didn't have them or they wanted to try elsewhere.
Do we have any idea why they didn't? If it's a case of they didn't have them or they wanted to try elsewhere? Or
So we know the capability exists in the area, but it was not applied around Kharkiv. So I think that's an indication of the conundrum that they're facing.
OK, so that's Kharkiv, the second largest city. What's happening in Kiev today? So over the course of Friday and Saturday and into today, we have seen Russian forces arrive, mostly from the northwest and northeast. But somewhat to our surprise, they appear to have poised, because we were wondering when Russian tanks would start to make their way closer into the city. That has not happened. And nor have we seen a lot of air activity from the Russian Air Force over the city itself. And I think we're seeing a number of indications here of the Russian operation has stumbled a bit. They're clearly an inexperienced force, so they're learning as they go. They have major logistic challenges supporting their forces, so they may just now be gathering their strength. They've had to revise the plans as they go. They don't appear to have total control of the air, which is, frankly, a bit of a surprise. And above all, not only have they encountered stiff and effective resistance from the Ukrainian military, they are bumping into an entire mobilized Ukrainian civil society that rejects their presence. And so the dilemma they are facing now, just like Kharkiv, is do they now try and isolate the city and essentially lay siege to it in a way that people have tried for hundreds of years in different settings, or are we going to see a major effort to bring great violence to Kiev with the heavy weapons that they have available to them? So it doesn't appear that they're going to get into that city without destroying a lot of it and killing a lot of civilians. What sort of time frame are we looking at for them to make that decision?
Difficult to judge, but we imagine the forces that would be capable of doing this are now approaching the outskirts of the city, and they may be preparing to do exactly this.
OK, let's talk about the weaponry now that they have. What do they have in Ukraine at the moment?
So this is a very important point, because we are about to see tanks and artillery and infantry potentially engaged. But we're also starting to see equipment like this. This is a very large artillery gun. Indeed, it's the largest in the world. Its caliber is 203 millimeters. It fires a shell of about 110 kilograms out to about 37 kilometers. So this could hit indiscriminately anywhere in a city like Kiev. But it is also nuclear capable. It can fire a nuclear shell with a yield of up to the equivalent of 1,000 tons of TNT. And we know it also has a conventional warhead. We know this is very likely in and around Ukraine.
So what happens with this kind of a weapon? Does it come nuclear armed, or is it something that they then send out afterwards?
So generally speaking, it would normally travel with a small number of conventional, these 110 kilogram, very heavy, very destructive shells. The thing that can bring down an entire apartment block with one round. If nuclear weapons were to be deployed, they would travel separately, and there's a different procedure, and the range is considerably shorter, probably no more than about 18 kilometers, because it's a much heavier round.
Okay. So what else do they have?
So in this next photograph, this is a different kind of thing altogether. This is a rocket launcher that fires 30 of these missiles in 15 seconds out to a range of only about 6 kilometers. But these are thermobaric weapons. These produce a vapor cloud like napalm that produces a wall of flame when it's ignited, capable of devastating an area the size of an entire city block. We have seen these weapons moving in Ukraine. We have not seen them fired yet.
Okay. Do we know where they are in Ukraine?
No, we don't. We have imagery that we've seen them moving through built-up spaces. This comes on social media, but we don't know where they are.
Okay. Now, we've heard Vladimir Putin putting the nuclear deterrent on high alert. I mean, how worried are you about that, and what sort of weaponry would that be?
So the first thing that he might consider is a relatively small missile like this one on the next picture, which is the Iskander-class missile. This has a range of about 500 kilometers, and the nuclear warhead has a yield of between 5 and up to 50 kilotons, which is devastating enough.
How big? I mean, it doesn't really mean anything to me, that.
So to destroy a city the size of Washington, you would need about 300 kilotons, okay. And this is up to 50 kilotons. So, we might call it a tactical missile rather than a theater or intercontinental missile. It's the sort of nuclear device one might see if we were ever going down that crazy path, deployed in Ukraine. And as Deborah Haynes has described, in Russian doctrine, is the view that you could use a relatively small nuclear weapon to de-escalate a situation, and the Iskander missile might be an example of that. So with its range of 500 kilometers, this is the sort of thing you might see in Ukraine.
Are they in Ukraine or not?
We understand that they are.
Okay, okay. But they do have intercontinental missiles, don't they?
Yes, they do. So as has been described today, where President Putin has talked about the nuclear option, he's really talking about this thing on the next picture. Completely different. This is a missile with the range to reach across the world, the sort of thing that would fly from Russia to the US or into the further reaches of Europe. The warhead on the end of this could be up to 800 kilotons. Russia has around 6,000 nuclear warheads. The US has slightly fewer, but there's an equivalence. So if we see this sort of thing, if this is what Mr. Putin is talking about, we're not talking about a threat to Ukraine, as we see on this next map. Suddenly, Ukraine has become a global issue where you could see the east coast of America, the west coast of America, much of Europe subject to nuclear attack. This seems to me so fanciful that surely Mr. Putin doesn't believe this, because if he does, you're then going to see the same sort of Western response on the major built-up areas in Russia. And we will be in that nuclear holocaust, which is essentially the end of civilization, on the back of a dispute over Ukraine. Surely that would be mad.
Mm-hmm. OK, we're not there yet. Let's go back to Ukraine. Just how much ground do the Russians have at the moment, and do we know?
So on this next map, it's very interesting, because we have seen over the last 4 days the Ukrainian opposition doing a very good job of stalling the Russian operation in the way that we've described earlier. So we know that Russian forces are in this sort of area here, and they've made some ground, and the Ukrainian forces have done well to hold them back. However, there are a couple of things that are really important. The first is the Russians have used about half of the force that they had assembled on the Ukrainian border before all this started. So there's a lot more to come.
So of the 190,000?
Of the 190,000, roughly only half is probably engaged. And so the Ukrainian military are in danger of being worn down before the Russian conventional force has been depleted. And as I've described, the Russians have not deployed their full inventory of firepower, to say the least.
And they always talk about flying the paratroopers in to those airports closer to Kiev. Sorry, are those paratroopers included in the 190K on the border?
Yes, they are. So it's a very interesting question. So when they put paratroopers ready to seize the airports around Kiev, they would have assumed that very quickly the ground forces would close up to them, and that's not really happened. So the issue now, as we go into the next period of this campaign, is the Ukrainian military have done well, but they are in danger of being isolated by Russian forces. So they have a choice: is do they stay in place and fight, or are we going to see during the course of the next few days maybe Ukrainian forces moving in the general direction, falling back on Kiev? That'll be a very tough decision.
Mm. OK, General, it's fascinating. Thank you so much for talking us through that.
Thank you.
You're watching Sky News. Coming up, we will, of course, have all the latest on the invasion of Ukraine and the thousands of refugees who are now fleeing the fighting.
Look at that sheet of flame, and it's moving this way.
And over there is Dover.
We track the changes happening to our world right now.
I think it's a procession of the Taliban. There they are, right here.
Would you, as Prime Minister, be able to look them in the face?
Let's have a look at both of those two things.
I just want to say thank you for having the courage to speak to us.
We do genuinely believe in what we do, to show the truth.
That's it, that's the moment.
I thought there was an astonishing story there. They say they can't go back to Myanmar yet. If they do, they fear they'll be killed.
We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world.
If there is a bigger explosion, this area would be in the danger zone.
Traffic jams snake for hours up and down this hillside. It means pressures aid can't access those in need.
You can see the depth of the water. If you have a look in front of us, there are people wading through it.
I think experiencing the 2 million person march in Hong Kong, that was a moment.
I don't like the Chinese government. It's cruel.
It was real people power in action. Police have been firing tear gas and rubber bullets.
See fires all around us here, and just one of them is the size of around 31,000 football pitches.
Siobhan Robbins, Sky News, Bangkok.
Look at that sheet of flame, and it's moving this way.
And over there is Dover.
We track the changes happening to our world right now.
I think it's a procession of the Taliban. There they are, right here.
Would you, as Prime Minister, be able to look them in the face?
Let's have a look at both of those two things.
I just want to say thank you for having the courage to speak to us.
We do genuinely believe in what we do, to show the truth.
That's it, that's the moment.
I thought there was an astonishing story there.
Volodymyr Zelensky, who's been speaking. Let's have a listen.
President is to defend Ukraine, and over these last days, you saw that we are fulfilling our obligation.
We had an agreement to meet without any preconditions with the Russian delegation. I don't want any citizen of Ukraine had any doubts that I didn't do everything I could. And when our soldiers are fighting, the president is here, the head of the president office is here, the prime minister is here, the army is here, the commander-in-chief is here. We all will be defending our country. We have to be pragmatic to achieve our goal, and our goal is to secure our territorial sovereignty and integrity. We protect our statehood. Now, we could see that our soldiers are fighting for our today's life, for our future, not for money. And today it's the most important job to be a military, to defend your country. And that's why I want our country to pay decently to our military who are holding arms. And I want to pay them 100,000 hryvnias to our soldiers, because I want them to know that the country is grateful to our soldiers, and this will stand until the war is over. And finally, yesterday, unfortunately, we lost our Mriya, but it was an old Mriya. And our new Mriya is being built, our hope is being built. Glory to Ukraine.
Okay, so there we have the latest from the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, saying that they did have that agreement to meet with any preconditions with the Russian delegation, and that he didn't want the citizens to doubt that he was doing everything that he could, and that the president is there reinforcing the fact that he is still in Ukraine, and again reinforcing the fact that they have to be pragmatic in defending their territorial sovereignty, and also announcing what one would assume was a pay rise for soldiers fighting against the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So that is the latest from Volodymyr Zelensky. Thousands of people, mainly the elderly, women and children, are, however, still crossing over into neighbouring countries as they try to escape Ukraine. The UN says more than 368,000 people have left for Poland and other Eastern European states. Our Europe correspondent Adam Parsons has the latest now from the border between the two countries.
There's almost an exponential growth in the number of people coming across the border. Ukraine is a couple of miles that way, and, well, let me just get out of the way and you can see this is what we are witnessing again and again, is families coming off these coaches and then heading off to, well, potentially a reunion with other family members, and sometimes heading off to hotels for temporary accommodation. And then if you can see over there, you see these people who've got these signs that they're holding up. They're offering help, they're offering accommodation and lift. And then you see these volunteers here. You're seeing a lot of people here. These are from the fire service, from the Polish fire service, and they are running this enormous voluntary operation. These firefighters have come from all over Poland, in some cases from the far western extreme of the country, and they are working in shifts 24 hours a day at the moment, shuttling people from the border to this camp, where they then get, as you can see, food, drink, goods that they need, and then assistance heading in another direction. And they come with, well, this gentleman here is clearly, he's got his suitcase, but sometimes you see people just turning up with a bag like that, sometimes just a plastic bag of possessions. Sometimes I've seen people turning up with nothing. About an hour or two ago, I was on one of these coaches, were invited on to join the refugees, and that's what they are. These are refugees in Europe in 2022, coming from the border, and you saw this blend of some people who were thrilled to be here, having travelled days and days on end to reach here, and others who looked absolutely heartbroken. I looked at a woman in her early 20s who was crying silent tears and clearly was struggling to cope with what she'd seen and where she was. And a lot of these people coming in here are women and older people, lots of children, of course, as well, because the men between 18 and 60 have been told to stay in Ukraine and to fight for their country. But we are also seeing plenty of foreign nationals. I was just talking to a man called Genesis, who's Nigerian, was a student in Ukraine.
We're going to jump in there because Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission, is speaking.
HRVP Borrell will present to you the proposal in a few minutes. At the same time, we're strengthening once more our sanctions against the Kremlin and its collaborator, Lukashenko's regime. First, we are shutting down the EU airspace for Russians. We're proposing a prohibition on all Russian-owned, Russian-registered and Russian-controlled aircraft. These aircraft will no more be able to land in, take off, or overfly the territory of the European Union. This will apply to any plane, owned, chartered, or otherwise controlled by a Russian legal or natural person. So let me be very clear. Our airspace will be closed to every Russian plane, and that includes the private jets of oligarchs too. Second, in another unprecedented step, we will ban in the European Union the Kremlin's media machine. The state-owned Russia Today and Sputnik, as well as their subsidiaries, will no longer be able to spread their lies to justify Putin's war and to sow division in our union. So we are developing tools to ban that toxic and harmful disinformation in Europe. And third, we will target the other aggressor of this war, Lukashenko's regime. Lukashenko's regime is complicit in the vicious attack against Ukraine. So we will hit Lukashenko's regime with a new package of sanctions. We will introduce restrictive measures against their most important sectors. This will stop their exports of products from mineral fuels to tobacco, wood and timber, cement, iron and steel. We will also extend to Belarus the export restrictions we introduced on dual-use goods for Russia. This will also avoid any risk of circumvention of our measures against Russia. And in addition, we will sanction those Belarusians helping the Russian war effort. All these measures come on top of the strong package that I presented to you last night, agreed by our international partners. Under this package, important Russian banks will be excluded from the SWIFT system. We will also ban the transactions of Russia's central bank and freeze all its assets to prevent it from financing Putin's war. And we will target the assets of Russian oligarchs. We continue to coordinate closely with partners around the globe, and we remain in close contact with our Ukrainian friends. President Zelensky's leadership and his bravery and the resilience of the Ukrainian people are outstanding and impressive. They are an inspiration for all of us. We welcome with open arms those Ukrainians who have to flee from Putin's bombs, and I'm proud of the warm welcome that Europeans have given them. We are mobilizing every effort and every euro to support our eastern member states to host and take care of these refugees.
We will do this in full solidarity. And with this, I invite HRVP Borrell to give his part.
Thank you, President. As you have said, we are currently witnessing a fully fledged war directly in our borders. The war is again on the borders of Europe. President Putin is trampling the statehood and identity of a sovereign Ukraine and its people. What we see is blatant violations of international law, and with more and more civilian infrastructure being targeted, international humanitarian law, Putin is bombing, launching missiles, strikes, killing innocent people. But the Ukrainian armed forces are fiercely fighting back and showing an heroic resistance to this invasion. It's a people and an army fighting against the invader. But the invader, Putin war is not only against Ukraine. We need to understand the gravity of the situation for us, for the European, and for the global security. This afternoon, Putin has announced that he's putting Russian nuclear deterrent forces on high alert. It's important to stress that the nuclear forces of Russia has been put on high alert. I just had a VTC conference with the G7 foreign ministers, and we were joined by Minister Kuleba, who informed us of the latest development on the ground and the Ukraine urgent needs. And I told him very clearly, you came last week, we asked for SWIFT and we asked for arms. And now we are delivering on both sides. We are doing everything we can to support Ukraine. We stand by Ukrainian people in practical terms. In 1 hour, I am convening for the 4th time in this week the European Union Foreign Ministers' Council for an extraordinary meeting, and following up the request from Minister Kuleba, Foreign Minister of Ukraine, I will today propose to use the European Peace Facility for 2 emergency assistance measures to finance the supply of lethal material to the Ukrainian army, as well as urgently needed fuel, protective equipment, and medical supplies. Another taboo has fallen. The taboo that the European Union was not providing arms in a war. Yes, we are doing, because this war requires our engagement in order to support the Ukrainian army. Because we live in unprecedented times, like you did when the pandemic came. We are facing the pest and the war as the biblical times. And this will not finish here. It is the first time in our history that the European Union will provide lethal equipment to a third country. And I have also instructed my team and the European Union military staff to set up a mechanism to coordinate the request of the Ukrainian army so that we can respond in the most effective way, together with the member states, to their needs that Minister Kuleba has explained us today. Today we will provide the political endorsement also of the European Union 27 member states to the overall package of measures outlined by President von der Leyen that will pave the way for the swift adoption of all necessary acts. As just explained by Madam President, we will discuss with the foreign ministers the announcement of tough economic sanctions. SWIFT, the central bank. I will also put forward additional listings against oligarchs. We'll target the elite of the Putin regime, who benefit financially from the system. We will also reinforce our measures against Belarus, who have been facilitating the Russian assault against Ukraine. With these measures, more than half of the central bank reserve of Russia will be blocked. Also, more and more member states are announcing to close the airspace to the Russian airlines and aircrafts, and we will set a common approach together with the ministers. And finally, disinformation, because Putin doesn't want also only to conquer the land, he also wants to conquer the spirits of the people through toxic messages, through lies. The Kremlin and its supporters are engaged in a massive disinformation campaign in Ukraine, in our neighborhood, and in the European Union itself. And we have been fighting against disinformation since 2015 with the East Stratcom Task Force and the European Union Disinformation Platform, which, by the way, I invite all of you to visit. And today we are taking a crucial step to turn off the tap for the Russians' information manipulation in Europe by banning Russia Today and Sputnik from broadcasting in the European Union. We are killing the snake on its net. We will also continue working actively in Ukraine and in our neighborhood to fight the attempts to distort reality and to seed confusion and uncertainty. Let me close, Madam President, by underlining that we will continue to coordinate with the Ukrainian government and neighborhood countries and to do everything that we can to provide all the necessary support to the Ukrainian people and to put a stop to this senseless war. Thank you.
Okay, so Ursula von der Leyen there, the President of the European Commission, spoke first, and then the EU Foreign Policy Chief, Josep Borrell. Let's bring in Laura Bundock, who's in Brussels. And Laura, that was interesting. Heavier sanctions, more weapons, and Belarus also being targeted.
Yeah, that's right. So let's just run through. There's a bit more information now. This is the third, if you like, tranche of sanctions coming out of the EU. So a complete shutting down of European airspace to all Russian aircraft. No planes can take off. They can't land. No private jets of oligarchs either in European airspace. Shutting down two of Russia Today and Sputnik, two big Russian broadcasters and news agency, won't be allowed in the European Union anymore. And moves now on Belarus as well. So we'd heard talk about Belarus, but a bit more detail about that. So they'll face similar export blocks and bans to the ones Russia had already faced. And individuals in Belarus seen to be financing and funding Russia's efforts will also be personally targeted as well. Big praise for President Zelensky and how he has, as Ursula von der Leyen say, bravely been acting, describing him as outstanding, impressive and inspiration. And also a nod to the European response when it comes to the refugees who are arriving from Ukraine, saying they're proud of the warm welcome Europeans are giving them. But it's interesting hearing Josep Borrell, he's the head of the EU's foreign policy, talking about the European peace facility. Now, basically, the EU is a peace project. So any talk of how it would provide military aid is always controversial. But now we're seeing, as he put it, another taboo falling, in that Europe is using this European peace facility to help offer military assistance, military aid to another country. It's the first time the EU has done this. And basically, it's the mechanism that means that they can together get in touch with the Ukrainians, figure out what's needed, and then coordinate the military response and what that means. It has to be agreed by the EU 27, but not all countries have to offer any form of weapon or assistance, but they have to agree to it in principle being used. But we can see now very much a more assertive, I think, approach from Europe when it comes to the war effort, to the military assistance, as well as the economic, the financial sanctions we've been hearing about.
And he also, Josep Borrell, also saying that they're going to convene a fourth meeting of the EU Foreign Ministers' Council. So that is going to happen now. But look, what happens now in terms of sanctions? I mean, we've seen this is, as you said, the third tranche of sanctions. Are there more to come, or is this it?
Well, I think the big one was always this question about SWIFT and a slight change in the language around Russian banks and SWIFT. But before it was several Russian banks, Ursula von der Leyen now saying important Russian banks will be excluded from SWIFT. And I think 2 words, but I think it is significant, the semantics of this, because lots of questions about, well, why not every bank? You know, there is a lot of reliance within Europe on the Russian, on the system to do trade, to do business with Russia. And I think those countries with closer trade links as well were set to lose a lot more. So now we know important Russian banks will be cut out of SWIFT. We already had that announcement, and we knew that that the transactions of Russian central bank were going to be frozen, its assets were going to be frozen. So details there too. But I think it'll be interesting to see which banks in particular, because that will obviously have big repercussions on Russia and also many of the countries within the EU, like I say, those with close ties to Russia when it comes to trade and when it comes to reliance on Russian energy.
OK, Laura, thank you so much. Laura in Brussels there for us. You are watching Sky News. Coming up, another day of protests in London as hundreds of people turn out to express their anger over the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Well, it's a unique piece, and basically it was a bit of a surprise for my 21st birthday. My dad bought me this notebook for the simple reason I was in Hollyoaks at the time, and I played the character Jude Cunningham, and my dad was at home in Wigan, and I was on a night shoot in Liverpool, and for some reason he ended up on the phone to Sotheby's, and I think he was 2 bottles of wine in when he started bidding against an American, and he thought, I'll be damned if that goes to the USA, it's got to stay in Liverpool. And he ended up winning the bid and called me up when I was on set to say, guess what, you own the Hey Jude lyrics. And I'm like, what? That's a bit overwhelming for a 20-year-old. But after 20 odd years, we've decided to put it on public display at the Beatles Museum here in Liverpool, and it's their 30th anniversary. And I thought, you know what, it can't be under lock and key anymore. It can't, you know, these people really need to see it. The fans need to get back into Liverpool and understand this like amazing piece of rock and roll memorabilia. I've never touched it. You've got to wear white gloves and everything. It's completely secure. It's like, I mean, it's priceless, really. So, no, I am too clumsy to touch it. I've obviously seen it, but the guys at the museum said, do you want to hold it? I'm like, no, don't give it to me. I'll break it. It's kind of like it's a family heirloom, I guess. I've got 4 boys, the Fab 4, and number 4 is actually called Jude. But I mean, I don't think we'll ever sell it. You know, to be honest, my dad bought it for him. He just used it as an excuse to buy it for me. Let's face it. But no, hopefully it'll stay in the family. But I just wanted to make sure that everybody in the world could benefit from it and understand it. And obviously Paul's playing at Glastonbury this year. So that, I mean, loads more fans will start coming in and next generation will appreciate the brilliance that was the Beatles. I don't know any wedding, funeral, black tie-do that does not play Hey Jude. Everyone stands up and everyone sings to it. It's like a universal anthem. And I think one of my sons said to me yesterday, he says, it's a really famous song, Mummy. And I said, I think Hey Jude and Happy Birthday are the world's most famous songs, yeah.
A lot of action going on. I'm Alex Crawford and I'm Sky's special correspondent based in Istanbul.
This is what makes the job so fantastic.
ba ma dalee commencé liggéey bi yokkute bu bari am nañ ko ci
Hello again. Well, more protests against the invasion of Ukraine are taking place in a number of cities today, including in London. Sky's Sadia Chowdhury has the latest.
Well, there is a sea of blue and yellow here as hundreds of people have gathered to protest against the invasion of Ukraine. There are Ukrainians here, but also many non-Ukrainians. Now, most of the people I've spoken to have the majority of their family still in Ukraine. They're worried about them, much like Markian, who I'm going to go over now and speak to. Markian, thank you very much for speaking to us. What brings you here today?
I'm here just say for UK, for whole Europe, wake up please, because we need really help. Russian President Putin is really crazy man. So we're so scary. I'm actually from Western Ukraine, from Lviv. And my family stay there, they are so scary. I've got daughter 11 years old. They have to go to the basement every night because they have an alarm every night. So, no word, to be honest. We have very bad situation in Ukraine.
And what will you do? Will you try to bring your family here? What's your plan?
To be honest, I tried to move to the Poland, yeah, and my family may be crazy, but they said they're not going anywhere. They want to stay at home. They not move from our land. That's it, yeah. And I don't know what to do. I want to go there, but I need help from here, send the money, send the army, the stuff, you know what I mean? Because normally the civilian people, they have to go and fight with cocktail Molotov, with whatever they can have, they go and fight. We fight for our land. And what we need just now from all Europe, from NATO, from wherever, and we need the help. Please help us, please help us.
How worried are you for your family?
Say again, please.
How worried are you for your family?
I'm so worried. I can't sleep already 3 nights. I can't really eat, and I can't think about job. My mind in there. Yeah, we just have. What we do, we just community here with other peoples. We try help what we can from here, send to the Ukraine, and at the moment, just what I'm doing, yeah. But I think I have to go there soon. I won't finish. I would like this going to be finished soon as possible.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. Appreciate it. It's a difficult time. Thank you. Well, Markian's story isn't too uncommon. Everyone I've been speaking to here has got some connection to Ukraine. A lot of them have family in Western Ukraine who are now receiving refugees, they're saying, from other parts of Ukraine. There's a lot of worry here, and this protest is set to continue throughout this afternoon.
Arm Ukraine! Arm Ukraine! Arm Ukraine!
It's time for a quick look at the weather.
Look forward to brighter skies. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
England and Wales will see prolonged rain taking over tomorrow, while the windy northwest will have sunshine and showers. Before then, there will be a mostly fine end to the afternoon, but Western Ireland will be wet and windy. There will be severe coastal gales in the far west. Northern Ireland, Ireland and Scotland will see rain pushing across overnight, with clearer skies and a scattering of showers following to most parts. Coastal gales will become confined to the northwest. Elsewhere, Western Wales and Western England will see rain later, while central and eastern England will be mainly dry. It is going to be mostly frost-free. Northern and Western England, Wales, southern Scotland and the southeast of Ireland will see prolonged rain tomorrow morning, while southeast and central England will be mostly fine. Elsewhere, most parts can expect sunny spells and a scattering of showers. It will be mild but breezy, with gales near northwestern coasts. Central England will turn wet during the afternoon, while southern Scotland and the southeast of Ireland will slowly dry up.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
You're watching Sky News. Of course, coming up, we will have continued coverage of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We will be live in Kiev with Mark Austin there. You're watching pictures now of Ukrainians who have been forced to flee their country. The UN says that about 350,000 of them have fled thus far. This is a picture on the Polish border where we're seeing what is now an exodus of people as they flee their country. Men between 18 and 60, they cannot leave because of conscription. So we're mainly seeing women and children and the elderly. But we will be live in Kiev in the next hour with Mark Austin as we continue our coverage on day 4 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
This is Sky News. It's 5 o'clock in the UK, 7 here in Kiev. These are the headlines. Russian forces fighting on the streets of Ukraine and now on high alert for a nuclear threat as President Putin raises the stakes.
I ordered the Minister of Defense and the Chief of General Staff to put deterrent forces of the Russian army on special combat standby duty.
The tensions here in Kiev, but planned peace talks on the border with Belarus, according to Ukraine's president. The human tide escaping Ukraine, more than 350,000 refugees, according to the UN. The anger against war also in Russia as protesters gather in Moscow and St. Petersburg. And praying for the people of Ukraine, the church services to remember those suffering. Good evening. 4 days into Russia's invasion of Ukraine, President Putin's forces have not taken any major city. An apparently united West has agreed a catalogue of sanctions, including barring some Russian banks from a key banking system. So this afternoon, Russia's leader upped the stakes, ordering his nuclear forces onto high alert. Vladimir Putin says it was because the sanctions are illegitimate and NATO leaders have made aggressive statements. These are the key developments so far today, and that is the main one. Vladimir Putin ordering Russia's nuclear deterrent to be placed on high alert, a move described as dangerous and irresponsible by the head of NATO. Elsewhere, President Volodymyr Zelensky's office says it is sending a delegation to negotiate with Russian officials on the Ukrainian-Belarusian border without any preconditions. The regional government of Kyiv, Ukraine's second largest city, says its forces are in control after Russian troops entered the city this morning. And as the international backlash continues, the EU is shutting down its airspace to Russian planes and banning state-owned media from broadcasting in the bloc. Our first report tonight comes from Sky's Hannah Thomas-Peter.
Street fighting in Ukraine's second largest city, Kyiv. These are believed to be Ukrainian soldiers trying to repel Russia's advance. These appear to be abandoned Russian vehicles, evidence of an invasion that is now reaching its fourth day. The threat has forced a children's hospital underground into a bomb shelter. The most vulnerable suffering in the dark, mothers providing what little comfort they can. There is fierce resistance, but the damage has been extensive. These pictures show a destroyed building in the northeastern town of Okhtyrka. Ukrainian state emergency services say at least 4 people died in shelling here. As the fighting intensifies, so does the international pressure on Russia's President Vladimir Putin.
I fear that he is determined to use the most unsavoury means in this war, but he should be aware that the International Criminal Court is already looking at what is happening in Ukraine, and there will be serious consequences for him personally.
The world is watching Putin. Huge crowds of protesters gathered in Berlin today, demanding he withdraw. And in St. Petersburg, Russian citizens braved arrest to demonstrate against a war in their name. But Putin is a man who seems to care little for consequence. As his troops continue their advance through the streets of a once peaceful democracy, he ordered his country's nuclear deterrence forces to high alert.
Dear colleagues, as you can see, Western countries are not only taking unfriendly economic steps against our country, I mean the illegitimate sanctions everyone knows about, highest-ranking officials of the leading NATO countries are also allowing themselves to make aggressive statements in relation to our country. For this reason, I ordered the Minister of Defense and the Chief of General Staff to put deterrent forces of the Russian army on special combat standby duty.
There are many who are determined to stop Russian aggression, including these Ukrainian truck drivers returning from Poland to fight.
I'm going to war. I'm going to war. My brother will stay with my mother, my grandfather, and I will go to war with my father.
Now, as refugees flee the fighting, both sides have agreed to meet and talk. President Zelensky addressing an anxious nation.
We had an agreement to meet without any preconditions with the Russian delegation. I don't want any citizen of Ukraine had any doubts that I didn't do everything I could. And when our soldiers are fighting, the president is here, the head of the president office is here, the prime minister is here, the army is here, the commander-in-chief is here. We all will be defending our country. We have to be pragmatic to achieve our goal, and our goal is to secure our territorial sovereignty and integrity.
But in Ukraine's capital, Kiev, they make Molotov cocktails to defend themselves, preparing for the violence they fear is coming soon. Hannah Thomas-Peter, Sky News.
So here in Kiev, the city is under a 36-hour curfew. The expected Russian advance into the city hasn't yet come. The forces are around 20 miles away, according to Kyiv's mayor, the former heavyweight champion Vitaly Klitschko. Our chief correspondent, Stuart Ramsey, reports on a capital under curfew.
Smoke billows over the Kiev skyline as the Russian forces draw closer to Ukraine's capital. But their main effort still hasn't been launched. There is a continuing curfew here until Monday at least. The only people on the streets are Ukrainian security forces, and they're hunting down Russian saboteurs. Sky News filmed as men in plain clothes, supported by soldiers, arrested two men in a black SUV. We don't know why they were targeted, but it illustrates the tension here. The men were held at gunpoint and questioned. In recent days, rumours have wildly circulated of roving Russian agents attempting to bring terror to the streets and plotting a route into Kiev for the Russian tanks. The city's mayor, Vitaly Klitschko, says it's exactly why the curfew was introduced.
The Russians sent some troops, small troops, which actually with some time, we as civilian, with the weapons, snipers and shootings everywhere, and they want to make terror attack and to bring the
ever. The bloc says it will supply weapons to a country under attack.
European Union steps up once more its support for Ukraine and the sanctions against the aggressor that is Putin's Russia. For the first time ever, the European Union will finance the purchase and delivery of weapons and other equipment to a country that is under attack. This is a watershed moment.
Let's get analysis from our diplomatic editor, James Bays. He's joining us from Brussels. So tell us more about these measures that have been announced by the EU.
Yeah, I think that you've just heard what she says is a watershed moment is clearly the most important in a series of important announcements that have come in the last half hour from the European Union. That, I think, follows very clearly off the change in the German government position. The German government is now going to supply weapons to Ukraine, and now the EU, the whole of the EU bloc now, as a bloc, is going to finance and deliver weapons to Ukraine. Clearly, this is Ursula von der Leyen, who's the president of the European Commission, announcing what they're proposing to the meeting of foreign ministers. But when she says this, clearly they have an agreement in principle beforehand, and this will be ratified by the foreign ministers meeting, which is getting underway now. And it will, of course, take some time, I think, for those weapons to be delivered to the Ukrainians. And there are already lots of weapons coming from individual EU and NATO states. But as those weapons are delivered, clearly this could be a game changer on the battlefield, on the ground in Ukraine. Other important developments, though, coming from this meeting, which is just getting underway, and from the statement from von der Leyen and also from Joseph Borrell, the High Representative of the EU, who spoke before the meeting. They are also planning tough sanctions on Belarus because, of course, Belarus has been involved in the military operation, and Belarus is now going to be sanctioned. The regime of Alexander Lukashenko is going to be sanctioned by the EU, they say, because of Belarus's direct involvement and military involvement, but also they don't want to be Belarus to be a place that can be used to dodge sanctions so that trade can be done with Belarus and then the items can be sent on to Russia. And so that's the reason for the sanctions on Belarus, which are now going to be imposed. Also, Russian media outlets, specifically RT, Russia Today, and Sputnik, are now going to be banned in the European Union and across the European Union. I know that some who've been monitoring this and some media representatives that I've seen talking about this are concerned that that could mean instant reprisals from President Putin, because, of course, many European media outlets, EU media companies, have bureaus in Russia, and the likelihood is that those journalists and those bureaus might well be expelled from Russia as a result of what has just been announced by the European Union. The other thing that we've seen in recent days and recent hours is an expansion of the bans on Russian aircraft operating in airspace of EU countries. This has been done on an individual basis. Well, at the end of this meeting, we're expecting it to become a formal EU-wide ban. No Russian aircraft will be able to fly over EU airspace. Add to that, of course, that two European countries who aren't in the EU, the UK and Norway, have also put bans, and of course there's a sizable population of very well-heeled Russians in the UK, and Norway is a neighbouring country of Russia. It's going to make it very difficult for Russians to go anywhere at this stage on Russian aircraft, and of course the Russians have banned many European aircraft, so increasingly difficult air links between Russia and the rest of the world. Again, I think the idea is to isolate Vladimir Putin and those around him.
OK, thank you so much. Our diplomatic editor, James Bays, reporting from Brussels. Still ahead on Al Jazeera. As more countries ban Russian planes, as you've been hearing, from their airspace, we'll ask a former pilot how that could impact Russia's aviation industry. And hundreds arrested during protests taking place right now in St. Petersburg against Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We'll have more on that after the break.
Look forward to brighter skies. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Hello, welcome to your world weather report for the Middle East and Africa. Nice to see you. We do have some energy working across northern parts of the Levant, so that's generating some showers, but I want to get you right toward the Gulf. Those winds have shifted around to the north, northwest, so it's kicking up some sand and dust. And for places like Doha, we could see the winds on Monday clip up to 45 kilometers per hour. Let me put this forward to Thursday. We're going to paint the colors on here. Darker the red, the higher the temperature. And we get a southerly push of air. So Riyadh up to 33, Doha 30, and Kuwait 34 degrees, some early March heat here. Off to Pakistan, we've also got heat in the south as well. Karachi, that's above average at 33. Some showers rolling across western areas out of Afghanistan. Now for Turkey, we're seeing weather push in from Greece, so this is working its way across the country, west to east, and things will be breezy in some spots as well. Now for Central Africa, it's about that heat still. Juba 40, Bangui 38, and heavy concentration of rain as we look toward Gabon and western portions of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Seasonal rain still falling heavy over northern areas of Madagascar, and a big drop in temperatures for Cape Town on Monday. We've got you in for 25. See you soon.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Frank Assessments.
For China, it will benefit from the zero COVID strategy if the rest of the world cannot get it together.
Informed opinions.
At all costs, Pakistan needs an Afghanistan that's stable.
Critical debate.
Vladimir Putin claims that NATO constitutes an existential threat to Russia, but it's precisely his actions that's created this insecurity in the region.
In-depth analysis of the day's global headlines. Inside Story on Al Jazeera.
The top stories on Al Jazeera this hour. The Reuters news agency is reporting that Ukraine's president has held talks with Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko. Volodymyr Zelensky says Lukashenko assured him that Belarusian troops will not move into Ukraine. Meanwhile, Ukraine has agreed to hold talks with Russian officials at the Belarusian border. This as Russia's President Vladimir Putin further raised tensions by ordering his military command to put its nuclear deterrence forces on high alert. He says it's in response to aggressive statements by NATO and economic sanctions against Moscow. The NATO chief Jens Stoltenberg has called Putin's statements dangerous and irresponsible. Meanwhile, Russia has stepped up its military advance as its troops enter Ukraine's second biggest city of Kharkiv. But the governor says Ukrainian soldiers are in control. So Kharkiv is situated in the northeast near the separatist-held regions of Luhansk and Donetsk. It's more than 400 kilometers from the capital, Kiev. These are streets in the city's center that we've been showing you of Ukrainian soldiers engaged in a gun battle with Russian troops. A Russian convoy has been destroyed there. If we take a look at who controls what right now, so Russian troops began attacking Ukraine on Friday from Belarus in the north, Russia in the east, and Crimea in the south. And here's the full range of Russia's offensive marked in red. Russian forces also entered from neighboring Belarus through the area around the Chernobyl nuclear plant on the second day of the invasion. It's the site of the world's worst nuclear disaster. Street fighting has broken out in the capital, Kyiv, where people have been urged to take shelter. That's despite the fact Ukrainian troops blew up several bridges leading into the city to slow the progress of Russian armored columns. Al Jazeera's Rania Dridi is in southwest Russia, where large numbers of military convoys were seen heading towards the Ukrainian border.
The situation here on the Russian-Ukrainian border is relatively calm. We're here about 15 kilometres away from the Ukrainian border and around 50 kilometres away from Kharkiv city. This area was the scene of big military movement yesterday, where a huge number of military convoys, including armoured vehicles, tanks, missile carriers and a lot of other military equipment, were moving towards the Ukraine border. Now, some of these convoys have moved towards the south, probably to go later to the Donbass area. Some other convoys took the road behind me and went probably directly to Kharkiv city. According to the information we have, the city of Kharkiv has witnessed fierce battles with Ukrainian forces. The Russian Ministry of Defence has announced that around 500 Ukrainian soldiers from the air defence units have surrendered today to the Russian forces. Now, Kharkiv is the second largest city in Ukraine, and it has a big economic importance because it's the industrial centre of the country. Kharkiv from 1919 to 1934 was also the capital of Ukraine during the former Soviet Union era, and it will mean a lot to the Russians if they manage to control the city.
Like we mentioned, the EU plans to close its airspace to Russian airlines. The bloc joined several countries, including Denmark and Iceland, which have also taken that step. The countries in red blocked Russia from their airspace before Saturday. Those are the UK, Poland, Bulgaria, and the Czech Republic. The rest announced they're either about to block or have blocked their airspace since Sunday. Terry Tozer is a former airline pilot and an aviation commentator. He says the measures could cause major travel disruptions.
It seems to be that everybody's getting on the bandwagon a bit slowly, but there does seem to be an increasing desire. The longer this goes on and the more horrified people are, the greater the number of restrictions being imposed. You can see on the websites that shows the air traffic that the aircraft are all being funneled into corridors mostly to the south of Ukraine. So far as I know, the air traffic control system is still functioning okay. But it could end up leading to delays, and that obviously disrupts the schedules for Western-based airlines and those that are not connected with Russia. We've already seen what happens, haven't we, with MH17 that was shot down by a Russian missile when the last conflict in Ukraine was going on. This is now serious all-out war, and although back in that time there was, in theory, safe airspace above the country, it clearly didn't work. And I would imagine that both the Ukrainians and probably the Russians don't really want other aircraft getting in the way.
Well, Western nations are uniting to target Russia's economy and limit its ability to finance the war. Certain Russian banks will be barred from the international finance system known as SWIFT. That means they'll be prevented from carrying out transactions worldwide. The targets include Russia's central bank that holds reserves worth $600 billion. Sarah Khairat reports.
A fiscal punishment intended to cripple Russia's international financial transactions, a Western show of unity against the country's military assault on Ukraine.
SWIFT is the world's dominant global interbank payment system. Cutting banks off will stop them from conducting most of their financial transactions worldwide and effectively block Russian exports and imports.
Ukraine had repeatedly called on its Western allies to sanction Russia before its forces reached the capital. SWIFT is a secure messaging system that's used for trillions of dollars worth of transactions and is integral to the global economy. Excluding some Russian banks from that will hit their ability to trade internationally. Moscow's central bank has $600 billion of reserves and will also be affected. While it's the biggest move yet by Western powers against the Kremlin, there has been some reluctance from countries like Germany that heavily rely on Russia for oil and gas imports.
This idea that this is in some way going to be just a tax on Russia is misplaced, right? Trade is mutually beneficial, especially trade in the type of commodities that the world and Europe in particular buys from Russia.
Money transfer systems other than SWIFT are in place but aren't as efficient. When Iran was blocked in 2014, it lost 30% of its foreign trade. It's still not clear when one of the most powerful financial penalties to be imposed on Russian financial institutions will be implemented, and Russia is yet to respond. Sarah Khairat, Al Jazeera.
Well, Ukraine's foreign minister has welcomed the sanctions imposed on Russia, but he says more action needs to be taken.
The second most fundamental issue right now is global and severe sanctioning of the Central Bank of Russia. Once again, we demand and we need immediate steps to impose a full financial isolation of Russia from all civilized systems, applying to all Russian banks, including its central bank. Some actions were already taken, and we are deeply grateful to our partners for them, but they are not enough.
The German Chancellor Olaf Scholz says he supports further sanctions on Russia's leaders. He was addressing Parliament on the crisis in Ukraine.
Doch schon sehr bald.
The sanctions package against Russia is unprecedented. Putin will not change his actions overnight, but very soon the Russian leadership will feel the high price they will pay. Our sanctions do work. Its financial sector has been hit hard in recent days. It was Putin, not the Russian people, who decided to start a war.
Well, some protesters in Russia have been arrested as demonstrators called on Moscow to stop its attack on Ukraine. They rallied in St. Petersburg. That's where police tried to break up the crowd. This is the second day a protest has been held in the city against the military campaign. Demonstrations were also held in other cities, including Moscow. Protests have also been taking place in other parts around the world. Tens of thousands of people gathered in the German capital to denounce Russia's invasion. Crowds also gathering in the French capital. This was the scene a little earlier in Paris, where demonstrators gathered to voice their opposition to Russia's assault on Ukraine. Some protesters were holding placards calling on NATO to do more to help Kyiv. Thousands of people have fled the fighting in Ukraine. The UN Refugee Agency says 368,000 have left the country. That number is rising. More than 100,000 have gone to neighboring Poland. Warsaw is expecting as many as 5 million people in the weeks ahead. But crowds at checkpoints are so large it could take people days to be processed.
Those who make war forget humanity. They do not think of the people. They do not look at the real life of people, but they put partisan interests and power before everything. They trust in the diabolic and perverse logic of weapons, which is the most distant from the will of God and distant from the common people who want peace. I am thinking of the elderly, of those who are seeking refuge in these hours, of mothers fleeing with their children. They are brothers and sisters for whom it is urgent to open humanitarian corridors and who must be welcomed. My heart is broken by what is happening in Ukraine, but let us not forget the wars in other parts of the world, such as Yemen, Syria and Ethiopia. I repeat, put down your weapons.
Matthew Saltmarsh is the head of news and media at the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. He says Ukraine's neighbors must brace for what could be an exodus of hundreds of thousands of people in the coming days.
There will be huge backlogs, huge tailbacks. There's a lot of chaos at those border areas. So processing them quickly is extremely difficult. We would, of course, thank those neighboring countries, particularly Poland, Moldova, Slovakia, Romania, Hungary, that have stepped up. They've kept their borders open. They're doing that initial reception and that initial registration. It is very difficult and it is going to take time to process these kinds of numbers. The reports that we were getting in the first days suggested that those who were initially crossing perhaps had better means to do so. They might have had networks in Europe. As you know, there's a significant diaspora population of Ukrainians in Europe, particularly in Poland, but also in other countries. I think as the days roll on, the complexion is a little bit different, and you're seeing people with fewer means really just desperately trying to get across the borders. But it's not always easy. Not everyone can get out, and not everyone wants to get out. Some people might have reasons to stay. They want to stay home. They want to try and stay safe. Of course, it's extremely difficult to do so. And we don't actually have proper numbers at this stage because of the chaos on the internal displacement. In other words, the numbers who have left within the country. Initially, we were saying some 100,000, but it will be much higher. So there's an important work that has to be done to help those inside the country. And our staff are there. They're ready to deploy as soon as it's safe to do so. Some of them have been able to go out. They've been pulling together stocks, making sure things are in place. And when it is safe to do so, they will go out and they'll start to monitor and they'll start to take assistance to those people within the country who have huge needs as well.
Natalie Jaresko is a former Minister of Finance in Ukraine, and she says that sanctions are a small step in the right direction.
The sanctions are not deep enough, not wide enough, not broad enough. We need to completely, with all transactions, sanction the Central Bank of Russia, not only in part. We need to completely sanction all of the state banks, not selective banks, not with carve-outs. And we need to make these sanctions effective today. Putin is targeting orphanages, kindergartens. Children are dying. Innocent civilians are dying. This is an illegal war with no provocation. It is illegal under the UN Charter, under the Geneva Convention, under the Helsinki Accords. And there is no cost greater than the cost that the Ukrainian people are paying today to defend their peaceful homeland, to defend peace in Europe, and frankly speaking, to defend freedom worldwide. I don't believe boots on the ground are necessary at this point. The Ukrainians are very capable and have shown themselves as amazing, resilient fighters, but we do need to provide them massive military support. There is a corridor through Europe to provide that support, ammunition, javelins, stingers, help them help themselves. And beyond that, we need to stop financing the aggressor. The West trades about approximately $800 million a day, buys $800 million a day in imports from Russia. We need to boycott all Russian products. We need to stop trading with the aggressor.
Hello again, the headlines on Al Jazeera. Ukraine's president has held talks with his Belarusian counterpart, Alexander Lukashenko. Volodymyr Zelensky says Lukashenko assured him that Belarusian troops would not move into Ukraine. The talks come after Ukraine agreed to meet Russian officials at the Belarusian border. Despite that announcement, Russia has put its nuclear deterrence units on high alert. President Vladimir Putin says this is because some NATO member countries had an aggressive approach towards his country.
Taking unfriendly actions against our country's economy, but some top officials from NATO countries have had aggressive remarks towards Russia. That's why I command the Minister of Defence and Chief of Staff to put nuclear deterrence forces on high alert.
Heavy fighting continues in several Ukrainian cities after Russian troops stepped up their military advance. This was an area, the scene rather, in Bucha. That's an area just outside the capital, Kyiv. You can see the aftermath of the fighting. This is said to be the wreckage of a Russian convoy. U.S. intelligence suggests Moscow's forces have been frustrated by the strength of Ukraine's resistance. Earlier, there were street battles as Russian troops entered the northeastern city of Kharkiv. Protesters in Russia have been arrested as demonstrators called on Moscow to stop its attack on Ukraine. They rallied in St. Petersburg. That's where police tried to break up the crowd. This is the second day a protest has been held in the city against the military campaign. Demonstrations were also held in other cities, including Moscow. And anti-war protests taking place in cities around the world. This was the scene a little earlier in Paris, where demonstrators gathered to voice their opposition to Russia's assault on Ukraine. Some protesters were holding placards calling on NATO to do more to help Kyiv. Tens of thousands of people also gathering in Berlin to denounce Russia's invasion. This came as the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz announced his support for further sanctions on Russia's leaders. More news at the top of the hour with the Al Jazeera News Hour. But up next, it's Inside Story with Mohammed Jamjoom. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye for now.
The human cost of Russia's war on Ukraine. Hundreds of thousands of refugees stream into Poland, Hungary, Slovakia, and other countries. Can they handle the influx? And will the crisis change the way the EU deals with migration? This is Inside Story. Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Mohammed Jamjoom. Beyond the tanks, missiles, and political wrangling over Russia's invasion of Ukraine, it's the people who are paying the price. The war has created a major humanitarian crisis in Eastern Europe. The UN's refugee agency believes at least 368,000 people have escaped Ukraine to neighboring countries. Many have crossed into Poland, with thousands more arriving in Hungary, Romania, Slovakia, and Moldova. The UNHCR is preparing for up to 4 million refugees if the conflict drags on. Most of the new arrivals are women and children, as Ukrainian men up to 60 years old have been told to return and join the fight. Volunteers and NGOs are doing what they can to help as Zain Bazravi reports from a train station in eastern Poland.
Beyond the reaches of the Russian army, refugees from Ukraine arrive in the safety of Poland, forced to take only what is most important, only what they can carry. Here, friendly faces open arms, and as much comfort as can be had, sheltering in a train station. Vladimir Shamansky was working in the Netherlands when the war broke out. He's waiting for his 5 sons to arrive from across the border to take them to safety. He'll then return to Ukraine, where he says he will join his wife, a soldier in the National Army. Ukrainians are prepared to die, he says, before ever surrendering their country to Russian President Vladimir Putin.
I can say when Ukrainians lose, Europa is can be next one. Poland and all Europa and maybe America too. So help us, or it can be the same like Ukraine.
Ukraine's decision to conscript men of fighting age into the armed forces has divided families. The women who have fled with their children know that long goodbyes may turn out to be final farewells. But there is resilience here.
My daughters always try to have some fun. They can find fun and somewhere and everywhere if they have some toys. But older girl they feel that's a dangerous situation, but we try to be strong, to not so panic.
For many of the displaced, the Przemyśl train station will be the first time any of them have seen any sort of help in days. A hot meal, a place to rest, rides to cities across Europe, even people opening up their own homes to offer those displaced by the fighting in Ukraine a place to stay. There has been an outpouring of support from volunteers who want to help any way they can. We met Maria in tears as she searched for a mother with a newborn she had met earlier in the day. She came back to the train station with toys, but the mother and baby are gone.
I'd gladly bomb Putin to England and the US and other countries, just get dozens of planes to bomb him. That's all I want to say.
There is solidarity with Ukrainians and anger at Russia. As Europe's latest refugees try to figure out what to do next, desperate for news from the people they left behind, those that made it out of Ukraine have a warning for the rest of the world. Millions of lives are at stake. Help stop Russia while you still can. Zain Basravi, Al Jazeera, Przemyśl, Eastern Poland.
All right, let's bring in our guests. In Kharkiv, in Ukraine, Maria Avdiva, head of research at the European Expert Association. In Geneva, Jung-Ah Gadini-Williams, head of global communications at United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. And in Paris, Ole Solvang, director of partnerships and policy at the Norwegian Refugee Council. A warm welcome to you all, and thanks so much for joining us today on Inside Story. Maria, let me start with you. What's the situation like for you in Kharkiv right now, and how concerned are you about how dire the humanitarian situation could grow in the days ahead?
Well, for the 3 past days, we have been going through shellings, and yesterday they got strong, and during the night the shellings continued, and today in the morning we've got reports that Russian troops on light vehicles have managed to enter the city in small groups, and the Ukrainian military started the operation inside the city. So on the streets fighting were going, and there were a lot of shootings all over the place and in the city, and the explosions. Also, the Russians during this night, they exploded the gas pipeline in Kharkiv. We also have reports that there are deaths among civilians, and one of the missiles got into the building, full-story building with people there. So the situation is really threatening. People spend spend the night today in shelters or in the underground, which is used as a shelter for now. It seems that Kharkiv is under control of Ukraine. It seems that Russian forces did not expect that they will see such a intense fighting and resistance from Ukrainian citizens and Ukrainian military. So they were pushed back. Those vehicles that entered the city were destroyed. So Russian forces are now again on the previous positions near the city. But the threat is very close, and actually now the shelling starts again, and we understand that it might continue and get bigger again in the night. I was spoken to the neighbors in my place where I live yesterday, and went to the grocery shop to see if there is anything left. So people are really anxious and are really frightened about the situation, especially those with small children, and they spend the nights in basements and in the shelters, and during the day as well, going there several times. In the grocery shops, there are no fresh products. I mean, bread, milk, and such kind of things. But anyway, that people are still have some sufficient supplies. So there's no crisis with that yet at the moment. And my fear is that Russia, seeing that it cannot, so that Ukraine is not surrendering, and the Ukraine fights back fiercely, they will try to use saboteurs to blow up or explode some infrastructure objects in the city, because we have seen numerous reports today from Kyiv that Kyiv military have captured saboteurs carrying explosion in their backpacks, tried to do it in some very important objects inside the city.
Junga, let me ask you first, how is the humanitarian response going inside Ukraine right now? Has UNHCR and have UNHCR teams been able to access people in need inside Ukraine?
Well, as you can imagine, the situation there is extremely fluid, extremely precarious. We've been in Ukraine for over 30 years, and we've been running an emergency operation there since 2014. But as with everybody else, in terms of the civilian population, the UNHCR staff in Kyiv is of course bunkered down as well. We are still continuing where we can our humanitarian aid deliveries. So yesterday we were able to get a truckload of supplies out to internally displaced people in central Ukraine. However, many parts of the country are completely inaccessible. So we are really calling on access and security for humanitarian agencies like UNHCR, so that we can go out there and deliver urgently needed life-saving assistance to anyone who is forced to flee right now.
Ole, from your vantage point, how massive will the humanitarian needs be? And are the humanitarian actors who are responding to this crisis scaled up enough right now to be able to deal with it appropriately?
I think from what it looks like at this point, I think the humanitarian needs will be absolutely massive. You know, before this recent escalation of hostilities, there were 3 million people in Ukraine who was in need of assistance. And I think what's also really important to remember here, and kind of a unique thing about Ukraine, is that so many of those people were actually elderly. 30% were elderly, and many of them living along the sort of old front lines here. I think we are, together with many other humanitarian organizations, very ready to scale up, and we're now looking at how to scale up our plans, both within Ukraine, but also in the neighboring countries. What we do need is commitments from our partners, from our donors to finance those operations. And as my colleague from UNHCR just said, what we really need is also safety and security on the ground, and that the conditions on the ground are such that we are able to deliver that in a safe way. So that is what we're hoping for.
Maria, what you described to me in your earlier answer, it sounds absolutely terrifying for those like yourself on the ground there in Kharkiv and in other parts of Ukraine. You were talking about essentially the people paying the price for all of this right now. And I want to ask you, based on what's going on, do you feel that your family members, your loved ones should leave?
Well, I myself am not going to leave anywhere because I'm determined to stay here in Kharkiv as much as possible because I want to defend my home and my city. It's where I was born. I don't want to become refugee just because Mr. Putin doesn't like Ukraine and wants to have control over our country. That will not happen, and now everyone counts. I can help in the way I do. I'm, for example, now doing giving up information to the world about what is going on, so everyone knows that the war crimes are being now made by Russia to Ukraine. And but if there will be also other help that I could provide, for example, giving some medical aid or volunteer, and that I will be ready for that as well. So I'm staying here. The family with elderly members are, so they left Kharkiv, but everyone who is now in Kharkiv, they are ready to fight because that is our land, and we don't want to let anyone come here and say us Ukrainians what to do.
Jung-ah, when it comes to this displacement crisis, the numbers that we're already talking about are absolutely staggering. I mean, just in the last several hours, I've seen UNHCR publicizing the fact. First, it was 150,000 refugees from Ukraine had arrived in neighboring countries. Then just a couple of hours after that, it was 368,000 Ukrainian refugees arriving in neighboring countries. UNHCR is saying that they are projecting that up to 4 million people could flee Ukraine. Can countries like Poland, Hungary, and Slovakia and others, can they actually handle this influx?
I think right now what we're seeing is across the board tremendous hospitality, solidarity, and a welcome for any Ukrainians that are forced to flee. And that's throughout the entire region. And I'm not just talking about the governments. People are literally opening their homes, collecting supplies for infants, for mothers, for elderly people. So I think we are seeing a tremendous outpouring of support. However, as you mentioned, we are estimating that up to 4 million could flee. That is a huge number. We'll have to see, of course, in the coming days, how we reinforce. We have, along with other humanitarian agencies, stockpiles both inside and outside Ukraine. But the needs are going to be staggering, and we're already seeing that we will have to reinforce everything that we have on the ground. And then in terms of your question about the ability to uphold all these needs, I think what Maria just said is a key point, which is all the Ukrainians that we are speaking to that are arriving in Poland, Moldova, Romania, Hungary, they're all stressing that they want to stay close to home. They have loved ones inside, they have their homes, they have their lives, they have pets, they have everything that they've been forced to leave behind. As soon as they think that it's possible for them to go back, they want to go back. So I don't think people generally want to move further afield right now. They want to be able to go back to their homes and their lives as soon as they're able to do so.
All right, I just want to step back for a moment and look at another angle of all of this. African students trying to leave Ukraine are denouncing Ukrainian and Polish authorities on social media. Videos posted on Twitter show large crowds of young people of African descent stuck at the border since the invasion began. Take a look.
These are the black community. We are not allowing any black people to enter inside the gate. We are all here. It's only Ukrainians that they are allowing in. Even the ones with kids, they're not allowing them in. They really have been here for days and nobody's asking any questions. Only Ukrainian women and kids they are allowing in through this gate. All the places blocked and all are full of blacks from different communities, from different countries. Nobody's talking to us.
Poland's response now is very different to last year when soldiers stopped thousands of mainly Syrian, Afghan, and Kurdish refugees crossing over from Belarus. It's also in contrast to how European nations dealt with more than 1 million refugees who entered during the 2015 migrant crisis. Ole, let me ask you about this. I'm struck by the fact that the response is so different right now. I spent a lot of time in Europe in 2015 covering the refugee crisis. And one of the borders that I spent a lot of time was the Serbian border with Hungary. And I saw refugees mainly from Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, other countries that were forced back into Serbia by patrolmen on horses. A lot of these refugees, men, women, and children, were beaten back. They were injured when trying to come in to Hungary. And of course, there's been a lot of controversy these past several years about the EU's migration policy. When you see how different the response is right now to refugees from Ukraine, who obviously should be given safe harbor, but when you see how different the response is to the refugees from Ukraine to what the actions were when it was refugees coming from Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, and other countries, what do you make of that?
Well, I think this is something that we need to reflect over, and I think this is it's an incredibly important principle in international law that anybody who is in need of safety should receive it where they might be able to get it, and this has been the position of the Norwegian Refugee Council as well in these last several years, as we have seen people from other places, around the world seeking refuge in Europe, is that we have to let those with real protection need in and to make sure that they are safe as well. It is, as you say, and sort of a very conspicuous difference here in terms of how European countries have reacted to these different situations. But what I hope perhaps is that we can take with us kind of some of the lessons or reflections from this crisis in Ukraine and how we have responded to that, so that we also can have more empathy for people who are coming from other parts of the world, and that we see, I hope that we will see a more open attitude to those people as well going forward.
Jung, the German Interior Minister has said that Europe should agree on accepting Ukrainian refugees without bureaucratic hurdles. From your perspective, from your point of view, do you think that this crisis may change the way that the EU deals with migration going forward?
It's very possible. I mean, obviously, it's early days and things are just changing, not only daily, but hourly. But I do think that we do have precedents in other situations. During the Bosnian conflict, for example, during the Kosovo conflict, we did have situations where with the conflict in Europe, different European countries did come to agreements on how many refugees they would accept, and also what would be the rights and the services that they would be allowed. So already I think that these discussions are taking place. We're glad that they're taking place sooner rather than later. But I think right now it's humanitarian access and humanitarian aid that is the most important need on the ground.
Maria, when you speak to friends of yours, colleagues in Ukraine who have made that extremely difficult and traumatic decision to leave, what are they telling you? Are they telling you that they believe they will only be gone a short time, or do they fear that this could last a very long time and that they could be away from home for much longer than they had anticipated?
Well, most of my friends and colleagues who have to leave their homes, because some of them did want to stay, so they went to places inside Ukraine, to the west of Ukraine, to the central Ukraine. That is still not safe there, because Russia shells also that areas as well. But still, it is of course safer than, for example, in Kharkiv now or in Kiev. And what they want is they want to come back as soon as possible to their homes, to return to their normal lives, because we are a big nation of 40 million people. We don't want, to to run. We want to fight, and we want to have control over Ukrainian territory, which is according to the international laws. So I have myself been offered many times by my friends a place where I could stay in Poland, in Germany, in Macedonia, in Moldova, in other countries, because now everyone here is giving hand to Ukraine, and European nations are united in this. So I was offered that help, and I'm really thankful to all of those who help Ukraine now. But as I have said, I do not want to leave because I don't have any reasons for that. It's Russian soldiers who have to leave our territory. And speaking of those few who have actually left and went to Poland, for example, or Moldova, they usually make this because they are really afraid, and they have small children, and they are threatened that if they will stay in Ukraine, even in Western Ukraine, where there are also airstrikes now, that the children can be harmed, and so they're protecting their small ones.
Ole, obviously there is great concern for the people of Ukraine, for those who are staying, for those who have decided to leave. But I want to ask you about another aspect of this. Is there concern on the part of you and your colleagues for the safety of the humanitarian workers that are responding to all of this?
Yeah, of course there is. I mean, we now have, our teams from the Norwegian Refugee Council. They're in Kiev, they're in Severodonetsk, which is a city that is fairly close to what used to be the front lines between government and non-government controlled areas. And they are hunkering down in bomb shelters as everybody else. And as we talked about, I think it is incredibly important that they are able to then, when things stabilize a little bit, work freely. But I think, the most important part now for me is really to keep a focus on the civilians who are caught in this sort of unnecessary war in areas of active fighting. We saw back from 2014 and 2015 that both sides ended up using weapons that were extremely dangerous to civilians, area weapons, and we've seen confirmation of such use of weapons again now. So I'm really worried that we will see both displacement, but we'll also see much more damage to infrastructure, to houses, killings and injuries of civilians. And this is really what our focus should be on now, to try to stop that. There should be maximum diplomatic pressure to stop that, to not use such weapons. And then we need to scale up the humanitarian assistance so that we can address the needs that are going to be absolutely staggering.
It is a terrifying situation, very concerning for so many of the people inside of Ukraine right now. We have run out of time, so we're going to have to leave the discussion there. Thank you so much to all of our guests, Maria Avdiva, Jung-Ah Gedini Williams, and Ole Solvang. And thank you, too, for watching. You can see the program again anytime by visiting our website, aljazeera.com. And for further discussion, go to our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story. You can also join the conversation on Twitter. Our handle is @AJ Inside Story. From me, Mohammed Jamjoom, and the whole team here, bye for now.
With some of the world's largest reserves, Niger provides much of the uranium that fuels Europe's nuclear power plants. But at what cost? People and Power follows the uranium trail from Niger to the shores of the Mediterranean and investigates the devastating effects on the planet and all those who inhabit the industry's path. The Curse of Uranium on Al Jazeera. When the news breaks.
Well, it all started in the early hours, around 5 a.m. Very large explosions, people waking up to what they'd never expected, many of them.
When people need to be heard and the story told.
I find my art playing the role of bringing our differences together.
With exclusive interviews and in-depth reports.
This is Myanmar, this is Thailand.
Al Jazeera has teams on the ground to bring you more award-winning documentaries and live news.
Syria's darkest days, with one man leading the country throughout.
President al-Assad has lost legitimacy. He needs to step down.
How has he retained control through over a decade of war? We examine the global power games of President Bashar al-Assad.
We believe Assad was simply carrying out Iranian orders.
What keeps you awake at night?
Many reasons that could affect any human.
Assad, master of chaos, on Al Jazeera.
On counting the cost, Argentina turns to the IMF for rescue. But does the fund really offer a path to financial stability? Pumping cash into fossil fuels, will banks ever quit funding polluting resources? And Nepal's thirsty towns, how are farmers tackling the water shortage? Counting the cost on Al Jazeera.
Revealing eco-friendly solutions to combat threats to our planet on Al Jazeera.
This is Al Jazeera.
You're watching the News Hour live from our headquarters in Doha. I'm Darine Abugaida. Coming up in the next 60 minutes, a fourth day of Russian bombing in Ukraine, but the two sides agreed to hold diplomatic talks on the border with Belarus.
I'll say frankly, like always, I don't believe in the result of this meeting, but let's try.
President Vladimir Putin orders nuclear forces be put on high alert, but the US warns that could make the situation more dangerous. The EU closes its airspace to Russian aircrafts and pledges to help finance and supply weapons to Ukraine. Chants for an end to the war. Thousands protest in St. Petersburg and other cities across the world against Russia's invasion.
I'm Joanna Gajrowska with the sport. As France calls on Russia to be kicked out of this year's World Cup, pressure grows on FIFA, with the third country, the Czech Republic, refusing to play Russia in qualifiers for the tournament.
Here with the News Hour on Al Jazeera, we begin with the push to stop the fighting in Ukraine, and diplomats from Russia and Ukraine are expected to hold talks on the border with Belarus. This follows a number of phone calls between Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky and his Belarusian counterpart Alexander Lukashenko. Well, despite that announcement, Russia has put its nuclear deterrence units on high alert. President Vladimir Putin says this is because some NATO member countries had an aggressive approach towards Russia.
Western countries are not only taking unfriendly actions against our country's economy, but some top officials from NATO countries have had aggressive remarks towards Russia. That's why I command the Minister of Defence and Chief of Staff to put nuclear deterrence forces on high alert.
Bring up our correspondents right away. We have correspondents in Russia and Ukraine. Bernard Smith is in Moscow. We'll be speaking to him in just a moment. But first, Andrew Simmons is joining us from Lviv in Ukraine to tell us more about what we're learning about the prospect for talks, Andrew.
No breakthrough, it would seem. Dmytro Kuleba, the foreign minister of Ukraine, announced that these talks would take place in Pripyat, somewhere near the Pripyat River. That's on the border with Belarus. He was sounding quite upbeat, really. He thought that this was a victory, he said. And the reason he was saying that is that Russia, although it seems to be sending the same signals it always has done throughout this invasion of being insistent that there be a surrender and insistent that President Zelensky should stand down, isn't publicly saying that at the moment, but it is conceding to preconditions to the talks, it seems. Talks actually are are going to take place, it seems, also, because there are delegates. So this is a question of delegates on both sides. Delegates are arriving at the venue. It's a secret location. And there are, well, things on the table, apparently. But whether or not there'll be agreement between the two, well, it does seem unlikely. There is another aspect to this as well, because Alexander Telchenko is actually part of the whole process. And Lukashenko is of the view, it would seem, that he will actually put on hold any attacks from his own forces on Ukraine. The background to this is that the indications are that he is making a decision very soon on whether to engage Ukraine militarily himself, effectively coming into the war. Now, the president of Ukraine is cynical about the whole thing, and he's saying this.
Alexander Lukashenko звернувся до мене, щоб Україна.
Alexander Lukashenko addressed me so that Russian and Ukrainian delegations meet. I underline about any conditions. I'll say frankly, like always, I don't believe in the result of this meeting. But let's try so that no citizen of Ukraine would have doubt that I, as president, did try to stop the war when there was even just a small chance.
What are you hearing about the situation in the capital, Kyiv, Andrew?
Well, there was a warning a few hours back of cruise missile attacks imminent in Kyiv, and there is also a number of reports of further advances, but they're slow, these advances coming from the north, the west and the south. It does seem the whole backdrop to the prospect of negotiations are losses that were not expected by Russia and a time frame for the attack that is getting more prolonged than people had thought initially. This is the view of military observers. Whether or not that's going to happen in practice is another matter. And there are also reports of in the north of the city of very much a standstill, effectively, of one armoured convoy because of destroyed bridges, at least two of them on main roads. And these convoys are having to now skirt around the areas. So effectively, the capital is also seeing infrastructure attacked now by the Russians, but there are many active small units of the Ukrainian army that are actually doing better than expected at halting these armoured convoys, as I've said. And the weaponry they're using Stinger missiles for aircraft, attacks on aircraft, and they're using a lot of ground-to-ground missiles on tanks and armoured vehicles. These seem to be highly effective, and they are really moving in areas now that actually have results. However, the Russians have an immense firepower. They have cruise missiles. They have a lot of troops on the ground. And there is a consternation maybe in military circles in Kremlin. But there is also a view that they will get there if they're prepared to take immense losses and take a prolonged time doing it. So, yes, it's hard to say which way this will progress, but those talks possibly being successful is really unlikely.
Okay, thank you so much. Andrew Simmons is reporting from Lviv in western Ukraine. We'll now cross over to Moscow and bring in Bernard Smith to tell us what the Russians are saying, Bernard, about the state of what they're calling their operation.
Russia's defense ministry, Doreen, has been giving daily updates on how they're progressing. They call it an operation in Ukraine, and they're always telling us how it's going, how they're achieving their objectives. Interestingly today, for the first time, that they've admitted that there have been casualties amongst the Russian military. They say that, regretfully, there are killed and wounded comrades, and they admit that some Russian troops have been captured. A lot of social media pictures have been showing some captured Russian troops as well as some killed Russian troops. The Russian Defense Ministry is not giving any numbers, but it is worth noting that for the first time they've admitted that they have suffered losses on the battlefield of their soldiers. Now, they're also saying that Ukrainian soldiers who lay down their arms, those who surrendered, will be returned to their family And they're also accusing Ukraine of torturing some soldiers.
And what's behind the announcement that was made earlier by President Putin that the nuclear forces are to be put on high alert?
What Vladimir Putin's done is he's put what Russia calls its deterrence forces on high alert, and these include nuclear weapons. Now, Vladimir Putin says specifically he's done this because of the aggressive statements by NATO leaders and the economic sanctions imposed by the West against Moscow. And it's worth reminding ourselves that on Thursday, before Vladimir Putin launched this invasion of Ukraine, he said that any country that tries to hinder our operation would face immediate consequences that you have never encountered in your history. So that was a fairly clear threat early before that invasion started. Response to it, the NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, he said that this is dangerous rhetoric from the Kremlin, and the US said it's part of a pattern of Moscow manufacturing threats to justify aggression.
OK, thank you so much. Bernard Smith is reporting from Moscow. Let's find out the reaction from the U.S. and speak to Rosalind Jordan joining us from Washington, D.C., because the U.S. has weighed on this latest development.
That's right. The announcement by Vladimir Putin, the Russian president, came while the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, was making the rounds of the Sunday public affairs shows here in the United States. She said that she was learning about the announcement in real time, but she also said that it did not surprise her. A defense official who was speaking to reporters on Sunday also said that this was a not unexpected development, but that this is an escalation, and that certainly it raises the risk of a potential conflict between Russia and the West, especially if somebody were to miscalculate and somebody else misinterpreted that action. And so it's been a sense of we have to be prepared to respond to this, according to U.S. officials, but they are saying that this is purely an escalatory tactic being put forward by Vladimir Putin.
All right, thank you so much. Rosalind Jordan reporting from Washington, D.C. Well, heavy fighting continues in several Ukrainian cities after Russian troops stepped up their military advance. This was the scene in Bucha, an area just outside the capital, Kyiv. You can see the aftermath of the fighting, and this is said to be the wreckage of a Russian convoy. U.S. intelligence suggests that Moscow's forces have been frustrated by the strength of Ukraine's resistance. Earlier, there were street battles as Russian troops entered the northeastern city of Kharkiv. Alexei O'Brien reports.
Ukraine's biggest city, now the latest front line in the war with Russia. Street battles began after Russian troops moved into Kharkiv on Sunday, some of their hardware destroyed in fierce fighting. People have been told not to leave their homes, but not just because of the military advance. Ukraine says Russian forces blew up this pipeline nearby. People have been warned to keep inside to protect themselves from the toxic smoke. The blast at the pipeline in Kharkiv happened during a wave of Russian attacks on airfields and oil and gas facilities. Analysts say this is a new phase in the invasion. Russia's troops are trying to take over the Kyiv airbase, where an oil depot's on fire after being hit by a Russian missile. The site is 40 kilometers from the capital, Kyiv.
You have seen that during the whole day there were attacks from ballistic missiles, including to our airport, which we have contained, and now they are continuing shelling. But all will be good. The night will not be easy, not here, neither in Kiev, but we will withstand.
Air raid sirens have been sounding throughout Kyiv, where there have been loud explosions. People are crowding into shelters and metro stations below ground, and a curfew's in place until Monday morning. Fears of an all-out assault on the capital haven't yet materialized. Some people are answering a call by President Volodymyr Zelensky to take up arms to defend their city and making petrol bombs. while north of Kyiv, crowds gathered to stand in front of Russian tanks, blocking their progress. But some of Moscow's forces are closing in. This is a city on the northwestern outskirts of Kyiv. Russia also maintains it's made advances into and around several cities in the south. Its defense ministry released these pictures of its forces between Kherson and Berdyansk. President Zelensky has accused Russian forces of deliberately choosing tactics to hurt his people in a conflict that's already displaced about 500,000, and that number's rising. But at the Polish border, a few are heading back into Ukraine.
I'm going to war, I'm going to war. My brother will stay with my mother and my grandmother, and I will go to war with my father.
Ready to fight in a battle that some warn could go on indefinitely. Alexia O'Brien, Al Jazeera.
Let's get more now on Russia's decision to put its nuclear deterrence units on high alert. And we can speak to Robert Hunter, who's a former U.S. ambassador to NATO. He's joining us from Washington, D.C. Welcome to Al Jazeera. So tell us what these forces actually are.
Well, it all depends on what Mr. Putin means by that. It could be, if it is deterrent, nuclear deterrent forces on high alert, as long as it's used the word nuclear. It can begin with tactical nuclear weapons of small size. It could lead all the way up to thermonuclear weapons and ICBMs, but I don't think we are talking about that at all. This is a psychological ploy to try to increase his leverage as he decides how far he wants to go in Ukraine. I think a lot of this is happening because Russian conventional forces are having more of a problem taking Kyiv than they thought they were going to have. The Ukrainians have been fighting back. And among other things, Mr. Putin doesn't want his military to get a reputation for not being as good as he's pretending it is. Because if he gets that reputation, then other people will be less affected. So this is psychological warfare.
Right, but what does their activation? What does their activation actually mean?
Well, it means that people go to their posts if they aren't already. If they were thinking about air deliverable munitions, you put some munitions on aircraft. If you're going to do cruise missiles, you bring them out of the hangar, but you keep absolute tight control over all the delivery systems and absolute tight control over every weapon, because there's always somebody who might make a mistake at some point, and then it would go way beyond what Mr. Putin has any intention of doing. It's psychological warfare. It's not the real thing.
Right, but so you say it's psychological warfare and it's an escalation, but I mean, how serious a threat is it?
No, I didn't. Wait a second. I didn't say escalation. It's psychological warfare.
Okay.
I don't think that there's any real escalation here.
How serious a threat How serious a threat is it?
It's not. I don't believe it's a threat at all, because the Russians would have just as much to lose, if not more, if they went in this direction. It would be the obliteration of everything Mr. Putin has ever hoped for, and it would start out with a concentration of Russian forces the way they are. Most of their military are on the Ukrainian border. It'd begin, if we got that far, with the obliteration of the Russian nuclear force, conventional forces, but it's not even going to get there.
Okay.
We did this, incidentally, in the United States in 1973 during the Yom Kippur War. We went to what's called Defense Condition 3, but even then, that was just psychological warfare. People can worry about a lot of things, but this is not something to worry about.
Okay, got it. Thanks for the clarification, Ambassador. But let me ask you this. You say, Putin says that the reason he's done this is because NATO powers had made, quote, aggressive statements while imposing, the hard-hitting sort of financial sanctions against Russia and himself. What do you make of his argument?
Well, first, I don't think he's particularly worried about the sanctions because, first, they don't work. They just don't against major powers. And secondly, as soon as the fighting stops, a lot of the Europeans are going to lift the sanctions because it's hurting their economies to a great extent. I think a lot of this is that the Russian conventional military is not doing as well as Putin thought it would be. He doesn't care what the West is saying. That's just words. And also there are the talks tomorrow between people from Ukraine and people from Russia taking place on the Belarusian border. And I think he's trying to prepare the psychological environment for that as well. I think at this point, he's either going to go for bust, take all of Ukraine, or if he decides he can settle for less, for example, getting rid of Zelensky, then that's what these talks are about. And you put this nuclear thing in the background merely to keep up the psychological pressure. I don't think anybody is so insane. Even during the darkest days of the Cold War, we never got this close, as close as what his words say now. The deed's just not there.
I'm glad you bring up the talks, because I did want to ask you about the sort of the prospect for them succeeding. But how do you think the Ukrainians are going into these talks? Do they have any leverage?
They have no leverage, except for the fact that they are imposing heavier costs on the Russian conventional forces than Putin obviously expected, which has two effects. One, it makes it harder for him to achieve what he wants, well, there's three actually. Secondly, it's going to show the Russian military for not being as vaunted as it would be as he wants us to believe. And down the road, a long time from now, if body bags start coming back to Russia in large numbers, that word is going to get around. That happened after the 10-year war in Afghanistan, but that was 10 years, not 10 days. That was one of the things that brought down the Soviet Union, as people began to wonder in the Soviet Union, what are we doing in a place called Afghanistan and having our people killed? So I think that's the only leverage that the Ukrainians have. Now, one of the big issues is, are they going to try to catch and kill Zelensky? And one thing one has to say is he's been amazingly courageous to stay in Kyiv. But in addition to that, he knows that if he were to leave Kyiv, that Ukrainian morale would simply collapse.
Right.
There is a parallel. During World War II, Stalin stayed in the Kremlin for the same reason.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Robert Hunter, former U.S. ambassador to NATO. Thanks for speaking to us.
Thank you.
Now, EU foreign ministers are meeting to discuss the fallout from the crisis in Ukraine, and what they've done is they've imposed new measures on Russia. And for the first time ever, the bloc says it will finance and supply weapons to a country under attack.
European Union steps up once more its support for Ukraine and the sanctions against the aggressor that is Putin's Russia. For the first time ever, the European Union will finance the purchase and delivery of weapons and other equipment to a country that is under attack. This is a watershed moment.
Our diplomatic editor, James Bays, is joining us from Brussels. So put that statement into context for us, James, and also tell us about the other raft of measures that have been announced.
Well, put it into context this way. I interviewed President von der Leyen a week ago in Munich, and then I was pushing her on the measures that the EU could possibly take, and she said they were going to be very tough, the toughest measures yet, and she was giving all the right words. When I pushed her on some of the measures, she wouldn't be specific. She just said everything is on the table. Well, those measures that I pushed her on just over a week ago, things like Nord Stream 2 and the SWIFT banking system, they have been enacted by the EU, and even tougher measures have been enacted. The EU actually now going to buy and distribute arms for the Ukrainians, something that wasn't even being discussed a week ago. The EU is going much further than I think people thought it was going to a week ago, perhaps even than EU leaders thought a week ago. And one of the main reasons, I think, is the about face from Germany on weapons, on other aspects of this, even saying that they're going to increase greatly their spending. I think that is is why you've got much tougher measures from the European Union. As you say, this is not the only one. Also, the EU has decided that it can sanction Russia, but it mustn't forget about Russia's military ally Belarus. And if you have sanctions against both, then it sends a message to Belarus, which is involved in this military operation. But it also means that sanctions can't be busted by going round Russia, using Belarus as a place to send goods, which then can get passed on to Russia. They're also going to deal with media outlets, Russian media outlets operating in the EU, RT and Sputnik. Those two media operations are going to be closed down in the European Union. I think some are a little bit concerned there might be reprisals there from the Russians, because, of course, EU countries have their news outlets, their journalists, which have bureaus and correspondents in Moscow. Will they be kicked out? And the other key thing is the air transportation part of this. You've seen in recent days European countries, one by one, imposing bans on Russian aircraft entering their airspace. Well, now it's becoming an EU-wide ban. There will be no Russian aircraft of any sort allowed to fly over the EU. And remember that non-EU countries, Norway, which has a border with Russia, and the UK, they also have instituted bans, making it extremely hard for air travel between Russia and the rest of the world because of the geography, because you have to cross Europe, and that's further isolation of President Putin's government.
Okay, thank you so much. James Bays is reporting from Brussels. Let's look at all of this in a little bit more detail with Oleg Ignatov. He's a senior analyst for Russia with the International Crisis Group. He's joining us from Moscow. Welcome to Al Jazeera. So the EU has now announced that it will be tightening sanctions on Russia. What do you expect the Russian reaction to be to this latest announcement and this latest round of sanctions?
I think Russia's reaction is that they don't pay a lot of attention to sanctions. And yes, they say that sanctions are escalation, but I think these sanctions, the main thing about these sanctions, that they don't influence the decision-making process. I mean, Russia's military decision-making process. Of course, they will influence the future of Russia's economy, but we will see all of the consequences in the future, not now. And Russian officials are explaining to Russian public that Russia will manage with these sanctions and will try to.
So why would the EU then why would the EU be announcing yet another raft of sanctions if, presumably, they are aware that the sanctions won't really have an immediate effect on Russia?
It's a response to Russia's military operation, yes, and they hope that this sanction will influence not only the Russia's behavior, but I would say they're expecting that this sanction will influence public opinion here in Russia, and that more people will be dissatisfied with authorities and will be dissatisfied with this military campaign, and that more people will show up on the streets. Yes, more people will call for the end of this military operation.
And what do you make of the announcement that was made by the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen? And she was saying that for the first time ever, the EU will now be financing the purchase and delivery of weapons and other equipment to a country that is under attack, in reference to Ukraine.
Again, I think the Kremlin will consider this step definitely as an escalatory move. And I think that Putin increasingly sees this war more as a proxy war with NATO, because more and more European countries are starting to provide military assistance to Ukraine. And I think it's not the best situation for him now. And maybe it's one of the reasons why he declared a new level of Russia's military readiness. Yes, it was a signal to the West, but Putin is ready for a new escalation. The West stands on his way in Ukraine.
What do you think his next steps will be? I mean, we know that there are talks scheduled with Ukraine. What happens after that?
First of all, I wouldn't expect too much from these talks. And the reason for such skepticism is Russia's demands, because Putin, when Putin announced this operation, he said about denazification, demilitarization, and it's clear that such demands do not imply negotiations, they imply capitulation. And as we can see now, the Ukrainians do not want to capitulate, yes, because at least at this moment, they are not losing this military campaign. That's why we shouldn't expect too much from these negotiations. I think the war will continue, and everything depends on what is happening on the ground. Everything depends on Ukrainian resistance. I think only these events and these actions could influence Russia's behavior and Russia's calculations right now.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us from Moscow.
Thank you.
Still ahead on the Al Jazeera News Hour, the wave of refugees fleeing Ukraine continues, with the EU saying 7 million people could be displaced. And the top official in French football calls on Russia to be expelled from this year's World Cup.
Hello, welcome to your World Weather Report for the Middle East and Africa. Nice to see you. We do have some energy working across northern parts of the Levant, so that's generating some showers, but I want to get you right toward the Gulf. Those winds have shifted around to the north, northwest. That's kicking up some sand and dust. And for places like Doha, we could see the winds on Monday clip up to 45 kilometers per hour. Let me put this forward to Thursday. We're going to paint the colors on here. Darker the red, the higher the temperature. And we get a southerly push of air. So Riyadh up to 33, Doha 30, and Kuwait 34 degrees, some early March heat here. Off to Pakistan, we've also got heat in the south as well. Karachi, that's above average at 33. Some showers rolling across western areas out of Afghanistan. Now for Turkey, we're seeing weather push in from Greece, so this is working its way across the country, west to east, and things will be breezy in some spots as well. Now for Central Africa, it's about that heat still. Juba 40, Bangui 38, and heavy concentration of rain as we look toward Gabon and western portions of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Seasonal rain still falling heavy over northern areas of Madagascar, and a big drop in temperatures for Cape Town on Monday. We've got you in for 25. See you soon.
Cairo, home to over 2 million stray dogs, many in a terrible state. Al Jazeera World follows those helping to save them and the remarkable journey to rescue Layali.
This dog has come all the way from Egypt after having a rope embedded into its neck,
which takes an unexpected turn.
Very difficult to search for her.
Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Visa for a Stray Dog on Al Jazeera.
A reporter's retreat in a brutal civil war.
If the Commodore hadn't been there, the Israeli invasion would not have been so well reported.
The Commodore had become that journalistic center.
You could be in a safe enclave, and then you went out into civil war.
I started off leaving this rather grand suite at the Commodore Hotel. The next room I was in was underground in a tiny prison cell as a hostage.
Beirut, the Commodore, war hotels on Al Jazeera.
Top stories on the Al Jazeera News Hour. After 4 days of fighting, diplomats from Russia and Ukraine have agreed to hold talks on the border with Belarus. This follows a number of phone calls between Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and his Belarusian counterpart Alexander Lukashenko. This as Russia's President Vladimir Putin further raised tensions by ordering his military command to put its nuclear deterrence forces on high alert. He says it's in response to aggressive statements by NATO and economic sanctions against Moscow. NATO chief Jens Stoltenberg has called Putin's statements dangerous and irresponsible. The European Union has announced a string of new measures targeting Moscow, and it will finance and supply weapons to Ukraine. The bloc has also banned Russian aircrafts from its airspace. So the bloc joined several countries, including Denmark and Iceland, which have also taken that step. The countries in dark orange blocked Russia from their airspace before Saturday. Those are the UK, Poland, Bulgaria, and the Czech Republic. The rest announced they're either about to block or have blocked their airspace since Sunday. John Strickland is joining us. He's an independent air transport consultant and director of JLS Consulting. He's joining us from London. John Strickland, welcome to Al Jazeera. How unprecedented is this EU-wide ban now on Russian airspace?
Well, we've seen airspace closures before in military or war situations, but this is a political response to the war now taking place in Ukraine. We saw, first of all, the UK close airspace to Russian aircraft on Monday, and it was pretty well inevitable that was going to extend to other states within the EU and indeed other parts of Europe. Of course, what has also happened is there's been retaliation by the Russians each time a Western European country's closed airspace to Russian airlines. There's been the same response by Russian authorities to the use of their airspace by European carriers.
Right. So what impact will this now have on, let's look at Russian flights for one, on Russian flights and its travel industry?
Well, of course, the main operator overseas from Russia is Aeroflot, serving a number of European destinations. And as these bans came into place, their options for movement around Europe reduced. It is pretty well zero right now. So while initially they may have been able to follow longer circuitous routings on some destinations if they weren't outright banned, that opportunity is pretty well gone. Perhaps to preempt your second question, looking at it the other way around, which I think is more significant, European airlines who are also banned because of reciprocal closure of Russian airspace to those countries that have banned Russian carriers, have the impact of not simply flying into Russia, but the really significant point is that Russian airspace being closed prohibits the use of Russian overflight for many services between Europe and Asia. Now, the large numbers of these flights normally operating, particularly to markets like China and to Japan, for example, ordinarily that would be a significant commercial hit to those Western European airlines. It's significantly less so at the moment, very simply that because since the coronavirus pandemic, which of course is ongoing, large parts of Asia have remained closed, not least China. China is completely closed still to commercial air traffic for passengers. So that volume of passenger traffic is simply not there, and therefore there isn't the hit on airline revenues. There is an impact still on cargo because many cargo flights are still operating, and whether we're talking about passenger or cargo, any flights to those markets that may become available in coming months as the coronavirus challenge possibly subsides and countries open up, we'll have to follow longer circuitous routings.
Yeah, and I mean, you bring up the coronavirus pandemic. Just look at the bigger picture for us here and tell us how much strain all of this is adding on the global aviation industry, considering that it's just sort of getting back on its feet after the coronavirus pandemic and the travel restrictions imposed.
Well, it is indeed another big blow. Airlines were actually looking a little bit more optimistically towards the coming northern hemisphere summer with the transatlantic market opening up. That's a very important market globally, and to many airlines operating in it, especially European and US carriers. Intra-European travel has been pretty strong. Asia for airlines based in Europe, in the main, is a small part of their operation. For example, British Airways, it's single digit. But one exception to that is Finnair, which because of its northern position in Helsinki has made a virtue of that by offering numerous Asian services to China and several other Asian countries. They've not been able to operate most of those for the majority of the last 2 years from a passenger point of view. And with the closure of airspace now because of this Ukraine war situation, that further obliterates their ability to operate. So there's a lot of challenges there for management in terms of cash flow and replanning of fleets on top of the pandemic situation.
All right. Thank you so much, John Strickland, for speaking to us from London. Well, Germany says it will spend $100 billion on its military defenses. The Chancellor Olaf Scholz made the announcement in Parliament earlier on Sunday. Dominic Kane reports from Berlin.
For more than 30 years, defence has been a low priority for Germany. A military that was once one of the largest in NATO has shrunk to a third of its former self. But to the German Chancellor, Russia's actions in Ukraine have changed everything.
We will invest 2% of our GDP in defense every year from now on. President Putin should not underestimate our determination to defend every square meter of our alliance's territory together with our allies.
The Conservative leader of the opposition believes the military reality in Ukraine now needs to be seen as another part of Vladimir Putin's political project.
The threat of a war in Ukraine is not the only threat that we are seeing. Along with tanks, Putin has also been rolling out waves of propaganda throughout Europe, easy to spread in the age of digitalization and social media, doing damage with great efficiency, damage that's threatening the stability of our society from the inside.
By strengthening the military, Olaf Scholz will be doing what Angela Merkel could not, simultaneously fulfilling a commitment to NATO and effectively ripping up the post-Cold War strategic playbook and starting again. But not with the intent to use the army for aggressive actions, instead to reassure both friends and allies. It's not just on the military side that Scholz is reversing previous Merkel policy. For many years, Germany has been increasingly reliant on Russian natural gas imports. Now Scholz wants to reduce that by refusing to certify the controversial Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline and promising to buy liquid natural gas from non-Russian sources and to fast-track building the infrastructure it will need. In wider society, many feel the same sense of outrage expressed by Olaf Scholz.
It's unacceptable that such a man throws Europe into crisis again. That is totally unacceptable. We can't support that.
There is little doubt what many in this country make of what President Putin and his forces have been doing in Ukraine. The question is what he will make of what's being done about it in Germany. Dominic Kane, Al Jazeera, Berlin.
Some protesters in Russia have been arrested as they demonstrated to call on Moscow to stop its attack on Ukraine. People rallied in St. Petersburg, where police tried to break up the crowd. This is the second day a protest has been held in the city against the military campaign. Demonstrations were also held in other cities, including Moscow. Niko Vorobyov is a Russian journalist. He says around half of Russians are concerned about NATO and America, but only a minority view Ukraine in the same way.
They didn't warm us up for this war at all. Like we've been hearing on the news that this is all kind of Western warmongering, that this idea that Russia's about to invade. Then suddenly the state media has done like a 180, talking about the righteous denazification of Ukraine, whatever that means. So I think people are getting very mixed messages from Putin and the Kremlin. And there was also a poll by Levada, which is an independent polling agency, just before the shooting began, which said that over half of, or around half of Russians believe that America and NATO is to blame for the crisis. But only 14% of Russians blame Ukraine itself. So we're going to have to be doing some serious mental gymnastics if we want to justify this somehow. Dmitry Peskov's daughter, Dmitry Peskov, is the Kremlin spokesman. So his daughter posted a note to war on her Instagram stories and deleted it shortly afterwards. So I think it's fair to say there's probably some discomfort in the ranks, but how much of it there is and whether it'll be significant enough to have any influence, I can't say.
Demonstrators also gathered in Paris to voice their opposition to Russia's assault on Ukraine. This was the scene earlier in the French capital. Some protesters were holding placards calling on NATO to do more to help Kyiv. Well, Western nations are uniting to target Russia's economy and limit its ability to finance the war. Certain Russian banks will be barred from the international finance system known as SWIFT. That means they'll be prevented from carrying out transactions worldwide. The targets include Russia's central bank that holds reserves worth $600 billion. Sarah Khairat reports.
A fiscal punishment intended to cripple Russia's international financial transactions, a Western show of unity against the country's military assault on Ukraine.
SWIFT is the world's dominant global interbank payment system. Cutting banks off will stop them from conducting most of their financial transactions worldwide and effectively block Russian exports and imports.
Ukraine had repeatedly called on its Western allies to sanction Russia before its forces reached the capital. SWIFT is a secure messaging system that's used for trillions of dollars worth of transactions and is integral to the global economy. Excluding some Russian banks from that will hit their ability to trade internationally. Moscow's central bank has $600 billion of reserves and will also be affected. While it's the biggest move yet by Western powers against the Kremlin, there has been some reluctance from countries like Germany that heavily rely on Russia for oil and gas imports.
This idea that this is in some way going to be just a tax on Russia is misplaced, right? Trade is mutually beneficial, especially trade in the type of commodities that the world and Europe in particular buys from Russia.
Money transfer systems other than SWIFT are in place but aren't as efficient. When Iran was blocked in 2014, it lost 30% of its foreign trade. It's still not clear when one of the most powerful financial penalties to be imposed on Russian financial institutions will be implemented, and Russia is yet to respond. Sarah Khairat, Al Jazeera.
Ukraine's foreign minister has welcomed the sanctions imposed on Russia, but he says more action needs to be taken.
The second most fundamental issue right now is global and severe sanctioning of the Central Bank of Russia. Once again, we demand and we need immediate steps to impose a full financial isolation of Russia from all civilized systems, applying to all Russian banks, including its central bank. Some actions were already taken, and we are deeply grateful to our partners for them, but they are not enough.
With Russian troops entering Ukraine's second largest city, Kyiv, people who live as far as 2.5 hours south in the city of Dnipro are donating blood. Huda Abdelhamid spoke to one of the volunteers.
I am joined with Tatiana. She's a volunteer here at the blood bank. Tatiana, thank you so much for joining me. You heard me now describing the situation in Kharkiv. That must frighten you. That must really concern you and what could happen to your city.
Yeah, sure. It's very scary. I have all my family here. I have 2 kids living in Dnipro. I have my parents living near Dnipro. Of course, it's very scary, but Dnipro is trying to do everything we can now. We are just gathering all our power which we can do to help, to volunteer, to do something to help our army.
How old are your kids?
One is 6 years old, another is 9 years old.
And yet you left them now and you came here to volunteer. Why is it so important for you to come here to volunteer?
Because I can't just sit at home and do nothing. I just can't do this. I need to do something. I need to help army as much as I can. At least volunteering here at the blood donation bank.
And listen, we drove past the bus station. There's a lot of people who are trying to get out of the city. Is that something you're considering to do anytime soon? Would you feel safe to take the road and try to reach somewhere? What would you do? Do you have a plan?
I'm going to stay here as much as I can. Only if there will be a very big danger for my kids. Only in this situation I will sit in my car and drive somewhere in another region. But for now, I'm not going to leave Dnipro.
And You know, the Ukrainian government said all men from 18 to 60 are not allowed to leave the country because of the situation. Now, there's probably men in your family. You guys must have discussed this. If you have to leave, you're going to have to leave maybe your husband, maybe your brother, maybe your father behind. That must be heartbreaking.
Yes, sure. I have a husband, and yes, he is not supposed to leave Ukraine. So, you know, I don't want to leave Ukraine, so I can't leave it now. So,
despite all what you're seeing happening, it's not scaring you. You want to stay here in your city.
Yes, sure, because it's my city, and I want to do everything I can to keep it safe.
Thank you very much. There you heard it. Ukrainians standing strong, backing their army, but also extremely worried about what could happen.
Well, the war in Ukraine could displace up to 7 million people. The UN Refugee Agency says more than 360,000 have already left the country. Many have gone to neighboring Poland. Warsaw is expecting as many as 5 million people in the weeks ahead.
Those who make war forget humanity. They do not think of the people. They do not look at the real life of people, but they put partisan interests and power before everything. They trust in the diabolic and perverse logic of weapons, which is the most distant from the will of God and distant from the common people who want peace. I am thinking of the elderly, of those who are seeking refuge in these hours, of mothers fleeing with their children. They are brothers and sisters for whom it is urgent to open humanitarian corridors and who must be welcomed. My heart is broken by what is happening in Ukraine, but let us not forget the wars in other parts of the world, such as Yemen, Syria and Ethiopia. I repeat, put down your weapons.
Matthew Saltmarsh is the head of news and media, the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. He says Ukraine's neighbors must brace for what could be an exodus of hundreds of thousands of people in the coming days.
Had their way, Russia could be an open society with a flourishing free market economy by now. Instead of the increasingly oppressive dictatorship it's become under current Kremlin management, now facing the full weight of punishing Western economic sanctions. Observers here warn that sanctions could end up hurting ordinary Russians and actually helping Putin.
I'm afraid that the sanctions would turn Russia into huge North Korea. I don't think that the political elite, that Putin's, that collective Putin would suffer.
For 2 decades, Putin's rule has benefited the rich more than the poor. The West challenge is making sure they don't help entrench him and his cosseted elite even deeper in power. Dominic Waghorn, Sky News, Moscow.
More sirens going off here. It has become the evening soundtrack for this city and is often followed by explosions, mercifully distant in the last few evenings, but the sirens have been sounding, so we will just keep an eye on all that. Some breaking news for you, and that is that sport is doing its bit. And the FA, the English Football Association, has announced that England, the England team, will not play against Russia in any international fixtures for the foreseeable future due to what is happening here. I think that's at any level. They have decided that England will not play Russia for the foreseeable future. Now, the Foreign Secretary today said that Russian oligarchs would have nowhere to hide as the British government clamps down on them in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The Foreign Secretary refused to say whether the Chelsea owner and billionaire Roman Abramovich was on their hit list. Mr. Abramovich yesterday said he was passing stewardship to the trustees of the club's charitable foundation. People and Politics correspondent Nick Martin reports on the move against Russian money.
With their extravagant lifestyles, their private jets, their expensive homes and their love for glitz, Russia's richest have suddenly found themselves on a wartime hit list. Those connected to Vladimir Putin, those who help him, those who protect him, now facing a financial onslaught. This week, the government will introduce its economic crime bill, designed to clamp down on Russians who use London to launder money.
There are over 100 billionaires in Russia. We have compiled a hit list of oligarchs. We're working through and putting the cases together. And every few weeks, we will sanction new oligarchs. There will be a rolling programme of sanctions. We will go through the hit list. We're targeting oligarchs' private jets. We'll be targeting their properties. We'll be targeting other possessions that they have. And there will be nowhere to hide.
The Foreign Secretary refused to say whether the Chelsea owner and billionaire Roman Abramovich was on the list. After 19 years, Mr. Abramovich yesterday said he was passing stewardship to the trustees of the club's charitable foundation. He still owns Chelsea, and so far he's not condemned Putin for his actions. The owner might not be commenting, but the players showed their support, wearing the Ukraine national colours on their strips today. But what about the fans?
Maybe it would be good for him to do a further clarification as to where he stands.
If he wants to stay or go home to Russia, he's not going to upset Putin, is he?
Football's important, but people's lives are more important.
Whoever becomes the target of economic sanctions, experts say it'll take time.
In reality, how complicated is that and how effective can it be?
We're talking about jets, we're talking about property, we're talking about all types of other possessions and things like that they've got around the world. So it's difficult to say, that those sanctions are going to make a significant impact here in the UK. I think if we're able to coordinate that globally with the European Union, with the United States, with other countries, that's certainly going to have much more of an impact.
These tough new measures are designed to hurt those closest to Putin, figures who until now have seemed untouchable, now clear targets in this new war. Nick Martin, Sky News.
Well, every day next week we will have a special programme twice a day on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. That's Ukraine invasion at 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. every day from Monday. This is Sky News. Coming up, a further sinister turn of events in Russia's invasion of Ukraine as President Putin puts his nuclear forces on alert.
ba ma dalee commencé liggéey bi yokkute bu bari am nañ ko ci.
This is Sky News at 7. Our top stories. Russian forces fighting on the streets of Ukraine are now on high alert for a nuclear threat as President Putin raises the stakes.
I ordered the Minister of Defense and the Chief of General Staff to put deterrent forces of the Russian army on special combat standby duty.
The tensions in Kiev, but planned peace talks on the border with Belarus, according to Ukraine's president. The EU pledges to buy and deliver more weapons to Ukraine as the US also moves to increase military aid. BP offloads its stake in the Russian oil giant Rosneft, and its chief executive resigns from the firm's board with immediate effect. The human tide escaping Ukraine, more than 350,000 refugees, according to the UN. The anger against war also in Russia as protesters gather in Moscow and St. Petersburg. And the FA announces that England will not play any matches against Russia for the foreseeable future. Hello, good evening. 4 days into Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and President Putin's forces have not taken any major city. An apparently united West has agreed a catalogue of sanctions, including barring some Russian banks from a key banking system. In retaliation, Russia's leader has upped the stakes, ordering his nuclear forces onto a high alert. Vladimir Putin says it was because the sanctions are illegitimate, and NATO leaders have made aggressive statements. Well, these are today's key developments. Vladimir Putin has ordered Russia's nuclear deterrent to be placed on high alert, a move described as dangerous and irresponsible by the head of NATO. Elsewhere, President Zelensky's office says it is sending a delegation to negotiate with Russian officials on the Ukrainian-Belarusian border without any preconditions. The regional government of Kyiv, Ukraine's second largest city, says its forces are in control after Russian troops entered the city this morning. And as the international backlash continues, the EU is shutting down its airspaces to Russian planes and banning state-owned media from broadcasting in the bloc. Our Moscow correspondent Diana Magne reports now on President Putin's nuclear threat.
Last Saturday, Vladimir Putin held nuclear drills for all the world to see. This Sunday, he put them on high alert.
Dear colleagues, you can see that Western countries are not only taking unfriendly economic actions against our country, I mean the illegal sanctions that everyone knows about, but also the top officials of leading NATO countries are allowing themselves to make aggressive statements with regards to our country. That's why I'm ordering the Defence Minister and the Chief of General Staff to put deterrence forces on high combat alert.
Even his defense minister looks concerned. Ukraine agreed today to send a delegation for talks with the Russians at a site near Chernobyl on the border between Ukraine and Belarus, but they remained defiant.
If the order of President Putin to put on high alert his nuclear weapons is a direct threat to use these nuclear weapons against Ukraine, then I have a very simple message. It will be a catastrophe for the world, but it will not break us down.
He's put his nuclear forces on high alert. What does that mean, and how worried should we be?
Alerting could mean an increase in general force readiness. It could mean forces from Russia's 12 Gumo, which are in charge of Russia's nuclear arsenal, pulling nuclear warheads out of central storage, bringing them to places where means of delivery are stored, things like strategic bombers, part of Russia's long-range aviation. It could mean a higher alert level of Russia's strategic bomber force.
Russian troops have pushed into Ukraine's second-largest city, Kharkiv, but their advance does not appear to be the slam-dunk straight-to-Kiev invasion that they'd hoped for. But they have deployed just a fraction of the military power they have on standby, so that could all change. Sky News has confirmed the presence of thermobaric rockets in southern Ukraine, an especially nasty weapon that the Russians are known to have, which sucks in oxygen to create a massive blast. In Russia, protesters again took to the streets across the country, those who see through the propaganda and know this war is wrong, and who aren't deterred by the inevitable arrests. Nuclear forces on high alert, Ukraine cities under attack, and this kind of a crackdown back home. It is a hard sell even to his own people that this is all in the name of Russia's defense. They don't know why their president is doing this, and the West doesn't either, which makes planning a response to what is now a nuclear threat that much harder. Diana Magnay, Sky News, Moscow.
Let's take a look at the situation on the ground in Ukraine as we understand it. Over the last 24 hours, there have been reports of heavy fighting across Ukraine. Ukrainian officials say Russian troops entered Kyiv, the country's second largest city. Officials said that they destroyed a tank company in Priluk and reported fighting on the outskirts of the capital, Kiev, and in Sumy, Mykolaiv and Odessa. Meanwhile, Russia's defense ministry claimed they have completely blocked the strategic ports of Kherson and Berdyansk. In Kharkiv, Ukrainian local officials say Russian troops attacked this morning but were repelled and that the city remains under Ukrainian control. Meanwhile, in Kiev, a curfew is still in place and will stay in place until tomorrow at the earliest. President Zelensky's office reported an explosion at the civilian Zuliani airport southwest of the city, and an oil depot near an airbase in Vasylkiv was also bombed overnight amid intense fighting. The Ukrainians have agreed to meet a Russian delegation for peace talks on the Ukrainian-Belarusian border near the Pripyat River. Well, a Ukrainian city of nearly 1.5 million people is focus of the fighting in the country today. Kharkiv is close to the Russian border in the east of Ukraine. The city's governor said earlier that government forces are still fully controlling the area. Our correspondent John Sparks reports on the battle for Kharkiv.
It was an ominous sight, but it wasn't entirely unexpected. Elite Russian soldiers creeping into Kharkiv's northern suburbs. The city is an obvious target. The Russian border's only 20 miles away. But the people who live here do not want an occupying force. In a series of videos verified by Sky News, we see soldiers who we believe to be Ukrainian. They engage an enemy column with machine guns and rocket-propelled grenades. This is intense, close combat. Is everyone okay? Shouts one man. Then we see a column of badly damaged vehicles being searched by Ukrainian troops. They're armored 4x4s with Russian markings, and they have been peppered with bullets. The occupants are nowhere to be seen.
Safe.
A pretty intense day today. We spoke to a local resident who took shelter as the battle raged close by.
People from the different districts of the city, they saw the groups of 3-4 vehicles and some people. We have quite strong defense here in the city, and we have the special troops who can have the battle inside the city. It's a different story than outside.
This city of 1.5 million has experienced 3 days of warfare, and many have had to move underground. The city's children's hospital has done the same. The patients and their parents now trying to cope in the cold in this rudimentary shelter. We're living here now. This is our house, said one mother. Tens of thousands have left Kharkiv. seeking shelter in other communities, like the city of Dnipro to the south. There is food and beds for people like Anatoly, who had to leave his elderly parents behind. How did you feel when you left the city? Were you feeling scared? Were you feeling frightened?
Чувствовал, что это вообще, и подло, и несправедливо, вызывало гнев, и думал, что может это остановить, когда это закончится.
That's a question they'll ask to the north, in Sumy, where a residential complex was hit by artillery shells. At least 6 people were killed, including a 7-year-old girl. In Kyiv, the local authorities say they are back in control. The Russian incursion has been repulsed. It seems the nation's second-largest city will not submit. John Sparks, Sky News, in eastern Ukraine.
Well, the White House has called Vladimir Putin's activation of his nuclear forces as unnecessary and escalatory. Let's talk to our US correspondent, Mark Stone, who's in Washington. And Mark, just talk us through the US response, because I understand that the US authorities first heard of this threat from Putin at the same time as the rest of us did through his press conference.
Hard as it may be to believe, that is what they are saying. President Biden has not spoken publicly so far, although we know that he has been in pretty constant contact through the course of the day with his national security team. He's in Delaware at the moment at his weekend home. He is due back here at the White House tonight, we think. A senior administration official, though, has released a statement very quickly off the back of what President Putin said in the Kremlin. I'll read the statement to you. It says, at every step of this conflict, Putin has manufactured threats to justify more aggressive actions. He was never under threat from Ukraine or from NATO, which is a defensive alliance that will not fight in Ukraine. The only reason his forces face a threat today is because they invaded a sovereign country and one without nuclear weapons. This is yet another escalatory and totally unnecessary step. I think behind the scenes, yes, they expected that President Putin might do this, but it does not make it any less alarming because of the nature of the language that President Putin is now using. And we have pushed officials on quite what the US posture and the Western posture might be, given what President Putin has said. The response is that we do not talk about the specifics of our strategic posture. We remain confident that our ability to defend ourselves and our allies and partners is good, and this includes the strategic deterrent realm. So that's one. That's the news on President Putin's comments. I can tell you too that defence officials have been briefing here and have given their assessment of the battlefield situation. Remember, in the Pentagon, they are watching every move that they can that the Russians are making on the ground, and they believe, as we have been hearing elsewhere as well, that the Russian advance has not been nearly as quick as they thought. They say that they think that the Russians have fired about 320 missiles so far over the past 4 days. Most of these have been short-range ballistic missiles. They do interestingly think that 1/3 of the 170-odd thousand troops that Putin amassed on the border have still not crossed over. That's around about 50,000 or so that are still on the Russian side and could well yet advance. So that is a concern. And a bit of diplomatic news lastly, which I do think is important, is that we have heard today that the Israeli Prime Minister, Naftali Bennett, has spoken for about 20 to 30 minutes with Vladimir Putin. This is very important because Israel classes itself as a close ally of America. Of course, it is also very close to the Russians and to the Ukrainians. If anyone wanted to get an assessment of the state of mind of Vladimir Putin, then the fact that the Israeli Prime Minister has spoken to him, and I can tell you has briefed the Americans on that conversation, that is important. The tough-talking, straight-talking Israelis, perhaps they are the ones who can get into the head of Vladimir Putin and get him to back off.
Mark, thank you. Well, in Kiev, the city is under a 36-hour curfew. The expected Russian advance into the city hasn't yet come. The forces are thought to be around 20 miles away, according to Kiev's mayor, the former world heavyweight champion Vitaly Klitschko. Our chief correspondent, Stuart Ramsey, reports on a capital under curfew.
Smoke billows over the Kiev skyline as the Russian forces draw closer to Ukraine's capital.
but their main effort still hasn't been launched. There is a continuing curfew here until Monday at least. The only people on the streets are Ukrainian security forces, and they're hunting down Russian saboteurs. Sky News filmed as men in plain clothes, supported by soldiers, arrested 2 men in a black SUV. We don't know why they were targeted, but it illustrates the tension here. The men were held at gunpoint and questioned. In recent days, rumours have wildly circulated of roving Russian agents attempting to bring terror to the streets and plotting a route into Kiev for the Russian tanks. The city's mayor, Vitaly Klitschko, says it's exactly why the curfew was introduced.
The Russians sent some troops, small troops, which actually with some time, we as civilian, with the weapons, snipers and shootings everywhere, and they want to make terror attack and to bring the panic to our city. It's a goal. It's a goal. We're hunting of them, and we take this some people, Russians, who are coming to our city.
So everyone is indoors and quite often underground these days. The shelling is particularly bad at night.
It's pretty basic.
Filmmaker Yuri is the only person left in his apartment block now.
It's only one place where I can stay for safety.
But it is, you feel...
Yes.
And you hear no banging going on.
Yes.
He is a Ukrainian national, but was born near Moscow. He won't leave Kiev, but he has persuaded his wife to go to the countryside for now. This war, he says, is about protecting basic human rights and freedoms.
Extreme evacuation backpack. Now we is free now, and we don't give our freedom anybody, never, until we die.
And that's why you're staying?
Yes. Yes. It's just because I want to be free. I wanna live like a normal human in the country with normal rules.
There's a new national obsession in Ukraine right now, making Molotov cocktails, and it's spread to Kiev. The Ukrainian Ministry of Defense has issued instructions on how to put them together. Others have been signing up to fight in their droves. At night, the bombing intensifies. An oil terminal hit by Russian missiles south of the capital. It seems inevitable there will be more missile strikes and fiery skies as this war grinds on. Stuart Ramsey, Sky News, Kiev.
BP has announced it's selling its stake in the Russian oil giant Rosneft, and its chief executive has resigned from Rosneft's board with immediate effect. Sky's business presenter Ian King has the latest.
This is a very significant move indeed, Mark, from BP, the 9th biggest company in the FTSE 100 and by far and away, probably arguably, the biggest corporate investor from the UK in Russia. Now, BP's had this 19.75% shareholding in Rosneft since 2013, but its relationship with the country goes back more than 30 years. And indeed, the Rosneft stake actually emerged from a joint venture that BP had back in 2003, formed in 2003, when the deal to set up that joint venture was actually signed in the presence of Tony Blair, the then Prime Minister, and Vladimir Putin himself in July 2003 at Lancaster House in London. And that joint venture eventually evolved into this shareholding that BP now has in Rosneft. Now, there's been growing pressure on the company in recent days to exit the shareholding. Kwasi Kwarteng, the business secretary, had a meeting via Zoom on Friday with Bernard Looney, the chief executive of BP, and this appears to be the upshot. Now, I can read you the statement that we've had from Helge Lund. He is the chairman of BP, and he has said this evening, Russia's attack on Ukraine is an act of aggression which is having tragic consequences across the region. BP has operated in Russia for over 30 years, working with brilliant Russian colleagues. However, this military action represents a fundamental change. It has led the BP board to conclude, after a thorough process, stress that our involvement with Rosneft, a state-owned enterprise, simply cannot continue. The BP board believes these decisions are in the best long-term interests of all our shareholders. Now, the big question arising from this statement, Mark, is what is going to happen to this shareholding. BP doesn't actually say how it's going to exit its stake in Rosneft. There are not that many buyers out there. One obvious one would be the Russian government or Rosneft itself. Another could be the Qataris, who own 18% of it. And it's worth pointing out that another big FTSE 100 company, Glencore, the mining and commodity trading empire, that owns a 0.6% stake in Rosneft as well. So BP hasn't actually said what it's going to do with this stake. It will be sold. Perhaps the Chinese might emerge for it, given the way that they've been cozying up to Putin in recent days.
Ian King talking to us a little earlier. This is Sky News. Coming up, nowhere to hide as Roman Abramovich says he's handing over control of Chelsea Football Club. And the British government moves to clamp down on Russian oligarchs.
I'm Becky Johnson, a Sky News correspondent based here in the Midlands.
Let's bring you the latest update that we have on the Ukrainian situation, and we are hearing from Reuters via the satellite firm Maxar. Now, this is a US-based space technology company. They say that they have seen images which show a large deployment of Russian ground troops moving in the direction of Kiev, about 40 miles away from Kiev, which is around 64 kilometres. And they say that the convoy is a big convoy. The convoy itself extends more than 3¼ miles. So it's about 5 kilometre long convoy and apparently contains fuel tanks. So that is the news via Reuters from the Maxar satellite company, which says that there is a Russian convoy of ground troops now closing in on Kiev, and it's a big convoy over 3 miles long on the ground. Well, meanwhile, the Foreign Secretary today said that Russian oligarchs will have nowhere to hide as the British government clamps down on them in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The Foreign Secretary refused to say whether the Chelsea owner and billionaire Roman Abramovich was on their hit list. Mr. Abramovich yesterday said he was passing stewardship to the trustees of the club's charitable foundation. Our People and Politics correspondent Nick Martin reports on the move against Russian money.
With their extravagant lifestyles, their private jets, their expensive homes and their love for glitz, Russia's richest have suddenly found themselves on a wartime hit list. Those connected to Vladimir Putin, those who help him, those who protect him, now facing a financial onslaught. This week, the government will introduce its economic crime bill, designed to clamp down on Russians who use London to launder money.
There are over 100 billionaires in Russia. We have compiled a hit list of oligarchs. We're working through and putting the cases together. And every few weeks, we will sanction new oligarchs. There will be a rolling programme of sanctions. We will go through the hit list. We're targeting oligarchs' private jets. We'll be targeting their properties. We'll be targeting other possessions that they have. And there will be nowhere to hide.
The Foreign Secretary refused to say whether the Chelsea owner and billionaire Roman Abramovich was on the list. After 19 years, Mr. Abramovich yesterday said he was passing stewardship to the trustees of the club's charitable foundation. He still owns Chelsea, and so far he's not condemned Putin for his actions. The owner might not be commenting, but the players showed their support, wearing the Ukraine national colours on their strips today. But what about the fans?
Maybe it would be good for him to do like a further clarification as to where he stands.
If he wants to stay or go home to Russia, he's not going to upset Putin, is he?
Football's important, but people's lives are more important.
Whoever becomes the target of economic sanctions, experts say it'll take time.
In reality, how complicated is that and how effective can it be?
We're talking about jets. We're talking about property. We're talking about all types of other possessions and things like that they've got around the world. So it's difficult to say, that those sanctions are going to make a significant impact here in the UK. I think if we're able to coordinate that globally with the European Union, with the United States, with other countries, that's certainly going to have much more of an impact.
These tough new measures are designed to hurt those closest to Putin, figures who until now have seemed untouchable, now clear targets in this new war. Nick Martin, Sky News.
A couple of other interesting bits of information that have dropped in the last few moments about the situation in Ukraine. FedEx and UPS, the courier companies, have both said that they have temporarily suspended their services in and out of Russia. So if you're inside Russia, you will not be able to use any of their facilities. Also, as we heard today, BP selling its shares in Rosneft, the Russian oil company. They have now responded to that news. They say that they were informed in advance that BP was going to sell its stake, but they say that it does still remain open for cooperation should they change their mind. But it says the decision will ruin 30 years of successful cooperation. And they say, Rosneft, that BP made their decision under unprecedented political pressure. So it seems that they are seeking to move the blame to the UK government, but they are saying that 30 years of good work will be undone by BP pulling out of Rosneft. Also have been implications for Russian sport. In response to the invasion of Ukraine, the FA announced a short while ago that England's football team won't play any international fixtures with Russia for the foreseeable future. And we're just hearing that FIFA will also announce that Russia must play in a neutral venue without anthem, fans or a flag. Let's bring in our sports correspondent, Kyiv. Hi, Kyiv. So let's talk about the FA first. How significant is that and what does that mean?
Well, look, the Football Association, ever since Gareth Southgate became the England manager, have always shown a lot of moral leadership on a whole wide range of issues. And they've done this again this evening because they were under no pressure to come out with this statement and to take this position because they're not due to play Russia. I think the next time they could potentially play Russia is in the summer in the Women's Euros, which are being held in England. England obviously in that tournament, Russia also in that tournament. But we had a very strong statement from the FA this evening. Sometimes you get statements saying because of the situation in Ukraine, we may not be playing Russia. This was very strongly worded. It said they wholeheartedly condemn the atrocities being committed by the Russian leadership. So the Football Association making it very, very clear that because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, they will not be playing Russia for the foreseeable future. Any England teams, men's senior team, the women's team, any age group teams, the para-football teams, England will refuse to play Russia.
However, FIFA a little bit more woolly in their reaction. What have they said?
Well, look, the FIFA Bureau has been meeting today to decide what to do with Russia. A lot of people want Russia totally banned from international football. They've stopped just short of that. But I'm being told that unless the war in Ukraine stops, then it is very, very likely that in the next few days, the next few weeks, that Russia will be banned from international football. But for the time being, the decision today is that Russia cannot play any international matches in Russia. So any games they play have to be on a neutral venue. Also, Russia cannot call itself Russia. It has to call itself the Football Union of Russia. And when they play, there will be no Russian flags and there will be no Russian anthem. Now, we've seen this in the Olympics. For instance, in the Olympics, Russia compete as the Russian Olympic Committee. A lot of people will say, look, this doesn't really work. It doesn't make any difference to the Russians. You have to be stronger. You have to suspend them totally. I think FIFA have got that message. I think they're expecting a lot of criticism in the next few hours and next few days, but their position is that this is a final warning to Russia. Unless the war stops, you will be banned from international football. And this is not just the FIFA decision. This decision was taken by the FIFA Bureau. That is made up of the FIFA president, Gianni Infantino, but also the presidents of the 6 football confederations all around the world: America, Central America, South America, Asia, Africa, Oceania. So this was a global football decision, not just a FIFA decision.
OK, Carver Hicks, good to talk to you. Thanks very much. Right, let's get a quick look at the weather.
Look forward to brighter skies. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
England and Wales will see prolonged rain taking over tomorrow, while the windy northwest will have sunshine and showers. Before then, Britain will have a mostly fine evening, while Ireland and Northern Ireland will turn wet and windy. There'll be severe coastal gales in the far west. Northern Ireland, Ireland and Scotland will see the rain pushing east overnight, with clearer skies and a scattering of showers following to most parts. Coastal gales will become confined to the northwest. Elsewhere, Western Wales and Western England will see rain later, but central and eastern England will stay mainly dry.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
This is Sky News. Coming up, we'll take a closer look at just how the Russian invasion of Ukraine is going and assess the scale of their advance. The European Union has announced a tightening of sanctions against Russia following its invasion of Ukraine. The package was announced in Brussels earlier by the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen.
For the first time ever, the European Union will finance the purchase and delivery of weapons and other equipment to a country that is under attack. This is a watershed moment. We are shutting down the EU airspace for Russians. We're proposing a prohibition on all Russian-owned, Russian-registered and Russian-controlled aircraft. These aircraft will no more be able to land in, take off or overfly the territory of the European Union. This will apply to any plane, owned, chartered or otherwise controlled by a Russian legal or natural person. So let me be very clear. Our airspace will be closed to every Russian plane, and that includes the private jets of oligarchs too.
Well, our correspondent Laura Bundock joins us now from Brussels. Quite a set of announcements today from the EU. Were these expected, Laura?
Well, we've always known the EU has wanted to take this incremental approach when it comes to sanctions. But what I think is most significant is what we're hearing and seeing today is this real shift in policy when it comes to foreign affairs, when it comes to defence now. The EU has always claimed that it's a peace project, hasn't it? That it is a soft power, if you like. But we are now seeing the European Union for the first time committing itself to providing lethal weapons to another country, namely Ukraine. It is a very, very significant moment. We've just heard in the last few moments from the President of the European Council, Charles Michel, and this is what he said: we're organising the emergency delivery of defensive military equipment. Guns, ammunition, rockets and fuel are on their way to your troops. Long live Europe. A very strong message for him. And I think that rhetoric is a real change in direction, much more assertive when it comes to the European position with this war effort now underway in Ukraine. So we've got that element of what's been happening in Europe, and at the same time, the ramping up of sanctions too. So we heard there how EU airspace is now completely cut off to all Russian aircraft. As well as that, there'll be a complete ban on what the EU describes as the Kremlin's media machine. So no longer will Russia Today broadcast, no longer will the Sputnik news agency be allowed to operate within the EU, and a big set of sanctions now being announced for Belarus as well. We've also heard the details about the SWIFT banking scheme and also Russia's capital bank as well, and what will be happening there. But at the same time as all of these measures, we're now starting to get a sense of the humanitarian situation. The EU preparing for this huge influx of refugees out of Ukraine. There's been a big meeting this afternoon to discuss how every country can play its part, can provide aid. For those along the border, obviously, the situation very immediate, happening right now. But there is a sense that once people have passed over the border into many of these countries, they will then move on to other countries. And you see the likes of Germany, the Czech Republic, preparing themselves to take in more people, and a big commitment that EU members will be carrying on taking Ukrainian refugees for at least 3 years. Who knows how many they expect? They say that already 300,000 have passed from Ukraine into European bordering countries, and they could be up to 7 million displaced Ukrainians. So a big project there in terms of the humanitarian side of this, big project in terms of sanctions, and a very seismic shift when it comes to the military involvement of the European Union too.
Great, thank you very much, Laura. Well, in Kiev, the city is under a 36-hour curfew, and after 4 days, President Putin's forces have not taken any major city. So this afternoon, Russia's leaders upped the stakes, ordering his nuclear forces onto high alert. Vladimir Putin says it was because sanctions are illegitimate and NATO leaders have made aggressive statements. Well, Asami Terahima is a journalist in Kiev reporting for the Kiev Independent and joins us now. Really good to talk to you. Thanks so much for joining us today, Asami. We've heard the sirens from our reporters there again this evening. What is life like in Kiev tonight compared to what it was like last Sunday?
Well, it's obviously very different because right now we understand that Russia has launched an all-out war against Ukraine. And right now, every single day, Ukrainian soldiers, innocent people, innocent Ukrainian soldiers and civilians, including children, are being killed by Russian forces. So obviously, like, we understand that war is going on, but at the same time, what I find astonishing is that Ukrainian people are very brave. They are calm. Obviously people are worried, but they are still calm and they are not panicking. They are not going to supermarkets and trying to buy all the products and stuff. They're just following what the government says and staying at home when there's a siren, or going to the shelter and doing whatever that's needed to stay safe.
How do you feel about the news that the latest satellite images seem to suggest that there are Russian ground forces moving steadily closer to Kiev?
I am worried for what may happen. However, I will focus on delivering the latest news on what's happening in Ukraine. So if I get fear like getting in my head, then it's difficult for me to focus on what's happening. So I try to not think of it as much and try my best to focus on reporting accurate news.
What is life like in these underground shelters that people are going to at the moment?
It's not, obviously it's not a very comfortable place to stay for a long time, but people understand that, like especially the metro stations in Ukraine are very deep from the start. Ukraine has the deepest metro station. It's called Arsenalna. So that's why so it's safer there. So a lot of people go there, and obviously not so many people are talking there. I was there also for 2 hours, but people are doing their best to stay comfortable and sleep on the floors. But they have their blankets, or they're using their backpacks as their pillows. Yeah.
And we've talked to people who've returned to Ukraine. We believe some 22,000 have come across the border from Poland since Wednesday to fight. Do you know many people who have decided that they are happy now to take up arms to defend the city?
Personally, I don't know many people, but I've read stories of people who went to defend their cities because many Ukrainian people, like, as you can see what happened in 2014 in Euromaidan, the last days of Euromaidan, Ukrainian people are very brave. Even though they were like snipers and they knew that their lives were going to be threatened, they made sure to fight back because they wanted to protect their future. They wanted to protect the future of their children. So they really love their country, and that's what's going to keep Ukraine united. Because right now, obviously, like, it's a difficult situation. Russia is fully attacking Ukraine. However, Ukrainians are united more than ever because of this, and the Ukrainians will continue fighting. And I want to be delivering what's happening here right now.
You've lived in Ukraine since you were 10. You can hear the concern in your voice. It must be absolutely terrifying.
I wouldn't say terrifying. I mean, obviously, like, I'm very worried, but I'm not terrified because I think that Ukrainian military is doing very well and fighting against a much stronger force. They are honestly, they're heroes, and they're really they inspire me every single day. And I really hope that peace comes to Ukraine very soon.
Okay, Asami Terajima, good to talk to you, and do stay safe. Thanks a lot for joining us here on Sky.
Thank you so much.
Well, let's just bring you the latest satellite imagery that we have received. This is coming from Maxar Satellite Imagery. They are a private US space technology company, and they have been tracking the build-up of Russian forces for the last few weeks. These images that they have released appear to show a very large deployment of Russian ground forces. You can see lots and lots of military vehicles there, hundreds of them in a convoy. Now, this is apparently to the northeast of the Ukrainian city of Kyiv and moving in the direction of Kiev. We understand that this position is about 40 miles away, which is about 64 kilometres away. And this convoy extends for more than 3 miles in length, about 5 kilometres long. And from the images, it's believed that it has contained fuel, logistics, armoured vehicles, and it is travelling along the Shevchenka Road, moving towards Kyiv. So just to reiterate, these images have come to us from Maxar, which is a private US space technology company which has been monitoring the movement of Russian troops in Ukraine. Other satellite imagery that we've seen today shows Antonov Airport in Hostomel, and that has also shown the damage caused by recent airstrikes and heavy fighting in and around the airport there as well. This is Sky News. Coming up, praying for Ukraine, the communities for whom the conflict is all too close to home.
Well, I was bored. That's the fast answer. And I needed a project that I couldn't finish in a hurry. I really, really love like Viking Age embroidery. We used to do reenactment and I made that kind of clothing. And 6 years ago, I didn't have any orders coming in. So I thought, you know what? I need something big. And what's bigger than the Bayer tapestry? So that's what I did. I'm no longer working as a primary school teacher, but I am trained and correcting things is what I do. But when I set out to do this project, I decided to try to replicate it as faithfully as I can. And the ladies who did it back in the days, I mean, they were humans and it's, you know, people make mistakes. And behind me, I've got part of the tapestry, not the section I've been talking about, but this is very, very obvious. And this is something that I'm struggling with. You can see the chainmail behind me and how the lines are not going straight. And sometimes they don't match up. And I like things straight and I like things neat. And this was really, really, really difficult. To start with, I thought, you know what, I'm just going to do this for a bit of fun. And then the interest in my project grew on social media. And I thought, you know, maybe I can sell it, you know, just put my feet up afterwards. That'd be nice. But then I started taking the tapestry out and I do talks about the project. So if I sell it, I can't do that anymore because obviously I can't show something that I don't have. So now I don't know really, but I have another 5.5 years to make up my mind.
Let's just take you across to the European Union. Joseph Borrell, the EU's foreign policy chief, is speaking. He's announced a number of new sanctions on Russia. Let's listen in.
Because such a measure has to be taken in coordination with other countries. It's difficult to take this kind of measure alone and reach an agreement to take out of SWIFT a certain number of Russian banks, impose restrictive measures that will paralyze the assets of the Russian central bank. More than a half, or about a half, of the financial reserves of the Russian central bank will be frozen thanks to this measure, because they are held in banks of the G7 countries, and this represents more or less half of the reserves of the Russian government. This will be frozen, and this is going to be affecting a lot the financial system of Russia. As I said, it's being done in coordination with international partners with a clear message that Russians who enable the invasion of Ukraine will have to pay a very high price for this action. We are going after the wealth of Putin's elite, people who support him and benefit from this regime. And in addition to this new package of sanctions, we are advancing work on sanctions regimes targeting corruption specifically, as well as foreign information manipulation and interference. Third line of work of the ministers today: engage on diplomatic efforts. They are already producing results, as you have seen on the vote on the Security Council. No one supporting Russia. And work in order to make the widest possible international condemnation and isolation of Russia. Russia will be isolated by the international community. One of the results of our collective diplomatic outreach was the vote on the Security Council, and now it will be on the resolution of the General Assembly, which is expected on Wednesday. We are carrying an intensive effort, an intensive diplomatic effort to isolate Russia as much as possible in the international and regional organizations. The Council of Europe has already suspended Russia's right of vote. Discussions on the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development are ongoing, and there will be an important debate at the Human Rights Council in Geneva on Monday. We will continue on that line. The fourth is to support the people affected by the conflict, who will be in need of humanitarian assistance, people who are leaving the country. We cannot call them migrants, they are just refugees looking for asylum, escaping the war. We're extremely worried about the humanitarian dimension of this tragedy, and we need to act rapidly in order to support these people and support the countries who will receive them. We have activated our civil protection mechanism, and 18 member states are channeling critical humanitarian equipment to Ukraine. People in Ukraine and people leaving Ukraine. We will have to face a challenging situation, but we are ready for. Let's see what's happened in the following days, but certainly the number of people leaving Ukraine is increasing. And the last point that will interest especially you, the people who work on the information business or industry, we need to tackle disinformation. We need to counter the Russian state-controlled narrative, because disinformation is becoming massive and is now shifting to a full-fledged war propaganda. Have a look at our reports, have a look at the website of the Stratcom, and you will see how Russian media describe what's happening in Ukraine and how are they describing President Zelensky. We need to be vigilant about an obvious manipulation, because Putin wants not only to conquer space, but to conquer the minds of the people. And we have to fight against it, and for that, we are going to ban Russia Today and Sputnik from broadcasting in the Union, because they are the champions of information manipulation. We also agreed to strengthen our support for independent media in Ukraine and Russia. And last but not least, we are worried for what may happen in the whole region. We are afraid that Russia is not going to stop in Ukraine. And the Russian influence can start working in the neighbor countries, Moldova and Georgia, and also will have an impact on the Western Balkans. So we have to pay a lot of attention to what's happening there. I am planning to fly and to visit Moldavia on the same way that I visited Ukraine on the first day of this year. And we have to remain vigilant on the impact of the crisis in the Western Balkans and look what's happening of the positions, of the alignment of the countries of the Balkans who are candidates to the European Union, the alignment with our foreign policy. In conclusion, once again, this is a defining moment for Europe. This is the occasion to demonstrate strategic and global leadership in a united manner, to act united and quickly. And this is also an occasion to think about what the European Union is and what do we want the European Union to be. Because the challenges that we are going to face as Europeans will increase. And we have to be prepared for that, for us and for the future generations. We say often that the European Union was born in the aftermath of the World War II because we wanted peace and prosperity. And that's true. And we got peace and prosperity. The European Union is a peace project, and we want to continue fighting for peace for us and for the humankind. We want to keep peace in Europe. But we have to be...
Well, Joseph Borrell, the EU foreign policy chief there, reiterating that they are fighting for peace in Europe, outlining a number of steps that we'd already heard about, actually, that the EU is taking, including blacklisting Russian oligarchs, going after the wealth of Putin's elite, closing EU airspace, and helping those migrants who are escaping the war. Whilst he has been talking, we've also apparently had a statement from Boris Johnson coming from the Press Association. He has described Russia's invasion of Ukraine as a disastrous, misbegotten venture by President Putin, which can lead to no good for Russia. We'll have more on all the breaking news after this break.
This is Sky News at 8 o'clock, the headlines this evening. Russian forces fighting on the streets of Ukraine are now on high alert for a nuclear threat as President Putin raises the stakes.
I ordered the Minister of Defense and the Chief of General Staff to put deterrent forces of the Russian army on special combat standby duty.
The tensions in Kiev, but planned peace talks on the border with Belarus, according to Ukraine's president. The EU pledges to buy and deliver more weapons to Ukraine as the US also moves to increase military aid. BP offloads its stake in the Russian oil giant Rosneft, and its chief executive resigns from the firm's board with immediate effect. The human tide escaping Ukraine, more than 350,000 refugees, according to the UN. And the anger against war also in Russia as protesters gather in Moscow and St. Petersburg. The FA announces England will not play any matches against Russia for the foreseeable future. Hello there, a very good evening. 4 days into Russia's invasion of Ukraine, President Putin's forces have not taken any major city. An apparently united West has agreed a catalogue of sanctions, including barring some Russian banks from a key banking system. In retaliation, Russia's leader has upped the stakes, ordering his nuclear forces onto high alert. Vladimir Putin says it was because the sanctions are illegitimate and NATO leaders have made aggressive statements. Well, these are today's key developments. Vladimir Putin has ordered Russia's nuclear deterrent to be placed on high alert, a move described as dangerous and irresponsible by the head of NATO. Elsewhere, President Zelensky's office says it is sending a delegation to negotiate with Russian officials on the Ukrainian-Belarusian border without any preconditions. The regional government of Kyiv, Ukraine's second-largest city, says its forces are in control after Russian troops entered the city this morning. And as the international backlash continues, the EU is shutting down its airspace to Russian planes and banning state-owned media from broadcasting in the bloc. Well, in a moment, we'll hear from our correspondent Stuart Ramsey in Kiev, John Sparks in Dnipro and in northern and on the Poland-Ukraine border, Adam Parsons. Our Moscow correspondent Diana Magne has our first report.
Last Saturday, Vladimir Putin held nuclear drills for all the world to see. This Sunday, he put them on high alert.
Dear colleagues, you can see that Western countries are not only taking unfriendly economic actions against our country, I mean the illegal sanctions that everyone knows about, but also the top officials of leading NATO countries are allowing themselves to make aggressive statements with regards to our country. That's why I'm ordering the Defence Minister and the Chief of General Staff to put deterrence forces on high combat alert.
Even his defense minister looks concerned. Ukraine agreed today to send a delegation for talks with the Russians at a site near Chernobyl on the border between Ukraine and Belarus, but they remained defiant.
If the order of President Putin to put on high alert his nuclear weapons is a direct threat to use these nuclear weapons against Ukraine, then I have a very simple message. It will be a catastrophe for the world, but it will not break us down.
He's put his nuclear forces on high alert. What does that mean, and how worried should we be?
Alerting could mean an increase in general force readiness. It could mean forces from Russia's 12 GUMU, which are in charge of Russia's nuclear arsenal, pulling nuclear warheads out of central storage, bringing them to places where means of delivery are stored, things like strategic bombers, part of Russia's long-range aviation. It could mean a higher alert level of Russia's strategic bomber force.
Russian troops have pushed into Ukraine's second-largest city, Kharkiv, but their advance does not appear to be the slam-dunk straight-to-Kiev invasion that they'd hoped for. But they have deployed just a fraction of the military power they have on standby, so that could all change. Sky News has confirmed the presence of thermobaric rockets in southern Ukraine, an especially nasty weapon that the Russians are known to have, which sucks in oxygen to create a massive blast. In Russia, protesters again took to the streets across the country, those who see through the propaganda and know this war is wrong, and who aren't deterred by the inevitable arrests. Nuclear forces on high alert, Ukraine's cities under attack, and this kind of a crackdown back home. It is a hard sell even to his own people that this is all in the name of Russia's defense. Many Russians don't know why their president is doing this to Ukraine, and the West doesn't either, which makes planning a response to what is now a nuclear threat that much harder. Diana Magnay, Sky News, Moscow.
Just want to bring you some breaking news from Number 10 regarding humanitarian aid for Ukraine. The Prime Minister has announced further aid, £40 million worth, in fact, to provide vital medical supplies and other help as well to Ukraine, in addition to wider economic and military support, bolstering the Ukrainian resistance to the Russian invasion. In a statement, Number 10 says that the announcement follows the Prime Minister's discussions with President Zelensky and a meeting with Ukrainian community leaders in London this weekend. The UK has stepped up its support to the people of Ukraine again today with the announcement of this £40 million of further humanitarian aid to the country. It will help aid agencies respond to the deteriorating humanitarian situation, creating a lifeline for Ukrainians with access to basic necessities and medical supplies such as medicines, syringes, dressings, wound care packs and the like. UK government humanitarian experts have also been deployed to the region to support those fleeing the violence in Ukraine. So a further £40 million worth of aid heading towards Ukraine at this very difficult time. Well, let's take a look then at the current situation on the ground in Ukraine as we understand it this evening. Over the past 24 hours, there have been reports of heavy fighting right across the country. Ukrainian officials say Russian troops entered Kyiv, the country's second largest city. Officials also said they destroyed a tank company in Pryluk and reported fighting on the outskirts of the capital, Kiev, and in Sumy, Mykolaiv and Odessa. Meanwhile, Russia's defense ministry claimed they have completely blocked the strategic ports of Kherson and Berdyansk. In Kharkiv, Ukrainian local officials say Russian troops attacked this morning but were repelled and that the city remains under Ukrainian control. Now, meanwhile, in the capital, Kiev, a curfew is in place until tomorrow at the earliest. President Zelensky's office reported an explosion at the civilian Zyliani airport, which is southwest of the city. An oil depot near an airbase in Vasilkiv was also bombed overnight amidst intense fighting there. And the Ukrainians have agreed to meet a Russian delegation for peace talks on the Ukrainian-Belarusian border near the Pripyat River. The Ukrainian city of nearly 1.5 million people is the focus then of fighting in the country today. Kharkiv is close to the Russian border in the east of Ukraine. The city's governor said earlier that government forces are still fully controlling the area. Well, intense street fighting has continued in Ukraine's second largest city. Sky's John Sparks is in the city of Dnipro, just over 200 kilometres from Kharkiv. Here he reports on the battle for the city.
It was an ominous sight, but it wasn't entirely unexpected. Elite Russian soldiers creeping into Kharkiv's northern suburbs. The city is an obvious target. The Russian border's only 20 miles away. But the people who live here do not want an occupying force. In a series of videos verified by Sky News, we see soldiers who we believe to be Ukrainian. They engage an enemy column with machine guns and rocket-propelled grenades. This is intense, close combat. Is everyone okay? Shouts one man. Then we see a column of badly damaged vehicles being searched by Ukrainian troops. They're armored 4x4s with Russian markings, and they have been peppered with bullets. The occupants are nowhere to be seen.
Safe. A pretty intense day today.
We spoke to a local resident who took shelter as the battle raged close by.
People from the different districts of the city, they saw the groups of 3-4 vehicles and some people. We have quite strong defense here in the city, and we have the special troops who can have the battle inside the city. It's a different story than outside.
This city of 1.5 million has experienced 3 days of warfare, and many have had to move underground. The city's children's hospital has done the same. The patients and their parents now trying to cope in the cold in this rudimentary shelter. We're living here now. This is our house, said one mother. Tens of thousands have left Kharkiv, seeking shelter in other communities, like the city of Dnipro to the south. There is food and beds for people like Anatoly, who had to leave his elderly parents behind.
How did you feel when you left the city? Were you feeling scared? Were you feeling frightened?
Чувствовал, что это вообще, и подло, и несправедливо, вызывало гнев, и думал, что может это остановить, когда это закончится.
That's a question they'll ask to the north, in Sumy, where a residential complex was hit by artillery shells. At least 6 people were killed, including a 7-year-old girl. In Kharkiv, the local authorities say they are back in control. The Russian incursion has been repulsed. It seems the nation's second-largest city will not submit. John Sparks, Sky News, in eastern Ukraine.
Well, the White House has called Vladimir Putin's activation of his nuclear forces unnecessary and escalatory. Let's speak to our US correspondent, Mark Stone, who's in Washington. Evening, Mark. Boris Johnson has also said it's a distraction from the reality of what's going on in Ukraine. We've not heard yet from the president personally.
No, I mean, interesting perhaps that we haven't seen him today. He's in Delaware at his weekend home. He's due back at the White House at some point later today. But there has been a statement from one of his officials, a senior administration official, in response to what Vladimir Putin has said, has told us at every step of this conflict, Putin has manufactured threats to justify more aggressive actions. He was never under threat from Ukraine or from NATO, which is a defensive alliance that will not fight in Ukraine. The only reason for his forces face a threat today is because they invaded a sovereign country and one without nuclear weapons. This is yet another escalatory and totally unnecessary step. And other defense officials here have been pushed on what preparations or what defences are in place here in the United States, given what has happened, what Mr. Putin said. And they say in response, we do not talk about the specifics of our strategic posture, but they're confident of the ability to defend themselves, and that includes in the strategic defence deterrent realm. I should tell you also, let's dip into the UN Security Council, which is holding a meeting right now, and I think the US ambassador to the United Nations is talking. Let's have a listen.
For an emergency special session in the general. It is called for an emergency special session in the General Assembly. The Council members who supported this resolution recognize that this is no ordinary moment. We need to take extraordinary actions to meet this threat to our international system and do everything we can to help Ukraine and its people. Just this morning, President Putin put Russia's nuclear forces on high alert, even though he is invading a country with no nuclear weapons and is under no threat from NATO, a defensive alliance that will not fight in Ukraine. This is another escalatory and unnecessary step that threatens us all. We urge Russia to tone down its dangerous rhetoric regarding nuclear weapons. These are issues that affect all member states. And now in the General Assembly, they can all make their voices heard on Russia's war of choice. We will then vote on a resolution that will hold Russia to account for its indefensible actions and for its violations of the UN Charter. As we speak, rockets continue to rain down on Kyiv and across Ukraine. Tanks are tearing through cities. Russia readies still more brutal weaponry. Bombs that flatten cities and indiscriminately target civilians for an unjustifiable assault fabricated out of lies and the rewriting of history. Russia also propagates outrageous lies about Ukraine's conduct in its own defense. We are alarmed by the mounting reports of civilian casualties, videos of Russians forces moving exceptionally lethal weaponry into Ukraine, and the widespread destruction of civilian facilities like residences, schools, and hospitals. To the Russian officers and soldiers, I say, the world is watching. Photographic and video evidence is mounting, and you will be held to account for your actions. We will not let atrocities slide. Those of us here, safely sitting in this hallowed hall, have a moral responsibility to respond to Russia's desecration of human life. That means humanitarian aid, like the thermal blankets USAID has already airlifted to tens of thousands of Ukrainians in need, and the recently announced $54 million in additional humanitarian assistance that will reach hundreds of thousands more. That means military support, including the additional $350 million of security assistance the United States is shipping to Ukraine. And it means holding the sole aggressor, Russia, accountable for its actions. That will take some courage from some fellow member states, and I know that. They have shown strength. By the inspiration, I would like to stress, for the inspiration, I would ask you to look to the Ukrainian people. They have shown strength, courage, and resilience in the face of Russian guns and soldiers and bombs and rockets. They also maintain the courage to sit down and talk. We welcome their continued willingness to participate in peace talks. On Friday night, darkness descended on Kyiv. Missiles attacked a sheltering city. But the next morning, Ukrainians woke up to a new citizen, a baby girl born to a mother in a bomb shelter. The baby's name is Mia. Photos of her tiny hand gripping her mother as they hid underground have inspired the world. Let us have the courage of Mia's mother. Let us have the courage of the Ukrainian people standing bravely to defend their democracy, their way of life, and their futures. Let us show them that they are not alone, that the world stands behind them, that the United Nations has a purpose, that the additional bravery of the protesters in Russia is not in vain. Let us do everything we can to help the people of Ukraine as they stand up for themselves, for their sovereign country, and for their children. Thank you.
Спасибо. Сейчас предоставляю слово представителю Албании.
Albania.
Dear colleagues,
Albania voted in favour and welcomes the adoption of this resolution. Formally, this short text is of purely procedural nature, but its significance is of historic proportions.
So that was the US ambassador to the UN urging Russia to tone down that dangerous rhetoric regarding nuclear weapons. Mark Stone still with us in Washington. And Mark, as that session continues, we're also hearing from the Russian embassy, the United States embassy in Russia, that all US citizens should consider departing Russia immediately via those commercial airlines which are still available to fly from Russia, because we know that an increasing number of airlines are cancelling flights in and out of the country. Perhaps not unexpected, Mark, but nonetheless a serious move.
Yeah, just another signal of how serious and how concerning and how unpredictable all this is becoming. I think, I mean, this news is only just reaching us now about the US embassy in Moscow, but I think it is probably because the ability to get out will become more and more difficult. It's now impossible to fly on a Russian airliner to Europe. I think I'm right in saying that it's still possible to fly to America, that things are changing fast, but that won't be the case soon. And therefore it will be physically hard to leave. So now is the time to do it. So it's another escalatory step, it will be seen by some, certainly. But listening there to Linda Thomas-Greenfield, the US ambassador to the United Nations, she seemed to be appealing. She had many messages there, I think. It's the first time we've heard from a US official on camera responding to what President Putin said earlier today regarding nuclear weapons and putting Russia's nuclear deterrent on high alert. And she repeated what we heard in the statement earlier on, that how worrying this is, that it is another escalatory step and totally unnecessary as far as the Americans are concerned. She also, interestingly, appealed directly to Russian troops and their commanders and said to Russian officers and soldiers, the world is watching, you will be held to account for your actions. We will not let atrocities slide. The reason they're meeting now, just incidentally, is because they are paving the way to put that United Nations Security Council resolution that they voted on a couple of days ago, which didn't pass because Russia vetoed it, that was expected. They're going to put that vote to the 193 members of the General Assembly, to everyone who is a member of the United Nations. And Russia will not have the power to veto that. So that will be a big moment. I think that's coming next week. And this is a procedural moment. But what it does, it allows the ambassadors, and we'll hear from the British, I'm sure, in due course, again, to talk about, to call Russia out. And the Russians are, because of the way that the calendar has worked, the Russians are currently hold the presidency of the Security Council, a twist of fate. But they will use this moment again to call Russia out, to isolate it.
OK, Mark, in Washington, thank you. So a lot happening this evening. As Mark was saying there, the US urging Russia now to tone down dangerous rhetoric regarding nuclear weapons. We're also hearing that US citizens are being told they should consider departing Russia immediately via commercial options that are still available. That's according to the US Embassy in Moscow. And in the last few moments, we've also heard about casualty figures. These figures coming from the wire service Reuters, quoting Ukraine's health ministry, who are saying that 352 Ukrainian civilians, including 14 children, have been killed since the beginning of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Well, do stay with us here on Sky News for continuing coverage of the Ukraine crisis, including nowhere to hide, as Roman Abramovich says he's handing over control of Chelsea Football Club. The British government moves to clamp down on Russian oligarchs.
I'm Becky Johnson, a Sky News correspondent based here in the Midlands.
The Foreign Secretary today said that Russian oligarchs would have nowhere to hide as the British government clamps down on them in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The Foreign Secretary refused to say whether the Chelsea owner and billionaire Roman Abramovich was on their hit list. Mr. Abramovich yesterday said he was passing stewardship to the trustees of the club's charitable foundation. Our People and Politics correspondent Nick Martin reports on the move against Russian money.
With their extravagant lifestyles, their private jets, their expensive homes and their love for glitz, Russia's richest have suddenly found themselves on a wartime hit list. Those connected to Vladimir Putin, those who help him, those who protect him, now facing a financial onslaught.
From war in Europe. Zain Basravi, Al Jazeera, Medica border crossing, eastern Poland.
And anti-war protests have been taking place around the world, including in Berlin. More than 100,000 people in the German capital denounced Russia's attack on Ukraine. Demonstrations have also been held in other European cities, including London, Milan and Athens. And these are pictures from Paris, where thousands of demonstrators have also gathered to show their support for Ukraine. Some protesters were holding placards calling on NATO to do more to help Kyiv. And Pope Francis has called for urgent humanitarian corridors to help refugees out of Ukraine. The head of the Roman Catholic Church addressed crowds at the Vatican. He called on people to take part in an international day of prayer and fasting on Ash Wednesday this week. He said his heart was broken by the fighting.
Those who make war forget humanity. They do not think of the people. They do not look at the real life of people, but they put partisan interests and power before everything. They trust in the diabolic and perverse logic of weapons, which is the most distant from the will of God and distant from the common people who want peace. I am thinking of the elderly, of those who are seeking refuge in these hours, of mothers fleeing with their children. They are brothers and sisters for whom it is urgent to open humanitarian corridors and who must be welcomed. My heart is broken by what is happening in Ukraine, but let us not forget the wars in other parts of the world, such as Yemen, Syria and Ethiopia. I repeat, put down your weapons.
And FIFA has become the latest sports organization to take action against Russia, banning the Russian flag and anthem from upcoming international matches. They've also ordered the team to compete under the title Football Union of Russia, and no international matches will be played in the country. But they have stopped short of banning the national team from the World Cup qualifiers. Several nations, though, have said that they refuse to compete against the Russian national team, including England, Poland and Sweden. Much more on all the developments around the Russian invasion and, of course, the latest from Ukraine on our website. There it is, the address aljazeera.com. And now the top stories on Al Jazeera. The Ukrainian presidential office says it has agreed to hold talks with Russia. The discussions are expected to take place at the Ukrainian-Belarus border. President Volodymyr Zelensky had earlier rejected the Kremlin's call for talks in Minsk, saying Belarus was the staging ground for Russia's invasion.
Alexander Lukashenko contacted me so that Russian and Ukrainian delegations could meet. I underline, without any conditions. I'll say frankly, I don't believe in the result of this meeting, but let's try, so that no citizen of Ukraine would doubt that I, as president, did try to stop the war when there was even just a small chance.
Well, Russia's President Vladimir Putin further raised tensions by ordering his military command to put its nuclear deterrence forces on high alert. He says it's in response to aggressive statements by NATO and economic sanctions against Moscow. The NATO chief, Jens Stoltenberg, has called Putin's statements dangerous and irresponsible.
Western countries are not only taking unfriendly actions against our country's economy, but some top officials from NATO countries have had aggressive remarks towards Russia. That's why I command the Minister of Defence and Chief of Staff to put nuclear deterrence forces on high alert.
And Russia, meanwhile, has stepped up its military advance as its troops enter Ukraine's second biggest city of Kyiv. But the governor says Ukrainian soldiers are in control. Military vehicles are on the streets and there's been heavy fighting, with civilians warned not to go outside. U.S. intelligence suggests Moscow's forces have been frustrated by the strength of Ukraine's resistance. And hundreds of protesters in Russia have been arrested as demonstrators called on Moscow to stop its attack on Ukraine. They rallied in St. Petersburg, where police tried to break up the crowd. This is the second day that a protest has been held in the city against the military campaign. Demonstrations were also held in other Russian cities, including the capital, Moscow. Those are the top stories. I'm going to be back in just under half an hour with the Al Jazeera News Hour, where, of course, we will bring you the latest diplomatic reaction and the latest from Ukraine. Coming up next, 101 East.
Majestic, captivating, and dangerous. Mount Everest is the ultimate mountaineering challenge. Climbers come from around the world seeking glory, but for those who help them scale the world's highest peak, it can be deadly work. Sherpa men die in disproportionate numbers, leaving behind widows who struggle to survive. Forced to become breadwinners, some women are defying tradition by breaking into the male-dominated world of Himalayan climbing. "101 East" travels to Nepal, where Sherpa widows seek to conquer Everest and overturn centuries of discrimination. In the Himalayas, the world's highest peaks cast a long shadow over Nepal's Khumbu Valley. Jungmo has lived here all her life. Like many Sherpa women, she married a mountaineer whose life and death were defined by Mount Everest.
अनि त्यहाँदेखि अनि माथि सासकोलमा बारी ओसारिसकेपछि पो अनि कुहिरो लिएर माथि टम्म आएर अनि फर्काएर त्यहाँदेखि माथि अनि मलाई त मेरो बुढाको भाइले काठमाडौँमा हेलीमा लग्यो भनेर फोन आयो। काठमाडौँमा लग्यो, तर मैले काठमाडौँमा म जाँदा मैले भेट्नै सकेन, उहाँ बित्नु भयो। अरू त त्यस्तै हो नि के माथि एक्सिडेन्ट भयो, हेलीमा लग्यो, उपचार गर्नु सकेन। मैले बोल्नै सक्दैन।
Jugmo's husband, Datenzing, was 37 when he died in a climbing accident. His story is a common one here in the village of Photse, more than 3,800 meters above sea level. It's home to many of the top Sherpa climbers. They risk their lives to help paying customers scale the highest Himalayan peaks. Wealthy foreigners began flocking to Nepal, chasing Everest glory in the 1990s, transforming the lives of locals. They went from being farmers to some of the best mountaineers in the world. Sherpas can make 5 times the average salary in Nepal, working as guides, porters, and cooks. Dawa Danuru started working in the mountains when he was only 17. Since then, he scaled Everest a dozen times, most recently in 2019 at the age of 60. He accepts the risk in order to provide for his family.
Danger, very dangerous. I've no personal career. Ali Hindu na sana career. So when very humbai folder. When high school class, when you know what you want, kitchen in Daron. Ani avalanche when you on 2014 ठुलो एभलान्च आएर मेरो एकजना खैरे पर्सनल खैरे थियो उसलाई बचाएर बेस क्याम्प पुर्याए अनि अर्को खैरे खरवासमा परेको पनि हामीले रेस्क्यु गरेर निकालेर बेस क्याम्प पुर्यायो
Dawa has suffered serious injuries on the job, but he keeps on going because there are few other options.
श्रीमतीले त अब नजाऊ भन्छ अब घरमै बसेर फेरि हुँदैन अनि जानै पर्छ पेसा नै त्यही हो अर्को अब हामीलाई एजुकेसन छैन हामीले कम्प्युटर चलाउन आउँदैन टेबलमा बसेर पैसा आउँदैन बारी बोक्नु पर्यो गाइड गर्नु पर्यो ट्रेकिङ गर्नु पर्यो अब घरमा परिवार हेर्नु पर्यो त्यसै कारणले जानुपर्ने कारण त्यही हो नभए त त्यतिकै राडले जाने त हामी
Dawa's wife, young Jen, has good reason to fear for her husband's safety. When she was young, her brother was killed in an avalanche. She ended up marrying a man who would be exposed to the same dangers.
अनि डरन लाग्यो बिहे गर्नुलाई अनि आफ्नै कर्म हो आफ्नै बाजेमा हो भनेर अनि बिहे गरेको मसँग बिहे गरेदेखि नै अनि हिमान गयो अनि त्यसपछि त चिता धुयो बुढी भयो सानो वर्षमै बुढी भयो अनि गयो अनि पछाडि महिलाको त्यो पूजा कसरी गर्यो त्यो अलिक गइदिए चाहिँ अलि धेरै भएर आयो अनि ट्याक्कै
About 120 Sherpas have lost their lives on Everest since 1900, around a third of all recorded deaths on the mountain.
In this Sherpa village of Fortsay, glory and tragedy go hand in hand. Every house here has someone who has made it to the top of Everest, not just once, but several times. But many people here have also lost their loved ones on the mountain peaks.
When Jungmo's husband died, the family lost its breadwinner. Jungmo was left to fend for herself and her two sons.
अब हामी जस्तो मान्छेले चाहिँ जिन्दगी बिताउन गाह्रो लुगा लाउनु पाल्नु नै धेरै गाह्रो छ अनि अब पढाउनु त यहाँ फोर्ट्से स्कुलमा चाहिँ 5 क्लाससम्म छ अब यहाँ त
She had to send her children away to continue their education. It's a day's walk to her 12-year-old son's boarding school. Her older son studies in the capital, Kathmandu.
मेरो कन्चा छोरा चाहिँ यहाँ कुम्जु स्कुलमा पढ्छ नभेटेको 3 महिना भयो अनि भेट्न जान लाग्यो चलो कहाँ के भयो सर स्कुल को मैंने你们刚来呢 मार्क्स क्या आजकल में जो मार्क्स कहाँ जी हुआ लगेर पढ्नु त सक्दैन तर विदेशीको कारणले गर्दा सुख पाइराख्यो बच्चाहरूले पढ्नु पायो
One of her husband's foreign clients and a Sherpa organization pitched in to cover her son's school expenses.
Kendi gujegi bidugi zala di sha soma sha
These are people who speak Ukrainian and see themselves as democratic Ukrainians. And of a population of about 41 million people in Ukraine, let's say 35 million are in this Western category. A Russian army, even a powerful Russian army of maybe even 200,000 soldiers, is not going to subjugate the will of 35 million Ukrainians unless it is prepared to use quite astonishing amounts of force, the sort of force that would constitute ethnic cleansing or indeed genocide. So we should look at Kiev, which remains the political and military centre of gravity of this campaign. What we've seen over the course of the last few days are Russian forces arriving on the outskirts of the city. What we are now seeing are heavier Russian forces likely to be in the areas around the edge of the city, because the encounters so far have been very light forces supported by rockets and artillery and aided by special forces and irregular forces actually in the interior of the city. Very frightening for the people who are amongst that. So the big question that faces the Russian military today is, if they want to put their tanks here in the middle of Kiev, then they're going to have to fight their way in. They're not going to find it easy to get in. They'll be opposed not just by the military, but by civil society, most of whom now have weapons. And in order to do that, they're going to have to destroy a lot of the city they may think they're liberating and kill a lot of the citizens. So we should absolutely have a look at some of the weaponry that may be brought to bear. And the first of these I'd like to talk about is this gun. This is called a 2S7. It's 203mm caliber. It has a range of about 37 kilometers, and it fires a shell that weighs 110 kilograms. It can also fire a nuclear shell with a yield of about 1 kiloton, 1,000 tons of TNT equivalent. So when President Putin starts to talk about nuclear options, he may have in mind something like this. But there are other equally devastating weapons that are not nuclear. On this next photograph, this rocket launcher fires 30 of these rockets in about 15 seconds over a relatively short range of about 6 kilometers. And these are thermobaric rockets. They deliver a vapor that is exploded, producing essentially a wall of fire that would devastate the equivalent of a city block. These weapons have been seen in Ukraine. We don't believe they've been fired yet, but they're in the Russian inventory. But if President Putin is thinking of nuclear options, then he may turn to this next item, the Iskander missile, a range of about 500 kilometers. In its conventional guise, it fires a missile with a 480-kilogram warhead, which is massive, with an accuracy of about 5 meters. It can be used to fire a nuclear weapon with a yield of between 5 and 50 kilotons. So with that range, and with that sort of yield, it would be absolutely devastating if it was used in the context of the war underway in Ukraine. But President Putin has raised the stakes. He started to talk about nuclear weapons or insinuate nuclear weapons at a global level. And this means the sort of equipment on this next picture. This is an intercontinental ballistic missile. That means it reaches from Russia to the US and obviously into Europe. The warhead at the front of it has a yield of between 300 and 800 kilotons. 300 kilotons is enough to destroy Washington or London or Paris. And that means by raising this sort of spectre on the next map, we should understand that the stakes for Ukraine have now become global. Essentially, by raising the spectre of nuclear weapons, the rest of the Western Hemisphere is now on the pitch with Ukraine.
General Sir Richard Barrons there. Now, the United Nations estimated today that the number of Ukrainian refugees has nearly doubled. More than 350,000 people have now fled abroad, mainly the elderly, women and children. They're escaping to countries like Poland, Romania and Moldova. Our Europe correspondent, Adam Parsons, is in the town of Mlini in southeastern Poland, near the border with Ukraine. He reports on the refugee exodus.
Alana had waited all day for this moment. United with her mother, who had made the arduous journey to escape the war in Ukraine. The joy of reunion is laced with anger, but also with fierce pride.
To jedyne, co mam rzeknę. Ja to tam strasznie, ale nasi chłopcy wojują. Všechno bude dobré. My se nevzdáváme, všechno v pohodě.
People come here weary and vulnerable, and it is relentless. Every few minutes another bus comes along, and this is what the passengers see as they arrive. Offers of help, transport and food. It is a big collective effort. The firefighters are organising things, driving buses, offering assistance. And then there are the volunteers. Frank drove all the way from the Czech Republic, a country where mistrust of Russia still runs deep.
They're fighting with the Russians, and the Russians are horrible. We have the same experience with them from era of communism, so we feel with them, and we want to help them.
And help will be crucial. The number of people fleeing Ukraine is rising all the time.
Well, as these people arrive here, they are met by offers of comfort and support. It's a sort of veneer of happiness, but the reality is these coaches are full of women and children and pensioners who are fleeing their country. And as the weather here gets tougher, this has the potential to move from being an exodus of people to an absolute refugee crisis.
The queue to reach this border is enormous. Imagine sitting in your car in a war zone for days, simply to get away from your own country.
We went by car like three days, and we slept in a car because we couldn't find the place where to sleep. So we slept in car.
These images do stick with you. The innocence of youth displaced by the horror of war. Adam Parsons, Sky News, on the Poland-Ukraine border.
You're watching Sky News. Coming up, praying for Ukraine, the communities for whom the conflict is all too close to home.
When I was bored, that's the fast answer. And I needed a project that I couldn't finish in a hurry. I really, really love like Viking Age embroidery. We used to do reenactment, and I made that kind of clothing. And 6 years ago, I didn't have any orders coming in. So I thought, you know what? I need something big. And what's bigger than the Bayeux Tapestry? So that's what I did. I'm no longer working as a primary school teacher, but I am trained, and correcting things is what I do. But when I set out to do this project, I decided to try to replicate it as faithfully as I can. And the ladies who did it back in the days, I mean, they were humans, and it's, you know, people make mistakes. And behind me, I've got a part of the tapestry, not the section I've been talking about. But this is very, very obvious, and this is something that I'm struggling with. You can see the chainmail behind me and how the lines are not going straight, and sometimes they don't match up. And I like things straight and I like things neat, and this was really, really, really difficult. To start with, I thought, you know what, I'm just going to do this for a bit of fun. And then the interest in my project grew on social media, and I thought, you know, maybe I can sell it, you know, just put my feet up afterwards. That'd be nice. But then I started taking the tapestry out, and I do talks about the project. So if I sell it, I can't do that anymore, because obviously I can't show something that I don't have. So now I don't know really, but I have another 5.5 years to make up my mind.
Hello again. Now, the Ukrainian population has been remembered at church services today, particularly in places where the congregation has a connection with the country. Our correspondent, Gerard Tubb, reports now on the people praying for Ukraine.
The start of Sunday Mass for a Ukrainian community in Bradford, built by people displaced by the Second World War. These are the families of refugees who can only watch and worry at the events unfolding in a country many still half think of as home. Maria Lanovi was 19 when she arrived here from a Nazi forced labour camp. She's now 94.
The Russians are back in your home country?
Well, I hope not. But I don't think they're giving up. The fighting, well, I watch it because I got Ukrainian television, and I watched them. I watched yesterday all day, never stop watching. And they're fighting, they never give in. They never give in.
In Westminster, Mass was held in the Ukrainian Catholic Cathedral. Among the congregation was Ukraine's ambassador to the UK, Vadim Pistrykov, who heard the Archbishop of Southwark condemn war.
We cannot, none of us, be indifferent to the evil taking place in Ukraine. We are our brothers and sisters' keeper. We each have a responsibility for one another, person for person, nation for nation.
I am very worried because we have family back home, and yeah, so it's very devastating, and you don't know where they're going to go and what's going to happen next.
I can't explain how I'm worried. Actually, I can't sleep, I can't think right. I just want to do something, I want to help, but I feel that I'm useless.
Most people in the congregations in London and in Yorkshire were born in the UK, and this is their home. But everyone was thinking of the Russian invasion. Gerard Tubb, Sky News, Bradford.
Now, in the last few moments, we've heard that Ukraine athletes have written an open letter to the president of the International Olympic Committee, calling on him to immediately suspend the Russian and Belarusian National Olympic and Paralympic committees. Let me just read some of that to you. It says any suspension must also include the banning of all athletes from international sport, including the 2022 Beijing Paralympic Games. Russia's invasion of Ukraine, supported by Belarus, is a clear breach of the Olympic and Paralympic charters, a breach that must be met with strong sanctions. Athletes, our countrymen and our families, our friends too, are in grave danger as a result. This aggressive assault by Russia and Belarus on our country. We plead with you to join the international community to sanction Russia and Belarus. The IOC and IPC must stand together and in solidarity with Ukrainian athletes to immediately suspend both Russia and Belarus. So Olympic athletes and others from Ukraine pleading with the IOC to ban Russia. All right, we're just going to take you to New York, to the United Nations. This is the Ukrainian ambassador to the UN. Let's hear what he has to say.
Operational and tactical aircraft, high-precision long-range weapons, multiple rocket launcher systems are widely used against the Ukrainians. Among the most telling recent examples of Russian course of action in Ukraine, missile strike on the town of Vasilki, which is practically a suburb of the capital. A missile hit the oil depot, causing a large-scale fire. It was also shelling in Kharkiv that damaged the gas pipeline. According to the Ukrainian
We'll keep across
Minister,
that meeting at the UN. That's the Ukrainian ambassador currently speaking. All the top details in a couple of minutes. This is Sky News at 9 o'clock. The headlines this evening. Russian forces fighting on the streets of Ukraine and now on high alert for a nuclear threat as President Putin raises the stakes.
I ordered the Minister of Defense and the Chief of General Staff to put deterrent forces of the Russian army on special combat standby duty.
The tensions in Kiev, but planned peace talks on the border with Belarus, according to Ukraine's president. The EU pledges to buy and deliver more weapons to Ukraine as the US also moves to increase military aid. BP offloads its stake in the Russian oil giant Rosneft and its chief executive resigns from the firm's board with immediate effect. The human tide escaping Ukraine, more than 350,000 refugees, according to the UN. The anger against war also in Russia as protesters gather in Moscow and St. Petersburg. And the FA announces that England will not play any matches against Russia for the foreseeable future. Hello, good evening. I'm Jonathan Samuels. 4 days into Russia's invasion of Ukraine, President Putin's forces have not taken any major city. An apparently united West has agreed a catalogue of sanctions, including barring some Russian banks from a key banking system. In retaliation, Russia's leader has upped the stakes, ordering his nuclear forces onto high alert. Vladimir Putin says it was because the sanctions are illegitimate, and NATO leaders have made aggressive statements. Tonight, after European countries closed their airspace to Russian airliners, the United States has urged all its citizens to leave Russia immediately. Well, Boris Johnson has just been speaking, visiting the Ukrainian Catholic Cathedral in London. Let's take a listen.
Look, what's happening on the European continent is an absolute catastrophe. President Putin has decided to wage a war of choice against the people of Ukraine. He's inflicting untold misery, violence, suffering on a completely innocent population. If he wants to stop, if he wants to withdraw, if he wants to negotiate, that's very good news. I have my doubts, I've got to tell you. There's nothing I've seen so far in his behaviour that leads me to think that he could possibly be sincere. But if he is, then we should pursue every avenue. But clearly what needs to happen is he needs to withdraw his war machine from Ukraine.
Specifically, what's your message to President Putin when he says he's putting his nuclear arsenal on alert?
I think that's a distraction from the reality of what's going on in Ukraine. This is an innocent people who are facing a totally unprovoked act of aggression against them. And what's actually happening is that they are fighting back, perhaps with more effect, with more resistance than the Kremlin had bargained for. And I think that is what is really going on. You can see some of the logistical difficulties that the Russian forces are experiencing. You can see, and I think the Russian Defense Ministry have themselves conceded, that they're having casualties. This is a disastrous, misbegotten venture by President Putin. It can lead to no good whatever for Russia, as we in the West have said continuously from the beginning. It needs to end. If he has a proposal to negotiate and withdraw, then all the better.
Is the UK going to make it easier for Ukrainian refugees to move here?
We want to be as generous as we possibly can, and certainly we want people who have relatives in Ukraine to be able to bring them over as fast as possible. We want to make sure that we have routes for people fleeing disaster, war, persecution in Ukraine to come here, and we're setting aside more to help with the humanitarian crisis in the countries bordering Ukraine, putting another £40 million for medical supplies and immediate help. We'll also be partnering up with some of the countries in the immediate vicinity of Ukraine to help bring people over. Don't forget, the UK, since 2015, has been one of the most generous, if not the most welcoming country in Europe. And I'm very proud that since I've been Prime Minister, actually, we've had very large numbers of people from Hong Kong. We had a huge welcome for the people from Afghanistan. We will be very generous to the Ukrainians.
What do you mean by very generous? How many?
Well, we will have a system that lets people come when they're in fear of persecution, when they need for family reunion and all the other purposes. Don't forget, the UK is I'm a former mayor of London, which is the most diverse city on earth, and all the better for it. We thrive and prosper partly as a result of being open to hardworking people from around the world. Ukrainians already contribute a huge amount to our country and to our society.
How soon can you impose sanctions on Russian oligarchs who are based here in the UK?
We're going to accelerate the moves that we've got already in train. We want to smash it through the Commons as fast as we can. What we want to do is expose the identities of the people who own the properties in London and around the country, expose the identity of the people who own the wealth of all kinds, and if we can show a link to the Putin regime, then we will be in a position to distrain those assets, to seize them, to take them. And, you know, let me put it this way. I think that when it comes to the rebuilding of Ukraine after this nightmare, this disaster caused entirely by President Putin and his cronies, I can't think of a better use for that cash.
Final question. Should the Russian broadcaster RT be allowed to broadcast in the UK?
We have a principle in this country that we don't allow politicians to ban this or that media organisation, and that's the way we do it. And I think we're better for that. But I've got to tell you that I think the stuff that RT is peddling at the moment is doing a lot of damage to the truth. And I think it's important that Ofcom should look at it and make up its mind about whether that organisation is infringing the rules of this country.
Sounds like if the power was with you, you'd turn it off.
Yes, but the difference between us and Russia is that the power is not with me, and that's the right thing. And that, you know, is partly what we're fighting for.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Thank you.
Cheers.
So that's the Prime Minister, who this evening has been visiting worshippers at the Ukrainian cathedral in central London. He spoke about those planned talks between Ukraine and Russia, saying if Putin wants to negotiate, that's good news, but I have my doubts. On the nuclear threat, he said it's a distraction from the reality of what is actually going on in Ukraine. And when it comes to Ukrainian refugees, he said people in the UK, Ukrainians in the UK, must be able to bring their relatives over as fast as possible. The Prime Minister speaking a short time ago. Well, let's bring you up to date then with the main developments from the Ukraine crisis today. Vladimir Putin has ordered Russia's nuclear deterrent to be placed on high alert, a move described as dangerous and irresponsible by the head of NATO. Elsewhere, President Zelensky's office says it is sending a delegation to negotiate with Russian officials on the Ukrainian-Belarusian border without any preconditions. The regional government of Kyiv, Ukraine's second-largest city, says its forces are in control after Russian troops entered the city this morning. And as the international backlash continues, the EU is shutting down its airspace to Russian planes and banning state-owned media from broadcasting in the bloc. Well, in a moment, we'll hear from our correspondents, Stuart Ramsey in Kiev, John Sparks in Dnipro in northeastern Ukraine, and our Europe correspondent, Adam Parsons, who's on the Poland-Ukraine border. But our first report tonight is from our Moscow correspondent, Diana Magnay, who reports on President Putin's nuclear threat.
Last Saturday, Vladimir Putin held nuclear drills for all the world to see. This Sunday, he put them on high alert.
Dear colleagues,
You can see that Western countries are not only taking unfriendly economic actions against our country, I mean the illegal sanctions that everyone knows about, but also the top officials of leading NATO countries are allowing themselves to make aggressive statements with regards to our country. That's why I'm ordering the Defence Minister and the Chief of General Staff to put deterrence forces on high combat alert.
Even his defence minister looks concerned. Ukraine agreed today to send a delegation for talks with the Russians at a site near Chernobyl on the border between Ukraine and Belarus, but they remained defiant.
If the order of President Putin to put on high alert his nuclear weapons is a direct threat to use these nuclear weapons against Ukraine, then I have a very simple message. It will be a catastrophe for the world, but it will not break us down.
He's put his nuclear forces on high alert. What does that mean, and how worried should we be?
Alerting could mean an increase in general force readiness. It could mean forces from Russia's 12 Gumo, which are in charge of Russia's nuclear arsenal, pulling nuclear warheads out of central storage, bringing them to places where means of delivery are stored, things like strategic bombers, part of Russia's long-range aviation. It could mean a higher alert level of Russia's strategic bomber force.
Russian troops have pushed into Ukraine's second-largest city, Kharkiv, but their advance does not appear to be the slam-dunk straight-to-Kiev invasion that they'd hoped for. But they have deployed just a fraction of the military power they have on standby, so that could all change. Sky News has confirmed the presence of thermobaric rockets in southern Ukraine, an especially nasty weapon that the Russians are known to have, which sucks in oxygen to create a massive blast. In Russia, protesters again took to the streets across the country, those who see through the propaganda and know this war is wrong, and who aren't deterred by the inevitable arrests. Nuclear forces on high alert, Ukraine's cities under attack, and this kind of a crackdown back home. It is a hard sell even to his own people that this is all in the name of Russia's defense. Many Russians don't know why their president is doing this to Ukraine, and the West doesn't either, which makes planning a response to what is now a nuclear threat that much harder. Diana Magnay, Sky News, Moscow.
Well, tonight the Ukrainian Health Ministry has confirmed the Russian invasion has killed 352 civilians, including 14 children. This is the current situation on the ground in Ukraine as we understand it. Over the past 24 hours, there have been reports of heavy fighting right across the country. Ukrainian officials say Russian troops entered Kyiv, the country's second largest city. Officials also said they destroyed a tank company in Priluk and reported fighting on the outskirts of the capital, Kiev, and in Sumy, Mykolaiv and Odessa. Meanwhile, Russia's defense ministry claimed they have completely blocked the strategic ports of Kherson and Berdyansk. In Kharkiv, Ukrainian local officials say Russian troops attacked this morning but were repelled and that the city remains under Ukrainian control. Meanwhile, in Kiev, a curfew is in place until tomorrow at the earliest. President Zelensky's office reported an explosion at the civilian Zuliani airport southwest of the city. An oil depot near an airbase in Vasilkiv was also bombed overnight amid intense fighting. And the Ukrainians have agreed to meet a Russian delegation for peace talks on the Ukrainian-Belarusian border near the Pripyat River. A Ukrainian city of nearly 1.5 million people is the focus of fighting in the country today. Kyiv is close to the Russian border in the east of Ukraine. The city's governor said earlier that government forces are still fully controlling the area. Intense street fighting has continued in that city. Sky's John Sparks is in the city of Dnipro, just over 200 kilometres from Kyiv. He reports now on the ongoing battle for Kyiv.
It was an ominous sight, but it wasn't entirely unexpected. Elite Russian soldiers creeping into Kharkiv's northern suburbs. The city is an obvious target. The Russian border's only 20 miles away. But the people who live here do not want an occupying force.
С тяжелого стреляют в сторону домов.
In a series of videos verified by Sky News, we see soldiers who we believe to be Ukrainian. They engage an enemy column with machine guns and rocket-propelled grenades. This is intense, close combat. Is everyone okay? Shouts one man. Then we see a column of badly damaged vehicles being searched by Ukrainian troops. They're armored 4x4s with Russian markings, and they have been peppered with bullets. The occupants are nowhere to be seen. A pretty intense day today. We spoke to a local resident who took shelter as the battle raged close by.
People from the different districts of the city, they saw the groups of 3-4 vehicles and some people. We have quite strong defense here in the city, and we have the special troops who can have the battle inside the city. It's a different story than outside.
This city of 1.5 million has experienced 3 days of warfare, and many have had to move underground. The city's children's hospital has done the same. The patients and their parents now trying to cope in the cold in this rudimentary shelter. We're living here now. This is our house, said one mother. Tens of thousands have left Kharkiv, seeking shelter in other communities, like the city of Dnipro to the south. There is food and beds for people like Anatoly, who had to leave his elderly parents behind. How did you feel when you left the city? Were you feeling scared? Were you feeling frightened?
Чувствовал, что это вообще, и подло, и несправедливо, вызывало гнев, и думал, что может это остановить, когда это закончится.
That's a question they'll ask to the north, in Sumy, where a residential complex was hit by artillery shells. At least 6 people were killed, including a 7-year-old girl. In Kharkiv, the local authorities say they are back in control. The Russian incursion has been repulsed. It seems the nation's second-largest city will not submit. John Sparks, Sky News, in eastern Ukraine.
The White House has called Vladimir Putin's activation of his nuclear forces unnecessary and escalatory. Tonight, the United Nations Security Council has called for an emergency special session of the 193-member General Assembly to be held tomorrow. Our US correspondent Mark Stone is in Washington for us. What's been said tonight, Mark?
You have some powerful language again in the chamber of the Security Council as they pave the way for this vote, which will happen early this week, as you described. Words, just words, yes, but very powerful words. And the session was closed or ended with the Ukrainian ambassador to the United Nations, who talked about how difficult things now are across his country. And 2 things stuck out to me. He referenced, first of all, the threat from the Russian president, talking about nuclear weapons, and he said the Russian president has resorted to nuclear blackmail. The world must take this threat very, very seriously. He then did something quite extraordinary. He read out a phone number, which he said any Russians watching who have relatives fighting in the Russian military who are in Ukraine and may have been captured, who want to call that number, they're welcome to call that phone number to find out how their Russian relatives fighting in the Russian military are. Trying to seek quite clearly the moral high ground there. A phone number for any Russians to call to find out how their captured Russian relatives might be. Quite an extraordinary moment, I thought. That is the UN. In terms of the US official reaction to that statement, or that on-camera statement from Vladimir Putin, appearing to threaten nuclear war, in which Vladimir Putin said that he'd put the country's nuclear capability on a heightened state of readiness. A senior administration official has said at every step of this conflict, Putin has manufactured threats to justify more aggressive actions. He was never under the threat from Ukraine or from NATO, which is a defensive alliance that will not fight in Ukraine. The only reason his forces face a threat today is because they invaded a sovereign country and one without nuclear weapons. This is yet another escalatory and totally unnecessary step. And to add to that, defense officials here in Washington have been asked about the US's strategic posture as a consequence of what Vladimir Putin has been saying. And the US response is, we do not talk about the specifics of our strategic posture, but we remain confident in our ability to defend ourselves and our allies and partners, and that includes the strategic deterrent realm. Extraordinary that we might that we are even talking about this sort of thing, frankly. One last thing to mention, which might seem sort of irrelevant, but I really don't think it is. The Israeli Prime Minister spoke today to Vladimir Putin. Israel, of course, is a very close ally of America. It is also a close ally of Russia and of Ukraine. Now, the Israelis are sort of trying to cast themselves as some sort of peace negotiator, maybe. But what's more important in the here and now is that there is a dialogue between President Putin and the Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett. And I can tell you that phone call, having spoken to sources in Jerusalem, that phone call was about half an hour long. That's quite a length. And before and after it, the Israelis briefed and debriefed the Americans. They're trying as hard as they can to get a sense of President Putin's state of mind at the moment and those around him. Those sorts of phone calls, top-level phone calls, are useful.
OK, Mark, thank you very much indeed. A little bit of breaking news. This is coming from the Russian airline Aeroflot, saying in the last few moments that it has cancelled all flights to all European destinations. Of course, this follows the news earlier that the bloc was closing its airspace to not only commercial Russian jets, but also private jets as well from Russia. We're also hearing that French nationals have been advised by the government to leave Russia, and that follows US citizens being told to consider leaving Russia immediately. So things developing quickly this evening. Meanwhile, in Kiev, the city is under a 36-hour curfew. The expected Russian advance into the city hasn't yet come. The forces are around 20 miles away. That's according to Kiev's mayor, the former world heavyweight champion, Vitaly Klitschko. Our chief correspondent, Stuart Ramsey, is in Kiev, and he reports on a capital under curfew tonight.
Smoke billows over the Kiev skyline as the Russian forces draw closer to Ukraine's capital, but their main effort still hasn't been launched. There is a continuing curfew here until Monday at least. The only people on the streets are Ukrainian security forces, and they're hunting down Russian saboteurs. Sky News filmed as men in plain clothes, supported by soldiers, arrested two men in a black SUV. We don't know why they were targeted, but it illustrates the tension here. The men were held at gunpoint and questioned. In recent days, rumours have wildly circulated of roving Russian agents attempting to bring terror to the streets and plotting a route into Kiev for the Russian tanks. The city's mayor, Vitaly Klitschko, says it's exactly why the curfew was introduced.
The Russians sent some troops. Small troops, which actually with some time, we as civilian, with the weapons, snipers and shootings everywhere, and they want to make terror attack and to bring the panic to our city. It's a goal. It's a goal. We hunting of them, and we take this some people, Russians, who are coming to our city.
So everyone is indoors and quite often underground these days. The shelling is particularly bad at night.
It's pretty basic.
Filmmaker Yuri is the only person left in his apartment block now.
It's only one place where I can stay for safety.
But it is, you feel
Yes, yes, yes.
And you hear no banging going on.
Yes.
He is a Ukrainian national, but was born near Moscow. He won't leave Kiev, but he has persuaded his wife to go to the countryside for now. This war, he says, is about protecting basic human rights and freedoms.
Extreme evacuation backpack. Now we is free now, and we don't give our freedom anybody, never, until we die.
And that's why you're staying?
Yes.